mojani zamli shide so nam sama pochene zamli ona korso changi the mojani zamli shide so Lama Kungini Dahi Sinobu Dalai Lama Kungini Dahi Sinobu Dalai Lama Kungini Dahi Sinobu Dalai Lama Sama pochene zamli ona korso changi the mojani zamli shide so Kungini dahi shinobu Dalai Lama Kungini dahi shinobu Dalai Lama Kungini dahi shinobu Dalai Lama Kungini dahi
Tene Dome Chogane Tukjiche Karinche Shebe Kyangshe Bigyu, a cultural presentation by Dome Group.
ta sama poche ne zamli on la course
May I now please proceed with the inaugural session for today's conference. And ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to kindly be seated to ensure a smooth transition of the conference. Thank you. A very good morning and Tashi Dele to all of you. My name is Kunga Chindan. I am the program coordinator of Tibet House, the cultural center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. And it is a great honor and a privilege for me to be moderating today's session. Before that, may I kindly request all of you to kindly switch your phone to airplane mode or keep it on silent mode so that there is no distraction in between the session. I would like to begin by extending a very warm welcome to all of you for joining us in this moment of deep joy and reverence as we commemorate the 90th birth anniversary of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and celebrate 2025 as the Year of Compassion. His Holiness the Dalai Lama has long been fascinated by modern education in the fields such as quantum physics, modern science, psychology, and neuroscience, regarding them as essential pathways for deepening our understanding of the mind, wisdom, and compassion. Tibet House, the cultural center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi, is delighted to have you with us as we gather for this conference on neuroscience of mental experience and psychological perspectives of compassion and altruism. I am deeply honored to share this profound moment with you as it strengthens our sense of connection, elevates our collective well-being, and stimulates the neural pathways that cultivate clarity, compassion, and our shared human flourishing. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Amarjiva Lochanji, who is the Dean of Foreign Students and Joint Dean of International Relations at University of Delhi. Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, the Director of Tibet House, the Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. Professor Bindu Kutiji, Senior Professor, retired at Department of Neurophysiology, and in-charge professor and the coordinator of NIMHANS Center for Consciousness Studies. And last but not least, we have Dr. Honey Oberoi, a psychoanalytical psychotherapist and a professor of School of Human Studies at Ambedkar University, New Delhi. I kindly welcome you all on stage to do the honor of lighting the butter lamp for the long life of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and pray for the well-being of our dear Mother Sentient Being. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our esteemed guest of honor and our respected keynote speaker from Buddhist psychology, from Western psychology, and from neuroscience. May I now request our esteemed guest of honor and the respected keynote speaker to kindly take your seats. Thank you. Please allow me to proceed with the session now. Now I would like to request our director, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdullah, to kindly do the honor of presenting the traditional white scarf and the souvenir to our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Amarjeeva Lochanji, and our keynote speaker, Professor Bindu M. Kutiji, from the neuroscience perspective, and Dr. Hani Obroyji from the Western psychology perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, first we have Professor Amarjeeva Lochanji. Thank you, sir, for joining with us. Then, I would like to call upon Professor Bindu M. Kutiji from the neuroscience perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Thank you. Last but not least, we have Dr. Hani Obroyji from the Western psychology perspective. Thank you, Gishla. Let me now briefly introduce you to Tibet House, the culture center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. It was established in the year 1965 by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Tibet House was founded to preserve Tibet's rich cultural heritage, especially during a great time of challenge, and to serve as a center for Tibetan culture and Buddhist studies. It was guided by His Holiness' vision of promoting universal harmony and compassion. Tibet House fosters meaningful dialogue between different cultural and spiritual traditions. It serves as a hub connecting Buddhist masters, scholars, students, and the general public through a wide range of programs and events. Over the past 5 decades, Tibet House has become a vital institution for the study and dissemination of Tibetan culture and Nalanda Buddhist philosophy. It is housed in a 5-story facility and features a museum of Tibetan art and artifacts. It has a library of nearly 5,000 volumes, a publication unit, a gallery, a conference hall, and a bookshop. Tibet House also publishes numerous titles annually and organizes regular lectures, seminars, film screening, and exhibitions. Its academic offerings span Nalanda Buddhist philosophy and interdisciplinary conferences on topics such as neuroscience, quantum physics, spiritual ecology, and universal ethics. Highlighting its growing relevance in contemporary society, Tibet House also offers 4 structured courses in Buddhist philosophy and psychology. First, we have Nalanda Master's Course, which is a 5-year course, and then we have Nalanda Diploma Course, which is a 14-month program. Then we have Nalanda Certificate Course, which is 4 months of course. And then last but not least, we have Nalanda Introductory Course, NIC1. At present, there are more than 8,800 students from 99 different countries enrolled in these courses, out of which we have 3,140 Russian-speaking participants. Along with this, we also offer a Tibetan language course available both online and in physical mode. And I'm very pleased to inform you that we will soon be commencing with the 30th batch of the Tibetan language course from 1st December 2025 to 31st March 2026. And I request you to kindly email tlc@tibethouse.in to receive any updates regarding the course. In addition, Nalanda Dharma studies are held twice a week for Tibetan-speaking students, both lay and monastic. These sessions are led by Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdullah, the director of Tibet House, New Delhi, and are designed to provide a systematic introduction to the core principles of Buddhist philosophy. At present, ongoing teachings include introduction to Buddhism, which is held every Wednesday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Indian Standard Time, and Umajukpa, Entering the Middle Way, which is held every Saturday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Now, please allow me to share a wonderful experience of the audience and blessings of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. On 2nd June 2023, close to 500 students who have recently graduated from or are currently studying the Nalanda Master's course and the Nalanda Diploma course offered by Tibet House, New Delhi, received a gracious audience and blessings from His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and oral transmission of J. Rinpoche's in praise of dependent arising. Tibet House, now let me inform you about the recent Tibet House publication, which is the 3 eye-opening and a well commentaries on Mulya Madhyama Kakarika, Part 1 and Part 2, which is in Tibetan language. And then we have a study on the rock art and inscriptions of Alchi, Ladakh. Third, we have how the middle view held by all Tibetan Buddhist schools converge into one. Then we have tracing the footprints of Je Tsongkhapa. And last but not least, we have the philosophy of ultimate reality and its practice. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform you about the upcoming panel discussion and the celebration of the 36th anniversary of Nobel Peace Prize awarded to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, and also commemorating Ghoton, the 90th birth anniversary of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, and also celebrating 2025 as Year of Compassion. And before that, I forgot to mention, but I would like to inform you that you can secure your own copy of Reaching Out to our publication department at publication@tibethouse.in. Now, coming back to our main event today, I now take the very privilege of inviting our secretary, Mr. Tenzin Kunjabla, on stage to kindly address the gathering and extend a warm welcome as we commence this meaningful symposium today. Please welcome our secretary, Mr. Tenzin Kunjabla.
Testile and good morning, everyone. Respected guest of honor, Professor Amartya Lojanji, Professor Pindu Kuriji, Professor Hanyo Biraji, Venerable Keshito Yudamdullah, esteemed speakers, chairpersons, guests of honors, friends of Tibet House, and students who have come today. It is with great joy and honor that I stand before you and welcome you all to this 10th series of our Neuroscience and Buddhist Philosophy series. The topic, which is Neuroscience of Mental Experience and Psychological Perspectives of Compassion and Altruism. As Kungal have mentioned, today's conference is held during a very special and meaningful year. Tibetans and non-Tibetans across the globe, we are celebrating the 90th birth anniversary of His Holiness the Dalai Lama as the year of compassion, and His Holiness has spent his entire life advocating for compassion, not just as a spiritual virtue, but as a fundamental human necessity. His message has resonated across the cultures and traditions, that compassion is the foundation of peace, happiness, and global harmony. His Holiness often emphasizes that genuine compassion arises from understanding our deep interconnectedness. No individual or community thrives in solidarity. In isolation. It is in this context that today's conference becomes especially significant. We are especially happy to see so many young faces and students participating today. The youth carry the responsibility of shaping the future, and understanding compassion scientifically, psychologically, and ethically is essential for creating a more peaceful and resilient society. His Holiness always says that the youth are the ambassadors of harmony and understanding. So I hope you all will gain a lot of experience and knowledge from this conference. We are gathered here not only to celebrate compassion, but also to examine it through the lens of scientific inquiry. Compassion is often spoken of as a moral value or spiritual equality, but neuroscience and psychology allow us to understand it as a lived mental experience with neural correlates, behavioral patterns, and measurable effects on our well-being and social relationships. From the neuroscience perspective, we look forward to understanding how the brain generates compassion responses, what areas are activated, and how pro-social behaviors emerge, and how mental states influence the neural activity. From the psychological perspective, compassion has long been recognized as a cornerstone of emotional well-being. In Western psychology, compassion is often defined as the emotional response evoked by witnessing the suffering of others, accompanied by a desire to help. Approaches such as the compassion-focused therapy, the CFT, focuses on establishing emotional well-being and pro-social behavior. In contrast, the Buddhist philosophy, Buddhist psychology, views compassion as arising from the wisdom, equality, and the understanding of interdependence. Compassion is not simply an emotional reaction, but a cultivated mental state aimed at relieving the suffering of all sentient beings. This perspective sees compassion as a powerful antidote to anger, fear, and self-centeredness. Today, today's conference brings these perspectives together on a single platform. We are privileged to have distinguished panels with us today from the field of neuroscience, psychology, and Buddhist philosophy. Today's discussion will help us illuminate how compassion is generated and how it can be cultivated and how it can transform both individuals and the communities. So I would like to take a moment to express my heartfelt appreciation to Professor Bindu Kuriji for your guidance and academic leadership in conceptualizing this very conference. As we begin today's deliberation, I sincerely hope that this conference inspires us not only to understand compassion intellectually, but embody it in our daily lives. With these words, once again, I extend a warm welcome to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kunjabla, for your deep motivation and inspiring all of us to understand and learn from our very distinguished dignitaries and speakers. Now, may I request our Director, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, who is the keynote speaker from the Buddhist psychology perspective, to kindly come on podium. And before that, let me just give you a brief introduction. Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula is currently the Director of Tibet House, the cultural center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. While being assigned with the responsibility of directorship of Tibet House, he also gives regular lectures and leads philosophy classes in Tibet House and other places as well. He travels widely within India and abroad to teach Buddhist philosophy, psychology, logic, and debate. He has also worked on several books. As assigned by the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, he has visited the United States in the year 2008 to work with Professor Paul Ekman on His Holiness the Dalai Lama's book, Ethics for a New Millennium, Part 2, and the other book series called Art of Happiness. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Director, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula.
Good morning, all of you, and welcome. Professor Amarji Balojanji, the guest of honor, and the convener of the conference, Professor Bindu Guriji, and Dr. Oberoyji. In fact, it is a great honor for Tibet House that as our secretary, Mr. Tenzin Kunjabla, and our program coordinator, Mr. Kungala, both of them very clearly indicated that this year is the 90th birth anniversary of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And to commemorate that, the Tibet House organizes various programs, the conferences, the performances, exhibitions, and so forth. And particularly the academic conferences, they are the highlights of the 90th birthday anniversary. And the topic, the Tibet House left it entirely in the hands of Professor Bindu Guriji. And because that we have a very close association, a very senior neuroscientist from NIMHANS and recently retired. So we just left it on her to decide what topic would be more relevant in the current context from the neuroscience perspective as well as from others. And then I'm so glad that Professor Binduji chose neuroscience and mental experience and psychological perspective of compassion and altruism. And this year is being celebrated as a year of compassion. So the two coincided so well in commemoration of the 90th birthday anniversary of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And to be very honest, all of us are here is all because of His Holiness's vision, and particularly as the Secretary of Tibet House, Mr. Tenzin Kunjabla, very clearly indicated that the young ones, you are the future of the world, be it in politics, in academic world, or business, or spiritual world, or any kind of the studies, and the young ones, you are the future. So these are the avenues, the platforms that Tibet House deliberately create for the benefit of the young ones. And earlier, back like 10, 15 years ago, I remember the participations of the young ones used to be so less. And now it's very inspiring to see that the young ones, they are a major part of, in fact, majority, like 90% of the participants are young ones. Very inspiring indeed. This is hope for the future. Having said this, as our secretary, Mr. Kungala, our program coordinator, he read my CV where the mention of Professor Paul Ekman. Unfortunately, yesterday, I think 2 days ago, it was a very sad moment that Professor Paul Ekman left this world, and he is 91 years old, and he was actually a pioneer of the microfacial expression reading science of microfacial expression reading. So he's the pioneer of that, and I had the honor of working with him for some time, particularly in the classical book on psychology, which is the outcome, particularly given that there are many of the Honey Roy's students here, from psychology department from Ambedkar University. I'd like to just bring to your notice that there's one book which you must read. Was on a very high level. Here, high level doesn't mean it's very technical. It's not technical. There's something that you can really benefit a lot. The book is Emotional Awareness, and it was published in 2008. And the Office of His Holiness. Okay, before I go through this, I just like to mention that Professor Paul Ekman he interviewed His Holiness the Dalai Lama for, within a span of 3-4 years, interviewed His Holiness for about like total 54 hours. And particularly in those days, when His Holiness was at the peak of his vibrancy in the world, his health, and where. So here we have Professor Renugaji, and who had the honor of inviting His Holiness to Delhi so many times, Dharma celebration. So there, His Holiness, this Professor Poligman, he was extremely meritorious that he got the chance to be with His Holiness for 54 hours of interview with His Holiness, and they were all put them together, and finally he brought this in the form of a book, the title of which is Emotional Awareness. Emotional Awareness. And the book has been out for all these many years, for about like 16, 17 years. And how I was involved with this project was that I was not really a part of this project, more as a part of the translator for His Holiness. It has been years that I got a chance to be with, of course, His Holiness. It's all because of the blessings of His Holiness that I got a chance to meet with Professor Poligman, and we became very close, and he would address me as his friend, but for me he is more like a fatherly figure, extremely kind, generous, very extremely wise, intelligent, and academically so accomplished. So so for that matter, because that it was all these interviews were brought in the form of the book. So the Office of His Holiness sent me to America to double check that His Holiness's voice in the book is reflected accurately. So I was there just for about 5 days with him, and he was extremely kind. And unfortunately, 2 days ago he passed away. So let's pray that that he comes back, and again as a scientist, to really help promote the well-being of the humanity through his contribution in promoting peace, compassion, and how to overcome anger. So these are his areas. So having said this, let me quickly, because that my part is as the keynote speaker from Buddhist point of view, I'd like to quickly go through my slides. Okay, so the first question is that the year of compassion, to commemorate His Holiness's 90th birth year, and His Holiness, we can safely say that Mahatma Gandhi is the father of ahimsa, father of non-violence, and likewise His Holiness, we can say, is the father of compassion in the world, for the world. So while Mahatma Gandhi is respected for being the father of non-violence, His Holiness is seen as the father of compassion. So this is the year of compassion to commemorate His Holiness' birth anniversary. So having said this, the next question is, why compassion? Why compassion? Why compassion is the key, particularly, so this topic here for this conference is chosen by Professor Bindu Kori, a neuroscientist, a very senior neuroscientist who had been working in NIMHANS for all these many years with so many the researches being undertaken. And why this topic, compassion? This is something which is very important, and many of us, particularly I would say young people, you may overlook this topic, compassion, for the reason that the modern education designed in such a way that where the academic or intellectual rigor is there, this is a mark of the success of the modern education. But they let us see what UNO has to say on this, the topic, or what is that area of concern for the UNO. So UNO taught about the well-being, particularly the UNO enumerated 17 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. And of these 17, the third one is known as the good health and well-being. So next question is, what is well-being? We may see these as very soft topics, but in actuality, this is extremely, extremely important because we go in the flow of the pattern created by the 19th century education system. This. No. Okay, thank you. Okay, good health and well-being. So with this, what is well-being? What is well-being? UNO very clearly defined it as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. It's not just well-being doesn't mean that you are physically fit and fine, that's well-being. No, it should incorporate the physical well-being, mental well-being, and social well-being. So with this, the next question is, how can we bring about these the three kinds of well-being, physical, mental, and social well-being? So there, the topic on universal compassion comes into play. So how the compassion plays a very important role in bringing this well-being. Finally, so whatever we are doing, we're talking about the money, we're talking about the politics, we're talking about the environment, or business, or whatever we are talking about. Finally, it's all about your well-being and the well-being of and people who can think broader in sense. They talk about the universal or the well-being of the humanity. So where is the key to this well-being? So in the Buddha, what did the Buddha teach? Someday in the Nirvana Sutra, the Buddha taught, Bodhisattvas may not train in many areas. So where, for example, if you're working in a hotel, you're working as a hotel manager or housekeeping, you need to have, say for example, there are 500 rooms. And would you carry 500 keys to take care of the 500 rooms? 500 keys would be very bulky. So what do? Anyone? You take a master key. Master key. So what's the master key to all these forms of well-beings? So the Buddha taught, Bodhisattvas may not train in many areas. For example, housekeeping may not carry all the 100 keys. If they train in one, all qualities will come in the palm of the hand. And what is that one practice? It is great compassion. This is what the Buddha taught. And then what Alvarez has to say. So because we may see that this is the greatest of the irony. Buddha taught incredibly great philosophy, psychology, metaphysics, logic, and yet the moment the Buddha comes into the play, people see that as religion. And this is very unfortunate. It is like being of great disservice to ourselves. So only if we cite Albert Einstein, then people say, okay, this is more academic, this is more relevant to today's life. So for this reason, in any ways, I personally feel a great affinity to this saying of the Albert Einstein. So here, the second photograph, that was his Nobel address, and what he said, of course not in the Nobel address, usually what he said is a human being. So just see the relevance of compassion that he's bringing in for the humanity, and all these educations that we are engaged in, they should be related to the humanity. And the humanity doesn't mean the humanity as opposed to science, but the humanity as overarching the well-being. So it says, human being is a part of the whole world, called by us universe, a part. limited in time and space. He experiences himself, his thoughts, or their thoughts, and including the females, their thoughts and feelings as something separated from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of his consciousness. So, Albert Einstein identifies our perceiving ourselves as distinct from others, unrelated to others. This is what he calls as the optical delusion, this ignorance. And how to overcome this? This delusion is a kind of a prison for us, restricting us to our personal desires and affection for a few persons nearest to us. What should we do now? How to overcome this problem of the humanity? Our task must be to free ourselves from the prison of widening a circle of compassion, to embrace all living creatures, in other words, to be inclusive, not to be exclusive, living creatures and the whole of nature in its beauty. So this is what Albert Einstein said. So the next question is how to embrace this, how to widen the circle of compassion. So for this, the compassion, the discussion on compassion plays a very important role. So the next question is this universal compassion, which the Buddha is talking about, which Albert Einstein is talking about, is it possible? This next question. These are the very serious questions. And then say, for the psychologist, for the educationist, and for those people who take care of themselves. So we should really explore whether or not this universal compassion is possible. For this, let us explore this. Is universal compassion possible? So in the history of the humanity, we see that these are two giants who spoke about the human emotions. One is the Buddha, and one is Charles Darwin. So let's say what the Buddha 2,500 years ago, what the Buddha had to say, and later Charles Darwin, what Charles Darwin had to say. So first, let's say Charles Darwin. For Charles Darwin, as we are all exposed to the modern education, Charles Darwin's evolutionary theory, what he said is that we have these basic emotions: attachment, anger, and the fear. So these emotions, we cannot get rid of them. And that, as I mentioned earlier, when I was in America to work with Professor Paul Ekman, and he was extremely kind to entertain me all the 5 evenings. And the first evening was with his family members, and now his wife also passed away a few years ago, and he passed away just 2 days ago, and now he's with now the two son and the daughter, 2 of them left. The daughter is taking care of his NGO. And the second day was meeting with his psychologist colleagues, and he asked me to introduce myself to the colleagues, and I talked a little bit about the Buddhist philosophy, psychology, and particularly how to get over the destructive emotions to attain what is known as the total fearlessness, or technically known as nirvana or nibbana. And one psychologist, a young psychologist, so that time maybe now she must be the same as of my age, and she raised her hand and said that, but it's not possible to attain the absolute freedom from these emotions. Impossible. And I asked why. She said that according to Charles Darwin's evolutionary theory, we said that these emotions, okay, just see that the psychologist, your job is to study about the psyche, the emotions, and then see how to manage the emotions, particularly the council teach research on managing emotions. So according to Charles Darwin, these emotions are developed within a span of the last, Homo sapiens, 300,000 years. Since Homo sapiens came into being, 300,000 years, and since the organism came into being, 4 billion years. So for over the span of 4 billion years, our first ancestor Our first ancestor, which is a unicellular organism, which happened in the water with the coming into being of the water on the planet Earth 4.6 billion years, and then the 4.6 billion years the Earth came out of the sun, and 4 billion years the water came into being, and then along with the water, unicellular organisms came into being. So that was our first ancestor. So from that point until today, this emotion gradually developed. So this is the emotional evolution of the emotions. One is, in a way, these are the evolutionary gifts for us, these emotions: attachment, anger, fear. These are the evolutionary gifts for us. Instincts, number one. Because that it took 4 billion years to evolve to this level of the sophistication. So these are referred to as instincts, number one. Number two, that we require them for the purpose of the species is to continue the species. Is to make sure that the species don't terminate, to continue. For the continuation of the species, we require these emotions: attachment, aversion, and fear. And without these emotions, a species cannot possibly survive. So, for these two reasons: one, that these emotions are instinct, and number two, that these emotions are the required for us for our survival. It's for this reason that we cannot possibly get rid of these altogether. Whereas now this is according to Charles Darwin's evolutionary theory. What she said is exactly what Charles Darwin said. So with this having said this, unfortunately, all these, like since 19th century, with the modern education, with the development of the modern education, and the well-structured modern education since 19th century, unfortunately, it is all designed based on one of the basic pillars of the modern education is the Charles Darwin's evolutionary theory, which means that our emotions, they're instincts, and we cannot get rid of them, and we require them. So with this in mind, when the whole society is designed, or it rests on such a principle, such a thought process, where these emotions are something which we cannot get rid of. We require them. Fear is required. Anger is required. When this is what is, in a way, this is like encouraged. When that is encouraged, how can expect the society to turn towards compassion? But I'm not against evolutionary theory. Evolution theory. Charles Darwin is not the religious person. I don't know about his personal adherence to religion, but he's very objective in approach. I personally have a tremendous respect for Charles Darwin for just, say, unilaterally, just as a single person, just talked about all these brilliant ideas of the evolution. It's amazing. And it also highlighted the reality of the world. Otherwise, we were just left in dark, not knowing the reality about the evolution. And this says, His Holiness the Dalai Lama says that what Charles Darwin said with respect to evolutionary theory, this is just perfectly right. So the only thing is that his speculation that these are something which cannot be got rid of completely. So where the whole society is designed on the belief system that these anger is something which we cannot get rid of and is required, that's quite scary, very dangerous. So look at the outcome today. Everywhere fights are happening, wars are happening, domestic violence is happening, in the family domestic violence is happening, on the international level wars are happening, all because the anger is your protection. This is what they believe. And this is where we can possibly go wrong. So the next question is what the Buddha has to say on this. So Buddha said, are they instincts? Answer is yes, these emotions are instincts. And the next question is, can we get rid of them? The Buddha said 100% yes. Because, for example, like, say, the metaphor the Buddha gave is between the light. A light, and let's say a light, and let's say a piece of a stone put under a vase, or put under the two pitchers or two pots put upside down. And so the light is trapped inside this pot. Likewise, the stone is also trapped inside this pot. And when you break these pots, the light will instantly feel the freedom. It will just spread across the whole room. Versus stone will remain a stone. There's nothing, whether it's inside the pot or outside the pot, there's no difference. So the Buddha taught that our mind is not like the pot, it's not like the stone, it is like the light. You remove the pot like mental defilements, then the true nature will manifest. That is in the form of universal compassion. Just imagine, all the leaders, they are truly feeling affectionate, loving, friendly to each other. Just imagine that. The world is going to be a very different world. All the wars will stop. All the border tensions will stop. And not only the leaders, in the family, just imagine, all the family members, they are so cordial, so friendly to each other, so loving to each other. All the family fights, conflicts will stop. And just imagine all these people underground who are involved in all these nasty things. Just imagine that they generate compassion. All these underground nasty things will stop. So the world will be a very beautiful world with a compassion. So while the effort of UNO, effort of the different nations is try to curb the problems of the humanity, what is happening is on the symptomatic level. It's not really tackling the real core. Okay, 5 minutes more. Okay, so with this, the Buddha taught that we have that capacity. For example, oftentimes the example that I give is squeeze a handful of sand. No matter how much you squeeze a handful of sand, no oil comes out. You squeeze a handful of sunflower seeds, oil does come out. Likewise, we are not like a handful of sand where compassion does not come out. It can come out. And when the compassion comes out, you become a better person. You become a happier person. Your immunity strengthens. And say people go to gym. Just imagine somebody with so much anger inside, and every day you go to gym, spend like 2 hours in gym sweating. No matter what you do, the efforts all will go in vain. When the mind is driven by anger, hatred, and so forth, and no matter how much you build your body, the body will keep going down, because to build a body we require the immunity. Immunity is, for example, you already reach age like 70, 80 and still go to the gym. You can't imagine that you become like, the young 20 years old boy, 20 years old girl. No, we cannot expect to become one like that. So we require something inside us, and then we do have that skill, and that compassion is so precious. For with compassion, you go to gym. Your gym is going to be extremely productive. So with this, having said this, the Buddha said, yes, 100% happiness, peace, and beautiful world is possible, provided you introduce the universal compassion. You introduce universal compassion within yourself and within others. The next question, who will do that? This next question. So the effort must be on all fronts, on all grounds, on the UNO level, on the various national level, and the individual level. This is what is required. So, with this mind, the compassion, the potential for compassion, do we really have this potential for universal compassion? Let me be a little quick here. And yes, so compassion, we have the seed, but when will this seed germinate? The Buddha taught, though one has bright eyes, look at these wisdom bites. Though one has bright eyes, without the light, one cannot see anything. Though one has intelligent mind, without knowledge, one cannot know the reality. So we require the knowledge. What is that knowledge? So oftentimes people talk about, we should have the world peace, and we should be compassionate to each other, and never address how to build compassion, how to encourage compassion. That is never addressed. So one time, I was invited as the chairperson for a talk by one renowned the author who authored many books and received the many accolades from the government and from various quarters. And in his 1 hour talk, finally his talk ended by saying that finally the real peace and harmony will happen only when we have the communion with the ultimate. And he never taught how to have the communion with the ultimate. This is the problem. People talk about be nice, be good. For example, like say the parents will tell the children, don't go after the mobile all the time. Snapchat, Reels, WhatsApp, Facebook. Don't go after it for hours and hours. But somehow I have to do that. I cannot do away with this. No, stop it. No, you have to teach how to stop it. If you don't teach how to stop it, people continue to go after what they are familiar with. So for this, we have to study the mind. The compassion is a mental state, a mind. Because of the mind, just as we know the external world with the map, we also need to know the mind, the world of the map, the world of the mind, based on the map of the mind. So, with the map of the mind, we see that there is first study what is the true nature of the mind, the real nature of the mind. This is known as the conventional and true nature of the mind. For this, we need to study psychology, particularly while we have the Freudian psychology, the Jungian psychology, and so forth. The Buddhist psychology that we are talking about, this is extremely what we call as the empirical psychology. Empirical. Why empirical? This is something, whatever is being taught there, you can feel it yourself, and whoever listens to you, they can feel what you're talking about. And based on that, you can see the structural and the development which can possibly be created, that the people can grow in compassion, people can really feel themselves healing. So this is what I call as the empirical psychology. So the first one is we have to know the psychology, the nature of your mind, the psyche of your mind, the nature of that psyche so well. The first part, for this, the Buddha taught extensively on psychology. And then meanwhile, it's not just the psychology, but the psyche. When the psyche manifests in the form of fear, anger, agitation, anxiety, depression, happiness, joy, and so forth, is when this psyche, when this mind comes in contact with the object. So what the object is like, for example, like we see just a book. And the physicists see electrons, protons, and neutrons. It's more exciting for them rather than seeing a book. And for example, like Archimedes. So discovering an object, very profound object, made him to jump from the bathtub naked, forgetting that he's naked, because he was too excited, because his psyche met with a very profound object. So the study of psychology, particularly dealing with the clinical psychology, is so important for us, not only to confine yourself to the psyche, the psychology part, but also the philosophy part. Because what constitutes the reality? The same object, say this as a book, or seen as the chemical compound, or seen as electrons, protons, neutrons, and so forth. So that the object becomes subtler, and the effect of this mind meeting with the different layers of the subtlety of the object, effects will be felt to your mind differently. So healing takes place, or destruction of the mind happens, or the healing takes place depending on what kind of object that you encounter with. So for that, the ontology, what the object is constituted, not only what the subject is constituted of, for this Buddha taught extensively psychology, what his object is constituted of, interaction with which your destructive mental states or the healing mental states are being produced. For that, the philosophy is greatly taught by the Buddha. So the study of the psychology and study of the philosophy, and to expedite the process of healing, the Buddha taught the knowledge, the logic, in order to make sure that these two things that you study becomes very effective and can be very swift in the progress. So let me quickly just go through these slides. The one is, we talked about the psychology, the study of your mind. So Pramanavartika by Acharya Dharmakirti, 7th century great Indian master, a great epistemologist as well as psychologist, What is said? The true nature of mind is clear line, is so pure, so clean. And it's not just a story or the theology. This is what we can experience it. And then why don't we see it's clear light? It's because that we have the defilements, for example, like anger, fear, attachment, so forth. These are adventitious. These are something that we can get rid of. Now, how to do that? For this, the functions of the mind is explained by the Buddha. While 300, 400, 500 different functions of the mind are taught, and particularly at one point only 51 are picked up, and these are grouped into 6, known as the 5 ever-present mental factors and so forth. I'm not going to go too much in detail. And then, okay, so these are the list. If you're interested, I'll list this PowerPoint with the program coordinator here, and then you can get it from this. So the list of the mental functions are given the different functions. And then with this, finally, what can we do to enhance this compassion? What do we do? So let me quickly touch on this part. This is a very beautiful part of the Buddhist psychology. It's about the 5 functions of the millions of mental functions. There are 5 which are particular of importance and relevance to our nurturing compassion. So it is known as the contact, attention, discrimination, feeling, and intention. And all the movement happening within the mind, verbal, physical. For example, like somebody says, you stupid in public. You stupid. What happens? And then your heart starts to palpitate. Tick, 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 tick. Movement of the heart happens. So what made this movement? What is this movement? This movement here. This movement is happening on the intention level. The last one, intention level. So the mind is the one, the intention element of the mind is the one which makes the mind to move, and the mind affects the physiology to move, and the physiology affects your biological body to move. And then speech comes out, the biological body moves. So this is an intention level. Why this intention is happening with this intention of rejection? This heart palpitation is happening because you are not happy with the situation. Because we are not happy with the other person telling you you're stupid. So your mind tries to reject it. Why you reject it? Because you don't like it. The next is a feeling. Above, right? Above the intention is a feeling. You have that unpleasant feeling. So if you don't want your mind to reject it, in other words, this rejection is anger, rejection is stress. If you don't want this anger, rejection is the rejection in the form of stress, anger, fear, and so forth, what should we do? So as long as anger is there, ego is there, there's no room for compassion. If you want to cultivate compassion, we need to get rid of this anger, stress, and so forth. How to get rid of the stress? Stress is happening on the level of the intention. For this, you have to change the feeling. Feeling from unpleasant feeling to the pleasant feeling. How to change the feeling? For that, we need to check what is the cause of the unpleasant feeling. An unpleasant feeling or the pleasant feeling, this is triggered, but within your mind, is triggered by the discrimination. What's discrimination? It's the cognitive activity of the mind. It's the cognitive activity of mind which says, okay, this person is telling me stupid. I cannot tolerate it. So this is the cognitive awareness that this person is being nasty to me. Whereas this person, a small child, aged 2 or 3, says, you stupid. What will you say? Will you be angry? You'll not be angry. You'll say, this is cute. Because a child who can hardly talk is saying they're stupid. It's so cute. So cognitively you see it as cute. So that gives a pleasant feeling. And you will even provoke the child more to say more stupid. So that you feel more happy. So this is all because of the cognitive awareness. Finally, it boils down to the cognitive awareness. The cognitive activity of mind. When the cognitive activity of mind is that he is saying, I am stupid. This gives you unpleasant feeling. Oh, this cute boy is telling me I'm stupid. It's so cute. This gives you pleasant feeling. So the feelings decide how you react, positively, negatively. And feelings are decided by the discrimination, cognitive activity of mind. And cognitive activity of mind is decided by the attention and the contact with the information. So those people with less information, the ability to make a correct discrimination, correct discernment is less likely. With this, the feeling is bound to be unpleasant. With this, the mind will reject. Some people, they are so cautious all the time. So cautious for small things. They are so doubtful because they don't have the information to take wise decision. So why? Because they are lacking the contact and the attention with the correct information. Number one, correct information. Number two, complete information. Number three, systematic information. Correct information, complete information, and systematic information. When these three things are lacking, the discrimination that you would have will not be sound. With unsound discrimination, the feeling is bound to be unpleasant feeling. With unpleasant feeling, your mind will reject it. This rejection is known as stress. It exerts lots of energy. It's stressful. So this stress, if it is intense, it is anxiety. If this stress, if it is prolonged, it becomes depression. It turns into depression. So this is how we manage. And then once the discrimination, which otherwise triggers unpleasant feeling with respect to others, if you're able to change this with a broader understanding, contact and attention with a broader information, then you can see everybody like small children. Everybody is like a small child. So with which you, instead of unpleasant feeling, pleasant feeling will come to you. And on that basis, with a smile, you interact with the people. Say, for example, frowning, you interact with the other person. What is your response you expect? The other person to smile at you or unhappy? Very unhappy. So greatly more than 80% of other people responding to you negatively is because you respond to them negatively. So if you learn, based on these studies, if you learn how to manage your emotions by managing the discrimination, by getting the proper information, the complete information, and the systematic information, then you become somebody like, for example, His Holiness the Dalai Lama. His Holiness, for him, he meets with anybody, a beggar to the Prime Minister, to the kings, queens. For him, there's no difference. Because his contact and attention is so rich that, even that person, big, has an issue. Even this beggar has so many good qualities. So this is broad information that makes him so composed, no fear, no anxiety when meeting with anybody, and instead compassion continues to exude. Okay, so with this mind, I'll just conclude by showing you some of the slides that what obstructs us from having this compassion to come out is because of the wrong discrimination. What are these wrong discriminations? Okay, just the first one is the gross one, known as afflictive obscurations, which is primarily cognitively erroneous apprehension. And the second one is cognitive obscurations, that is cognitive erroneous appearance. These two are different. Cognitive erroneous apprehension, cognitive erroneous appearance. And if you really want to study more on this, we have the courses running on this. You can join. Okay, so then how to change this discrimination, which we talked about. So we see that there are various ways taught, and the one most effective way is to see things in the form of the dependent origination. Things are all mutually dependent. They're all interdependent. There's nothing independent entity. COVID-19 taught us that we are all dependent on each other. Even though your country is so efficient to contain the COVID-19 so well, but if the neighboring country, which is a very poor country, who cannot afford vaccine to his people, if there's there, no matter how much you put effort to protect your citizens, your country and the other country, these two are dependent on each other. How do you know that? The poorer the country, usually what happens? Poorer the country, the gap between rich and poor is massive, huge. Gap between rich and poor. Rich people are there. Richest people are there. These rich people, they will travel to your country. They'll bring COVID to you. So this is how there's a mutuality dependency between your country and others. This is the presentation of the Buddha, the wisdom to know that everything is dependent on each other. There's no independent entity. For example, you look at this slide. So the first one, at the top, you see all these wheels are connected. Which wheel is most important? There's no one wheel which is more important. Any wheel stops, all the wheels stops. They are all mutually dependent. This is reality. If you know this well, then we see that, okay, if I want to protect myself, I have to protect others. If I want to protect my country, I have to protect other countries. So this is where compassion then flows. And then in the second slide, the second photo. So there you see the indigenous people in Amazon forest. So you read those papers, you will be fascinated. Before the Amazon was put to fire, put to blaze, these indigenous tribes, they were fighting amongst each other. They thought that they were all independent from each other. They're not dependent on each other. The moment Amazon was put to fire, all these indigenous people come together. They know that we are dependent on each other. Then the strength comes when all these indigenous people, they come together, the strength comes. Then they feel each other as brothers and sisters, not as enemies. Finally, the purpose is to awake for yourself, your own well-being, for your I say, the immunity, for your well-being, for the real gym, the gym of the mind. Physical gym is important, but the physical gym is totally meaningless if the gym of the mind is missing. Where your mind is going through a problem, no matter how much you go to do physical gym, your body will keep declining. So therefore, the real gym should be the gym of the mind, while not neglecting external, the physical health. So the motto should be that I should make my mind to keep growing, keep growing. Nobody can fail you. Nobody can fail you. Only you can fail yourself. Nobody can fail you. We all have the capacity to be the happiest person, irrespective of what your financial status, what is your social status, whatever. But we all have the capacity to be the happiest person. And those people who are smart to look for the gym, inner gym, mental gym, to expand your compassion, these people will shine in the happiness and prosperity. So it says, Gade para samgade bodhi swaha. Go beyond, go utterly beyond with respect to your mental development to the ultimate, the awakening. Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable Geshe Dojo Damdula, for your very well explained presentation and your insight on the psychology of compassion for the well-being of the individuals and society, and also to how to map your mind and psychology and the factors to realign effective compassionate transformation. Thank you, Gishla. Then we have our keynote speaker from the neuroscience perspective, Professor Bindu M. Kutiji, who is the senior professor retired from the Department of Neurophysiology and the in-charge professor and the coordinator of NIMHANS, Center for Consciousness Studies, who will be emphasizing on the very topic, elevating consciousness and human virtues. Please welcome Professor Bindu M. Kutiji on stage.
A very good morning, and very happy to be here. Most of these, the conferences on neuroscience and psychology perspective, what we have been organizing, I think we have done this in this hall. So always, and most of the faces are also familiar to me. So hearty welcome to this session. Respected dignitaries on the dais, our fellow speakers, and my dear participants. This conference is very unique because this is being organized as a part of the celebration Year of Compassion. And as this thing to His Holiness Dalai Lama on his 90th birth anniversary, as a tribute on his 90th birth anniversary. And he is the beacon of compassion. And these virtues, I mean, when we talk about these higher virtues of human excellence, especially compassion, altruism, empathy, it's all human virtues. We all possess it. We should manifest these in our life. Then we can lead a very harmonious life, very happy life. And I'm so happy that most of the participants are very young participants. So you will get a great learning. This is a great learning experience for you, because there are speakers from the neuroscience perspective, psychological perspectives. And so this will definitely help you to know more about these human virtues. So wishing you all a great learning experience during this program. And when we thought about from the neuroscience perspective, I thought I'll just talk about this elevating consciousness and human virtues and neuroscience perspectives. And some of the slides are missing because I was also sick and hospitalized, so I couldn't really think about my talk, and just came. But anyway, I will compensate wherever it is required. So when we think of, when we say that we possess various human virtues, so what is the basis? So you think about the human and the evolution of the human brain and mind. So you can see that our cortex, human cerebral cortex, is the most highly evolved organ in nature. And if you unfold the cerebral cortex and keep it on the floor, it will occupy around 2.5 square feet. So that's the size we possess. And how do you utilize the functional aspects of the cortex? And we have a very beautiful system nature has provided, that is the large intrinsic functional connectivity of the brain networks. So these functional brain networks can reach out to any and then come up with any, any emergent behaviors also. So that means it gives a lot of cognitive flexibility for us, and that gives us a lot of flexible behaviors. So our behaviors, according to the situation, you should think you have to really, come up with the appropriate behavioral setup. So, with these adaptive and flexible behaviors, we are able to, have a proper decision making. We have higher consciousness and higher self-awareness when compared to other species, other animal species, and that is how we say that we are highly evolved in nature. So when we are highly evolved, when we have a highly evolved brain and mind, definitely we will have various social responsibilities. We will have the more ethical obligations to safeguard the functions of society as well as environment, as well as the well-being of others. So these are all there engraved in our in these functions. So when we say we are social being, we have our social functionings. Social functioning is very complex behavioral constellations actually. And we say that we have a theory of mind, we demonstrate theory of mind. What do you mean by that? That is, we have the ability to assess our own mental activities as well as to assess others' mental activities. The others' socio-cognitive skills, others' emotions, others' desires, others' knowledge, so that we will know how to handle our cohabitants or our people. So even animals also do demonstrate theory of mind, but the extent to which we can demonstrate these are much, much higher and complex than any other beings. So we possess all these, but how do we utilize these functions? That is a question. So when we talk about these functional networks, when we talk about the functional networks, that can be divided and make it into 3 functional networks, the triple network model. So here we have the salience network. Salience network, we have the central executive network, and we have the default mode network. So now all our functions can be just put into these networks actually. So the central executive network, definitely it is associated with the cognitive control of behaviors, executing goal-directed activity, emotion and affective behaviors. Whereas default mode network may majorly operate when the central executive network is subsided. Central executive network is associated with the cognitive functions, whereas default mode network, when you are just resting, relaxing, then your mind wanders, mind wandering. Mind wandering is an essence of DMN function. And when you mind wander, definitely you enter into your past, you enter into your future, you will be in your present also. So all the memories, you can relate to all the past memories to future and present memories. So all these, and spontaneous thoughts. And also, so these are all very, very important. Don't ever think that mind wandering is bad. Mind wandering is very, very important for your well-being. And mind wandering, when you are in your well-being state, definitely can even help you to be very creative. So all these are very, very important. But mind wandering should not over function above the CEN, above the central executive network. See, for example, when you are listening to these discussions, thoughts, your mind should not go divert to something else that what you have to do in today evening. So that will take you to other route, other directions. And in patients, definitely this mind wandering leads to rumination, and rumination leads to anxiety and depression. So mind wandering is at the crucial point that it can be very good, it can lead to creativity one side, and it can also lead to depression. So these are controlled by the CEN network. So how it function, and salient network, definitely it detects salience. Salience means from the environment it detects what is the salience of the stimuli, whether is there any threat. So threat perception depends upon the stimuli you receive, depends upon the functioning of the salience network. And definitely these are very important for social behavior, self-awareness. So you see that these are, and in a normal individual, normal functioning individual, all these are integrated very beautifully. So when it is integrated very beautifully, like when you are cognitively engaged, you can see that your CEN and your salience network function together, and DMN is suppressed. Now when you are relaxing, DMN is active and it is coordinating with the salience network. Okay, and definitely there is an interaction between DMN and CEN. CEN always regulate the DMN functions. So there is a beautiful integration between these models, these networks, and that is very important to carry out normal brain functions. And when we talk about, and we were talking about the cortical intrinsic functional networks. So cortical intrinsic functional networks, the major areas connected with this network include your prefrontal cortical cortex as well as Pareto association, posterior parietal association cortex. All these are very, very important for carrying out these normal functions. So you have the prefrontal cortex, various areas like dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, orbitoprefrontal, anterior cingulate, medial prefrontal cortex, ventromedial. So all these are, their functions are so important that it is very important for social cognition, emotion regulation, moral judgment, decision making, and so on. So you see that, we focus, when we talk about these virtues or our behavior, we have to focus on these, the prefrontal cortex. And it is this prefrontal cortex that is very highly evolved in human beings. And then other areas like insula, all these are. So you can see that all these are joined together connect with each other, and they form the central executive network, the DMN network, and the salience network. Okay, and another important aspect what I want to bring here is the brain reward system. So nature has given us everything to be happy and to be motivated. See the morning resilience, what you get it, and then the motivated feeling or the reward seeking feeling throughout the day. You know, the brain reward system takes care of it. And when we talk about brain reward system, is very complex. The neurotransmitters associated with this system include even the feel-good hormones. You would have heard about the feel-good hormones like dopamine, serotonin, orexin, oxytocin, social hormone. There are many hormones, endorphins. So there are many hormones. And these ultimately activate the prefrontal cortex. So you see that prefrontal cortical activation is very important, and nature has given us this right from initiating from the reward system, then with the other like reward seeking behaviors, motivation, emotional well-being, all these. So the entire prefrontal cortical regions and the subcortical region, definitely hippocampus and other regions, they definitely take care of all this. So there is no need for us to be very stressed. There is no need for us to be very anxious or very fearful. Nothing, because our nature is that we are very positively thinking. We have to have positive attitude. Then only you can have your beautiful interpersonal relations. We can carry out a proper social functioning. So brain is designed to do that. Our mind is designed to do that. But our day-to-day activities make us to go away from the nature's desires actually. So under this situation, so we are normal human beings, we are intellectual beings. Most of our time we utilize our brain is a cognitive brain and an emotional brain. We demonstrate various emotions, and if you are matured enough, you can even regulate your emotions. And regulation of emotion definitely takes time, like at least at the young age, it may not be very perfectly, you can manage your emotions. You will show emotional expressions, whereas it can be managed very well as the years passes. At least by 25 years, the prefrontal cortical functions are all highly stabilized. Then, you can think of all this. So what I wanted to bring it here, so as long as all of us use the brain as a cognitive brain and an emotional brain, definitely as per the consciousness now, think of the consciousness with your experience, sensory experience, quality of the experience. It can be of different levels. You can see that meta-consciousness, basic consciousness, tacit, that is mainly subconscious level. As long as our brain is a cognitive and an emotional brain, definitely we experience during wakefulness only the basic consciousness. Basic consciousness of that we will experience all our feelings, thought, emotions, cognition, everything. Basic. So that is the basic. So we are not utilizing the full extent of the brain efficiency. We are only utilizing to have a normal life, and with that we are experiencing only basic consciousness. So that means when you reach meta-consciousness, experiencing meta-consciousness is that you should be aware, you should be highly attentive, you should be highly aware so that you can experience the content of consciousness, the emotional nuances of the consciousness. Otherwise, most of the time, basic consciousness, I mean that we are in an autopilot mode. And when your emotions become intense, then you are experiencing the content of consciousness. That means even in the normal life, you experience meta-consciousness, but for a transient time. So you experience and come back to basic level. And your system is designed, your network efficiency is designed to experience that consciousness. level. Okay. So according to Buddhism, we say that, so as long as we experience basic consciousness, definitely it is we are achieving only an unwholesome well-being. That is, we are passionate, we have desires, we have negative emotions. So that means it is an unwholesome well-being. We are not achieving the full extent of the well-being and imperfect well-being. That is mainly because we are passionate, we have desires, we have negative emotions. We are not experiencing the meta-consciousness. So this I will skip now. So now, our leaders talk about human excellence, and human excellence is possible. So that means we can transform now from a normal cognitive brain to a highly spiritual brain, actually. So that possibility is there, and that possibility because our brain is highly plastic, mind is highly plastic. So that means brain is highly plastic means the brain network can be reorganized. Brain network efficiency can be enhanced. So when you have this possibility of enhancing the brain network efficiency, definitely you will have the opportunity to experience meta-consciousness for a long time and transform yourself from an ordinary being to an integral being. And that possibility is there. And this model we have created with our own, from our own studies on meditation. Especially we have been studying the neuroscience of meditation for the past 25 years. So this is, I didn't bring the rest of the things here because I thought I will just only give you the concept now. So you see that as long as you are in basic consciousness, your psychological capabilities are totally limited. You will also experience fusion, that is experience thought fusion occurs. And when you are fused with your thought, you want to realize what is the reality of the life. You will be only fused with the thought. So these are all, the limited capabilities of your mind. Whereas proficient meditation, techniques like meditation, definitely helps you to experience meta-awareness. And meta-awareness, there are many, many brain signatures. So see, for example, when you record your EEG from a very experienced meditator, we see that there is enhanced, especially when he is meditating, there is enhanced activity of alpha. And that means, alpha means it blocks all sensory inputs, except so that you can just focus on meditation. Then there is enhanced theta. Even after meditation, even when you are relaxing, you can see enhanced theta. That means that enhances your awareness, your attention. It brings tranquility to you. So that we have observed this, we have published these data. And also, you can also confirm that there is meta-awareness. There is some region in the prefrontal cortex, that is anterior cingulate cortex, and that produces specific theta activity. We call it as frontomedial theta activity. So frontomedial theta activity is a signature of meta-awareness. And once you see that, okay, you are in a state of meta-awareness, definitely your mental activities, you can see the silencing of, definitely meditation helps to silence your thoughts, silence your mind. So mind is now ready to experience the deeper dimensions of consciousness, like the deeper qualities of our mind, like non-duality, equanimity. I think Dr. Saket will be talking all these in detail. So when you are in that meta-awareness state, definitely, the network efficiency is increased, and the network efficiency is in such a way that there is enhanced activity between the CEN and the salience network, and it always suppresses the DMN activity, but DMN activity gets activated during your sleep. That anyway, I am not coming into this now. Having that kind of, attaining that meta-awareness is an indication of that achieving a wholesome we can say that it is an wholesome well-being. That means you are free from all your desires, negative emotions. So you see that even when you are normal, you are functioning very well, you are having desires, and you don't have that harmony. You have not yet achieved that proper harmony. Whereas when you activate your attention and awareness capabilities and activate the entire prefrontal cortical areas, that helps you to have a different quality of your experience. And you will be in a state of meta-awareness that enhances your attention, that helps in self-regulation, that helps in emotion regulation, and that reduces all your mind-wandering, thought processing, etc. And you experience this wholesome well-being. So these are some of the experiments. I'm not going into the details now. So these are expounded in many, texts. Even Sri Aurobindo definitely mentioned that human evolution is very required to alleviate suffering. Human suffering arises from the limitations of conscious experience. So as long as you experience basic consciousness, definitely there is limitation. You will not see that mental harmony. Whereas you can alleviate your suffering, you can alleviate your pain, you can be joyful, you can fill with joy and compassion. So you see that the transformation of yourself and expression, manifestation of virtues like compassion, altruism, empathy, even leadership. There are many virtues. So you see that these are higher aspects, compassion, altruism, and other virtues. So even an ordinary human being can lead an integral life to experience these higher virtues. So I thought I'll just bring these in my talk, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Bindu M. Kutiji, for your presentation on elevating consciousness and human virtues. And I really want to thank her. Our very heartfelt gratitude to Professor M. Bindu Kutiji for being the very convener and bringing this all together for this conference on Neuroscience and Psychology, Series 10. Thank you, Professor Binduji. Then we have, from the Western psychology perspective, I would like to invite Dr. Hani Oberoi, who is the Professor of School of Human Studies, psychoanalytical psychotherapist from Ambedkar University, New Delhi, who will be reflecting on becoming human, psychological reflections on compassion and empathy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Hani Oberoi on stage.
Excuse me. How do I change this? This one? Yeah. Venerable Geshe-la, Professor Lochan, Professor Bindu, Kungala, Tenzing-la, Sampal, and all of you who are present here to listen to us today. Thank you very much for being here today, because it's a very special occasion. We are commemorating the 90th birth anniversary of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and we have heard wonderful presentations preceding mine. I will be talking about certain psychological aspects of compassion and empathy. Let me begin by saying that the situation of the world today is very fragmented and divided. It is extremely worrisome, and therefore a conference on compassion, empathy, and altruism makes so much sense. As human beings, we all believe that we are unique because we have the gift of self-contemplation, we can think about our experiences. But I think there is a long journey in life to be born in a human body and to become a human being. I think becoming is the act where compassion, altruism, empathy, forgiveness, and love have such a long, important role to play. So how do we become human? That is an important question that must come to all of us at some time or the other. Let me begin by saying that compassion is the process of embracing another's suffering. It is a rising emotional state, largely spontaneous in our experience, in which we are powerfully moved by the pain of living beings. These may be humans, animals, plants, nature, and so on. As the tide of compassion takes us over, we feel impelled to act so as to alleviate the other's angst. There is an inexpressible feeling of satisfaction and deep contentment accompanying compassionate acts. Being one with another's pain and making a difference towards its alleviation is perhaps one of the highest levels of loving connectedness that humans can aspire towards. Compassion actually teaches us that it is in giving indeed that we actually receive. It is a non-discriminative emotion in nature. By non-discriminative, I mean that we don't really say, I'm going to be compassionate towards this person and not towards another person, and also one of the most expansive expressions of human transcendence. Empathy is an equally crucial emotional process as is compassion. However, in empathy, there is usually a personal connection that acquaints us with the life struggles of another person or living being. In empathy, the witnessing eye, say of a psychotherapist, a teacher, a parent, a friend, an intimate partner, is able to see beyond the apparent. For instance, as psychotherapists, we are trained to understand the inextricable relationship between anger, aggression, and sadness. That is, some people will express their sadness by being very aggressive and angry. We are also trained to understand that what appears like violence is actually unprocessed loss. What appears like grandiosity are deep feelings of inferiority. So in empathy, we understand that there is something which is lying behind the apparent. At the apparent, people are troublemakers. At the deeper level, people are struggling with themselves due to the conditions of life. So in that sense, empathy is a nuanced and differentiated emotional process. It entails being in the place of the other and then also recognizing the other's otherness by reflecting on one's own activated internal states. What I mean to say here is that in empathy, there is a dual reflective process that is taking place all at unconscious levels of processing. As Professor Bindu was talking about earlier on, there are complex neural as well as emotional pathways to empathy. On the one hand, I become you. On the other hand, I must not only see you through my activated state, because I must also understand the different life that you have had. So otherness has to be respected. Empathy comprises of confluence of affective processes, rational, cognitive, bodily as well as intuitive aspects. Now, bodily empathy is another very important part of training to reach compassion. Sometimes others can't express themselves through words. They will express themselves through their feeling states, which will be launched inside your body. In the presence of someone, you may begin to feel nervous. In the presence of another person, you may begin to feel agitated. So it is a deep intersubjective connection in which you are required to process whatever has been activated in your own bodily states to make sense of the other's experience. Compassion is actually a Mahabhav. It embraces all. Practitioners of spirituality are best adept at understanding, studying, and inculcating compassion. They spend years and years meditating and developing the compassionate eye by deeply realizing the nature of life, the flow and the ebbs of the consciousness, and also the ubiquitousness of suffering, that suffering is universal. Practitioners of psychology, psychotherapy, and psychoanalysis, on the other hand, work on the self and the feeling states to train themselves in empathy. They undertake years of personal therapy in order to gain self-knowledge and also to master the art of observing the rising and flowing ebbs of emotions, understand the complex ways in which humans express or defend their feelings, losses, and the pains that accompany the living of a human life. They train themselves to be where the other is. Deep going introspection and understanding of unconscious and intersubjective processes is of importance to enhancing empathy, also to compassion. Now, altruism is an attitude and a standpoint in life in which the self can fruitfully be kept in the background, such that another's needs and wishes can be prioritized. At an apparent level, it seems that one is ready to forego personal benefits in order to benefit another human being or living being. Your satisfaction means more to me than mine. Psychologically speaking, one must have a stable center of self-cohesion at what Geshe-la spoke, at the conventional level of everyday experiences, in order to be genuinely and not defensively altruistic. At a deeper level, the study of altruism also compels us to rethink the meaning of my and myself. I will come to this a little later. So, these days there are a lot of words that are going on, such as compassion fatigue. I have often wondered, can we actually be fatigued by compassion? Yeah? Or is there something wrong, something that we have not attended in ourselves when we think about compassion fatigue? And in the study of Western psychology, I was asked to speak on Western psychology somehow, but I'm talking from both Western and Eastern perspectives. There has been a lot of misunderstanding, I would think, about altruism and masochism. I will go to this a little later. So now there are diverse routes to studying compassion and empathy, as we have heard from the former speakers also. They have to be contextualized and cannot be understood in isolation. We become compassionate or not also on the conditions of the soil in which we are placed, historical periods, the spirit of the times that govern us, social values, collective, questions that we are beseeching with our parents, teachers, family, leaders, etc. So as the former speakers have spoken, we can understand compassion and empathy from historical, socio-political, bio-neurophysiological, ecological, and psychological perspectives. In psychology, I must say that compassion, empathy, and altruism are really under-researched topics, given their salience in everyday living for teachers, for parents, for colleagues, our attitude towards our seniors and our subordinates, and they deserve to be more centrally brought to the fore. Again, there is not one psychology that we have. I am talking more from a humanistic, phenomenological, and psychoanalytical perspective, including certain Eastern perspectives, Buddhism being one of the important psychologies of the East. And I would also like to think that human motivation is multidimensional and multi-layered in its nature. I will now go on to think along with you of 6 central psychological considerations that can enhance the potential for compassion and empathy. This is based on maybe a century-long research and studies in psychology. The first is relational mirroring in early childhood and meaning making of traumatic losses in life through relational roots. The second is understanding suffering as universal in nature. The third is the pursuit of self-insight and self-reflection. The fourth is negative capability or the capacity to tolerate different psychic states and learn from experience. The fifth is to re-examine the nature of self and reach an expanding consciousness and a cosmic connectedness. And lastly, on the receptivity to unconscious richness and opening the mind to imagination, reverie, and sympathetic connectedness. So, what do insights from developmental and social psychology teach us? Without being able to go into each of the studies that I have here, because I don't have that much of time, let me say this, that one insight that joins all psychological understanding is that not only at the beginning of our lives, but all through our lives, we need relationships which can mirror us, which attune us, and which can see us for whom they are. D.W. Winnicott is a British psychoanalyst, and he talks about the mirror role of the mother. By mother here we mean anyone who is the mothering person, who brings us up. So he says the first mirror in which we see our reflection is the mother's eye, and this goes very deep into us. I see myself as I am seen. If our caretakers are always frowning or looking angry, agitated, troubled, stressed out, it leads to a split in self and other experience. Neither do we really feel good about ourselves, nor do we really feel good about the other. We feel divided, we feel guilty, and we feel dislocated and disoriented to a large extent. So emotional attunement in very early life experiences, as psychotherapists, we see the difficult impact of it. People come to us with experiences where you may try to mirror them, but they feel very, very easily misunderstood. Something at the order of very basic life-affirming attunement is missed out for them. Winnicott spoke about emotional holding. He also said that as a parent, one has to allow oneself to be used by the child. And what does he mean by using? He means by using is that you do something good for your child and your child is very angry in response to it. You try to help the child and the child destroys your efforts. Yeah? This is a developmental part. Yeah? So when this is happening, we have to understand this, that this will happen many times, and yet as parents we have to continue giving to children without changing the quality of our love. Peter Fonagy and Mary Tage, again two British psychoanalysts, they talk about the capacity for mentation as being contingent on someone keeping us in their mind, and this later transforming into an ability to intuitively connect to others and feel for others. I'm not trying to say that it is only positive experiences which we will have in our early or later life, but we often need another, an attuned caregiver, to give meaning to the traumas of our early life, difficult experiences. Meaning making at the beginning of life is a relational process later on too. Witnessing presence of the other helps us to not get stuck in remaining victims but becoming survivors in life. So as a core thing I would like to say here is that insights from psychotherapy point that self-doubt and an obsession with a defective self, or when criticality towards the self is very high, comes when we have had inadequate attuned care and mirroring in life. So our temperaments, compassion and empathy are potentials in our temperaments. They can either be enhanced or thwarted by our life experiences. And as Professor Bindu was speaking about, the default pathways in the brain system, the default mode network is very high in people who feel very criticized by others, and therefore they feel very obsessively, they keep going back to their own self because whatever validation is coming from external sources feels very fake to them. The second point I want to bring up very quickly is on valuing suffering, not something to be rid of. Suffering is not negative. It is an inevitable accompaniment of being alive. The Dalai Lama, I think, is one of the most important teachers of the 20th and 21st century who's emphasized so much on the preciousness of suffering. Yeah, if I had time, I would have taken you to how the Dalai Lama helps to transform suffering into a creative force, especially with torture survivors from Tibet. I have been a student of the Dalai Lama for the last almost 30 years now, fascinated by the psychology that he brings here. So the third point I want to talk about is that to develop a capacity to connect to the unbearable in life. There are very many uncomfortable truths about our lives, uncomfortable experiences. What enables compassion and empathy is when we can make the unbearable bearable. We don't run away from pain. We don't run away from vulnerability. We don't run away from feeling weak. And this becomes an authentic conduit of realizing interdependence in life. So, all the time in neoliberal world, we are giving the message that we must be strong. But I think a capacity to cry and to take in losses in life actually enables symbolization of the past in a much more meaningful manner. Thich Nhat Hanh is another Buddhist monk, and I would like to read a small verse of one of his poems. He says, "My joy is like spring so vast, it makes flowers bloom all over the earth. My pain is like a river of tears, so vast it fills the four oceans." Yeah, so we can acknowledge both pain as well as joy and open ourselves to a compassionate heart. Or Jalaluddin Rumi, who is a very well-known Sufi poet, who says, "Keep looking at the wound, for it is the place from where the light enters." Yeah? Woundedness is not something to be ashamed about. Woundedness is again something which we will build up as our strength in life as we go on. Another point very briefly I would like to say is that when we work in psychology on compassion, there has to be a reorientation of the understanding of the self. Western psychology has, by and large, conventional mainstream Western psychology has limited itself to a self which is highly individualized. Yeah? So now that is a problem. But there are also minor perspectives in Western psychology which give us the idea that the self is deeply, I and you are not separate. Yeah? Or you are in me and I am in you. And we can practice becoming minor. Yeah? We don't have to always practice becoming major, somebody who is superior to me. I can practice becoming somebody who is much less than me, and that is an opening to compassion and empathy. We can practice becoming man and woman and third gender rather than only being limited by our bodies as a man or a woman. So the self, Geshe-la also highlighted this part, the self is an extended self. To see, appreciate this is also a training in compassion and empathy. Self-reflection, introspection and insight, as I mentioned earlier on, every psychologist, I would think, I've been a teacher of psychology in university setups for the last 30 years now, and I would think that one of the most important things that I would like to bring to my students is self-work, working on the self rather than only thinking that we become experts working on to others. So we can, by self-training, we are able to see that the worst and the best potentials exist in each one of us. And self-reflection is a lifelong task. It's a process, we go on to it. And lastly, I would like to say, I actually had an updated presentation, but Now I'm working with something else. I'd like to say this, that as a psychoanalyst, one of the things that I valued in my training was how to understand unconscious flows in the self. These unconscious flows can be our dream states. These unconscious flows can be states of reverie. You know, I'm listening to you and imagining a scene. Yeah? I think one of the best places to go is to literature, because when a writer writes a character, a writer deeply empathizes with that character, only then a character can be born. So opening the mind to reverie, opening the mind to imagination. We are bound by our life experiences, we are also bound by our bodies, but we are never bound by our imagination. Our imagination can travel distances, our imagination can go to worlds which are not our own. We can sympathetically connect to people, also learn from those spaces where we felt a great block in our empathy. Yeah? Failures in empathy are as much teachers as, you know, our success moments where we could connect to the other. So opening up the human mind and training it to the possibilities of welcoming and hosting the non-rational in life, not just the rational or the irrational, that is a binary. What I'm trying to say is the third spaces have to open up if we have to think about compassion and empathy. So, this is something I've already said. So, compassion and empathy are enhanced as the faculties of our mind enlarge and psychic states open up, dreaming, fantasy, reverie, and the artistic work of imagination and sympathetic connectedness. I will not go too much into the rest of my presentation for time, but I would only say that as human beings, collectives, groups, and individuals, we all have many defenses that become internal hurdles to enhancing compassion and our connectedness with suffering. For instance, most of the time we want to deny pain, or we want to minimize it, or we want to externalize it. Somebody else is responsible for my problems. We project it onto others. We split it up. We split the world between good and bad. We split it by saying that some people are like that. And what I have learned so much from the Tibetan leadership of His Holiness is precisely this part, that there is no splitting between the self and the other. The Chinese is never portrayed as somebody who's bad. The Chinese is portrayed as carrying humane potentials. And I think that is the true meaning of how we reach compassion. I was recently thinking about, Tibet and Israel as two communities which have both suffered such a long period of displacement and people becoming refugees, and how different is the historical absorption of that trauma. Yeah. So in Tibet, what we see is that there is a leader who has made it possible to acknowledge losses in a culturally meaningful manner. Maybe not in my, kind of psychological training that I'm coming in, but there is such an emphasis of a meaning-making Buddhist holding that takes place, and there are avenues for mourning without breaking down. There is a renewal of self-definition, a cultural framework to hold distress, and a distinctive attitude towards the other, the Chinese as humane and potential. And as His Holiness says, we can never forgive another person without remembering. It is only in remembering what we have gone through that actual forgiveness comes about. So what we see here is that compassion is not just something which is at a personal one-to-one level. Compassion also has a very important role to play in the politics of the world. How do we heal the world? Through a compassionate lens which does not deny suffering but faces suffering frontally and yet does not limit our possibilities. I will end with one of the Dalai Lama's prayers, which I have valued a lot. He says, "As long as space endures and as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to help dispel the misery of the world." I think the invocation to both compassion and altruism is very strongly present in this prayer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hani Obroji. It was really a profound and an insightful presentation on the topic psychological reflection on compassion and empathy. And I do regret that due to limited time, there's many more meaningful topics which we haven't covered yet, but I assure you that our participants are really intrigued to have this inter-exchange of dialogue with you and with the rest of the speakers we have. Well, with this now, I would like to invite our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Amarjeeva Lochanji, on stage. And I would like to introduce you, Professor Amarjeeva ji.
I think there are certain positions of mine no more continuing in the University of Delhi system. I bow to the triple gem of Buddha and to his holy feet of His Holiness. I am a simple teacher and I feel I am here not as a guest of honor, but not GOH, but GH, you can say GFL, guest for learning. I have been learning since morning. My connect with the subject is very, very confined to understanding the Buddhist philosophy and ethics. And psychology, sitting behind and sitting before with those great scholars, including Professor Nandita Babu. My only connection with psychology is her constant support to my administrative work and also training my daughter to be a great psychologist. She guided her for PhD. And all these great experts sitting on the dais, I feel like a very sorry figure. But I am full of ideas by all these three great presentations. Geshe-la is a source of energy. He surcharges you even if you have a zero in your mind. So from zero to hero, I will try to become by learning from you all. And I am sure I have certain kind of thoughts which can help my young scholars, young students who have come from their university and other people whom I know quite a lot for that. You see, when His Holiness the Dalai Lama's celebration of 90th year we are having, this is an occasion in coming 100 years nobody would believe that we attended that one. We are so fortunate. We are so fortunate. Unbelievably, it will be recorded in history. And at the same time, each words of his is very important for us even today. When we are referring today in the morning by Geshe-la regarding modern education in emphasis by His Holiness, I just wanted to know a little bit more about that. He is so deeply rooted to the consciousness and cultural awareness and heritage in his learning process of modern education and emphasis. He talks about modern forms of education. See the words beauty. He is not talking about modern education because we simply will go to neuroscience, psychology and physics and chemistry, because these all were surviving very well, flourishing in Nalanda tradition. So he is talking about modern forms of education because these subjects, including neuroscience and psychology, may be well understood in the modern concept because we have lots of gadgets and tools which helps us in learning more about the complexity and also complications of the mind and mindsets. So this is very important word which he has given to us and we are learning from that. Neuroscience and studying of the brain has been a great subject in last 20 years in indic sense. It has been a subject, as you know, psychology has been created, and then we have been learning more about the subject in a Western perspective, as very much correctly said by, I will call Professor Oberoi, Professor Madhu Oberoi. I will avoid honey because I am very much for indigenization. So Professor Madhu Oberoi was saying about the Western psychological limitations. Understanding Western psychological limitation has to be understood by young students because it has some sort of inkling towards I-ness, not we-ness. So this is very important point you have raised before us, and I am sure all the scholars here will be learning more about that. So here Also, I would like to discuss a little bit about mindfulness. You know, mindfulness has become a very big word in understanding Buddhist behavior and also understanding Buddhist philosophy and all. I have certain kinds of a sharp observation of the word, which was used first time by T.W. Rhys Davids in her own great collection of translation, translating sati, the satipatthana concept, as you know, in Pali literature also. But she was referring to this word mindfulness in those days, not in the sense of mind full of knowledge. She is talking about constant presence of mind, and you know, presence of mind means you are alert to the society. But unfortunately, later on, it became a word of big coinage to be understood as a secular meaning given by, as you know, the first person who has talked more about this, John Ginn, and he talked about under the MBSR program how it has a meaning of understanding. But you see here, mindfulness becomes a subject of distressing yourself, detoxifying yourself. But it is much larger than that. So we have to be careful about that. Mindfulness has been brought into Western understanding of worldwide human nature. We have never to forget that its origin comes from Buddhist background. The origin should not be forgotten by us. And that's why when I see some of the scholars writing about this mindfulness in the sense of great development which has happened, you see, you know, Ellen Langer has been known as a mother of mindfulness. Our fathers and mothers have been already in Buddhist literature. So, with all respect to Western psychologists and people who are talking about mindfulness, we have to be very alert about our own system of understanding these terms and terminology which have been very useful in last 2000 years, as Geshe-la told in the beginning. From that time to Darwin, we are into that kind of understanding our mindset and mind psychology. Now, coming back, when we talk about the impact of that, as you know that when we talk about vipassana, we talk about any form of meditation, and its sparkling moments in the brain mapping is widely known nowadays. I mean, you can see instant impact coming on your neurons and all in your brain. And it is amazing because the modern, as I told Geshe-la, that modern tools helps us a lot. So we can understand how deep is the impact which comes constantly, which can be seen, as you have seen in Professor Kutti's presentation in PowerPoint about those, you know, MRI pictures of brain, which is very, very emphatic on the subject of that. So we are very sure about that. Ours is understanding not in the sense of only stress remover, but also human kindness has to be grown by the understanding of brain and impact through neuro studies of the psychology of this one. Now, you know, you have always a problem when you are the last speaker, but unfortunately, I am sorry, I will not be taking much longer time, but still I have some word to say about that. When His Holiness the Dalai Lama and other people have talked about the subject, and they always talk about Karuna Ahimsa as we are celebrating the year as the year of compassion, I am sure these have to be understood in the basic understanding of what we have in literature available in different philosophical writings in late or early first millennium century, the early millennium era, when we can find lots of books are there in that. Now, I also request all of us here that we should be understanding the limitations of understanding the terms and terminology. When our most Reverend Geshe-la was talking about the 5 stage of mapping mind situation, where the 5 ever present elements, Asparsha, Manaskara, Sangya and Vedana and Chetana. And we do have to understand what do they mean, because everybody is not understanding Pali or Sanskrit. But when we have certain words, which he has also quoted very beautifully to us, how it comes in, sparsha becoming contact, and attention and manaskara, and some many other words, feelings in the case of Vedana, which has beautifully presented in the slides. I only want to add here, these expressions in English language gives you only 1/10 of the deep meaning of these terms. How to get the 100% out of these terms and terminology? There are many ways to do that. One, come regularly to Tibet House activities. That is for sure you will have understanding in a bigger and deeper meaning. Secondly, by trying to learn basic language where it has been created. I came to this place, Tibet House, in 1985, 40 years ago. I am very old now. I was very young toddler those days. 40 years ago, I learned Tibetan language for 2 years, and I could feel the language of Tibetan is not only language of Tibetans, it is language of our own understanding of Buddhist philosophy. Because, you know, in the living condition, if you learn Tibetan texts, you will not be less happier than what you are today. I am sure some of my students who are doing PhD, I can request you, please do join the course of diploma or something in our campus courses also. That will give you good insight about that. So when we talk about these terms, then we'll know fuller meaning of that. And this fuller meaning is very important for understanding that if you are studying mind and philosophical terms. I know when we study psychology, philosophy cannot be neglected. They are intertwined. In all the lectures of today, I could feel how poor I am because I am not able to bridge between the two, because I am not that much expert into the subject. So I could feel that today we have to take the words here from this kind of symposium. We have to connect both together. Psychology may look to you a modern science tools in the Western concept, but we have Mana Vidya for so long, and we should understand in a larger meaning to help each other. Now, the last point which I want to discuss with all of you here. We have seen so many great names in psychology. We have seen many great philosophers and all names. I would request that we should respect their findings and understand, but we have to further move in a direction of, as I said, indigenization of understanding your own background is very important. I was looking into understanding that nowadays we know lots of Western scholars, they have done fantastic jobs. But is it not a time that some of you become a great scholar in the traditional methodology of understanding mind and mindfulness, and also the mind and mind's requirement and presence? I can mention some of them. J. Tsongkhapa, great scholar of 13th century, and another one which I remember today, Longchenpa. These writings are great to understand the background, what we are discussing today. Why don't we follow and become one of smaller disciples of these traditions, which will give you back to those what you belong to. And this is the way you can have a good matching, good comparative and good balancing act between the two tools of learning, Western psychology and Indian psychology. That's very important, and I'm sure I could just hear from her that there are 300 plus psychology students, and the University of Delhi also, with Professor Nandita Babu's kindness, we have 100,000, almost 400 people at the moment, they are learning psychology. I'm sure in next revision of the subject, kindly introduce certain sort of Buddhist psychology into that, so we can have more ideas to learn in that. I'm sure I am not so expert as I told you, but it's great pleasure, biggest pleasure to be here all the time. Thank you so much. That's all.
Thank you, Professor Amarji Balochanji. I do want to make a point by extending my great appreciation and high regards to you, sir, for always supporting our academic events and exemplify as a true source of inspiration and knowledge to all of us, sir. Well, thank you. Now with this, we have come to the conclusion of the very first inaugural session, and before I proceed with the session number 1, which emphasizes on contemplative and neuroscience perspective on compassion, and will be chaired by Professor Nandita Babu, the former head and senior professor of applied developmental psychology, cognitive psychology, and Department of Psychology from Delhi University. So on this note, now I conclude the inaugural session, and I would like to thank our keynote speakers from all the various perspectives who have spoken and shared their profound wisdom on the subject, and our esteemed guest of honor for setting an example to all of us. Well, thank you very much, and with this we have come to the conclusion of the inaugural session. And as we proceed to the next session, I request all the participants to kindly remain seated. We will begin the session number 1 within 2 minutes. Thank you. You can just a moment. I can give you the Wi-Fi password. Do you need the Wi-Fi? For you to get the... Okay, yeah. Well, that won't be music for me right now. Yeah. I'll just... You can share it to me, ma'am. Gracias. Slide show presenter view. Ini kan di kamera sini. Kalau madam nama apa? Kalau nama baru. Okay, macam mana? Ini mana?
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have attention, please? I request all the participants to kindly remain seated as we are about to start the session now. Respected Excellencies, Director of Tibet House, New Delhi, Venerable Geshe Durjit Damdullah, Venerable monks, nuns, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, a very warm Tashi Dilig. My name is Pempadun, and I am currently serving as a Deputy Program Coordinator at Tibet House, New Delhi. It is a profound honor to stand before you at today's conference on Neuroscience of Mental Experience, and Psychological Perspective of Compassion and Autism, Neuroscience and Psychology Series 10. On behalf of Tibet House, New Delhi, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you to today's first session of the conference. May I now kindly invite our chairperson, Professor Nandita Babu, Senior Professor in the Department of Psychology, University of Delhi, along with our esteemed speakers, Dr. Jyotsna Agrawal, Additional Professor of Clinical Psychology, NIMHANS, Bengaluru, Ms. Senthil Hardala, Doctorate Candidate, Department of Humanities and Social Science, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, to kindly come up to the dais and to take your respective seats. Now, please allow me to introduce our chairperson for this session briefly. Professor Nandita Babu is a senior professor of psychology at the University of Delhi with over 30 years of work in child and adolescent development. She has earned major honors including UGC National Scholarships, Candidate Commonwealth Scholarships, and a Fulbright Fellowship. Her research spans cognitive, language, and socio-emotional development, and she has supervised 30 plus PhD students and published over 80 papers and 5 books. I would now like to chairperson to kindly lead the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and I would like to thank Tibet House and the organizers for inviting me to chair this session. Though I'm coming here for the first time, I have been constantly in touch with the work that Tibet House does and the work of His Holiness Dalai Lama. And it's a pleasure to tell you or share with you that in this year of compassion, I am proudly can share it with you that one of my students, Sherin, she submitted her PhD this year on compassion, and she did a research on Buddhist monks and followed a life history method where she studied the experience of compassion in them from childhood onwards. It's a great work, and if there will be any opportunity, I would ask her to share this with you. I will not share the work with you because it's her work, she will share it with you. Since I have already been introduced as a scholar in child psychology, you can say, developmental psychology, and based in cognitive psychology as well. When we talk about compassion, I would like to share with you a few words. I will not take much time because we are already delayed. But when we, as a child psychologist or a developmental psychologist, I have seen children, I have worked with them, and I feel that all of us, we are born with this ability of compassion or the tendency to be compassionate. If you look at very small child from the, say, even few months old, you'll see how sensitive they are to the others. For example, maybe an 8-year-old or a 7-month-old, 8-month-old child, if the mother will be holding the child and the child is pointing out towards something, and if the mother is not looking at that, the infant will try to push the mother's face towards that. Now, why the child is doing this? Because the child knows that if my mother is not looking at that object, then she is not sharing the same object with me. You just look at the sensitivity of the child. The child is so sensitive at that point of time that if I am with my mother and we are looking at something, the mother is not looking at that object, then she should look at that because we will share the same phenomena. Same thing happens when just some simple experiences with children. A stranger arrives at home, rings the bell, the mother was holding the baby, say around same time, 6 months, opens the door, the child would be looking at the stranger, it's completely stranger, then will shift towards the mother's face, look at the mother's face and see how the mother is reacting. If the mother is showing a smiley face, then she is fine. If not, then she will start crying. Why? Because she is looking for a social reference. She wants to know whether it's an environment which is comfortable for me or not. So all these things are showing that the child is very sensitive towards the others, towards the environment, the social world. Now, you would probably think then, what happens? When the child grows up, he or she tries to lose contact with the world and will never think about the others or share experiences with others. What happens? Maybe the social world is something which is clouding such type of experiences of the child. One important thing that happens during the development of the child is, that is during say 3 to 4 years of age, as Professor I think in the morning session she was talking about the neuroscience perspective, and she was referring to theory of mind. The child has the ability to understand the other person, what the other person is thinking, what emotions the other person is having, and what he or she would be doing. I mean, all these things, like when the child is looking at the other person in particular action, the child can predict the behavior of the other person. So that indicates the child is trying to understand what the other person wants to do, wants to say, which is called a theory of mind, it's called perspective taking, and also empathy. Because when we are empathetic, we are in the same shoe with the other person. So we experience the same emotions. Now, I'll talk a little bit about how empathy is different from compassion a little later. But when we look at the development of the child, understanding of self, then understanding of the other, and then after you understand yourself and the other person, then you act in the world. So maybe compassion comes when we act in the world. Like if you feel emotion, that's fine. If you feel empathetic, that's fine. You are not limited to that, but you are moving beyond that. If you see somebody suffering, you experience that and you try to help that person. So helping that, when you are putting yourself in action, then you are becoming compassionate. Now, if the child is able to understand the other person, shares the beliefs of the other person, what the other person is thinking and all that, that is theory of mind, then why compassionate, the child is not developing compassion in the sense, in the true sense of the term. In this context, I'll just tell you one thing, that it all depends on how the child is being socialized in the family, socialized in a particular culture, socialized in the school. There was a very simple finding on moral reasoning in where we recorded the moral discourses of the mother and the child, and there we, just to give you one instance, the mother is trying to encourage helping behavior in the child, is saying that, okay, your friend, if your friend will ask for something in the classroom, then you can share it. Then the child goes on sharing pencils, rubbers. So every day the child will be returning home without pencils, without rubber, without notepad. Then it's a problem for the mother, what she will do. Then she started making a difference. Okay, now you don't share everything with others. You'll have to be judicious, you'll have to think. You need to keep something for yourself. Every day you cannot give all your things to your friend. Now the child get confused, what to do? Whether I should share, whether I should help or not. So such type of practices that are happening in the family somehow molds the child's thought towards being helpful, to share with others. And so that's why what I was trying to say, that probably it is the social world which is clouding our thought about becoming compassionate. Compassion is something which is, as everybody have already shared, is something which is very important for the humanity, and we need to nurture it. Now nurture should start from the very beginning of life, and that should be from childhood and at the family level. But that is not something that we shouldn't stop at that level. Even if the child has not developed compassion, has become has turned up to this age of adolescence, can we make changes in the behavior of an adolescent and youth? For example, a child who is bullying the other child, the child who is delinquent and in an observation hope, can we make changes in them by making them compassionate or not? Now, research in neuroscience actually is helping us at this level, because neuroplasticity says that we can change the brain, we can tune our brain. So if it is so, then we can train ourselves to be compassionate. Now, different regions, as Professor has already shared it in the morning, that different regions of the brain, the frontal cortex, temporoparietal region, anterior cingulate gyrus, all these areas of the brain that are important for, say, social cognition, theory of mind, understanding others, empathy. Contemplative practices can make changes in these areas, and research has already established this fact that if you engage in contemplative practices like mindfulness meditation, yoga, any form of meditation practices, then changes in these areas of the brain can happen. So that itself leads us to this conclusion that we should go ahead with compassion training programs at different levels. And I'm actually inclined towards training and intervention programs for children and adolescents. So I would like to encourage people who work with school boards and even CBSE and NCERT, they should make it an integral part of their school curriculum, compassion training. There are courses on social-emotional learning at different levels, but we should focus more on compassion training through contemplative practices. Now, with these words, I will start the session. We have two speakers in this session. Dr. Jyotsna Agarwal. She is currently an additional professor at the Department of Clinical Psychology, NIMHANS, where she completed her MPhil and PhD. She serves as a consultant for several services in the institute, including adult psychiatry, positive psychology, and integrative medicine. She is also the faculty in charge of VIPRA division, that is Vedic Indian Psychology Research and Application. She received prestigious fellowships at Washington University, USA, and there are many such fellowships that she has to her credit. Her interests include Indian psychology, yoga, consciousness studies, positive psychology, preventive and promotive mental health. And she will be talking about, I don't have the topic. The topic is on Arvind. You'll be linking it to Aravinda philosophy. Okay. She'll be talking about compassion with respect to Sri Aurobindo's philosophy, and she'll be talking in detail about her work. And the second speaker we have is Ms. Hedol, and she's a doctoral candidate in the Department of Humanities and Social Science, IIT Delhi. Her research investigates the concept of personal identity within the philosophical debate between Dolapa Sharaf, I don't know how to pronounce this, the last one, Gelson. And she's working in the tradition of Indo-Tibetan Buddhist philosophy, comparative thought, textual hermeneutics. She's currently pursuing the Nalanda Master's course and the Nalanda Diploma course at Tibet House. She has also held several roles in youth engagement educational initiatives in 2018 as a program coordinator for Flowering Dharma youth organization. In 2019, she worked as an educator for SCE learning, socio-emotional and ethical learning. Alongside her doctoral work, she is actively involved in translating Nalanda course sessions from English to Ladakhi and contributes to translation efforts during Tibetan retreats. I welcome you both for this session. Since we have a limitation of time, I would request you all to be brief in your presentation so that we'll complete it by, say, 1:15. Thank you so much. Now, Yoshna Agarwal, please.
Namaste, everyone, and thank you. My heart is full. This is a special occasion in the honor of His Holiness Dalai Lama this year as 90th birthday, Year of Compassion. So I really thank Geshe for inviting me and giving this opportunity. And also to talk about Sri Aurobindo's perspective. I'm like a student, not really like feel there to talk about it. So I have put together some things from my own understanding, which I will be presenting. So here, I'll start with a little bit about Sri Aurobindo because not many people may not know that he's one of the very advanced yogi, mystic philosopher in the modern India. He was born on 15th August 1872, and very soon after, when he was young, he was sent to England for his education with a special focus that he should be kept away from Indian influence. And he did very well in studies, had scholarships, and mastered Western philosophy and multiple languages, including Greek, Latin, and all. He returned to India and started working with Gaikwad Prince in Baroda College, which is now a university. He learned Sanskrit during that time and many other Indian languages. And that time he realized that it's very important for India to gain freedom so that Indian culture flourishes, because it has a lot to contribute to the world. And that also gradually led him to get involved in the revolutionary movement. He got involved, as well as he gradually moved to Calcutta, became most outspoken leader for India's independence. And this period he also took some private lessons from one of Maharashtrian yogi, and his purpose was basically to gain power, yogic power, which he can use for revolutionary activities, actually, for India's freedom. But within 3 days, he managed to completely and permanently silence his mind, and soon after, he had the realization of silent, impersonal Brahman. Meanwhile, he was considered to be the most dangerous man of British India by British Empire, British Viceroy, and he was jailed for 1 year in case of a revolt. And during this time, he used for sadhana, he read Bhagavad Gita intensely, as well as he had a realization of the personal divine in everyone and everything around him. After this phase, he came out of the jail and decided to relocate to Pondicherry, which was a French enclave that time. And his purpose was that for a few years he will do an intensive sadhana. However, he continued living there till the end of his life and devoted his time to yoga, as well as wrote some of the most significant work like Life Divine, Synthesis of Yoga, Essays on Gita, The Human Cycle, Secret of Veda, etc. And he was also joined by his spiritual collaborator, Mira Alfasa, and first visited in 1914 and later in 1920 she shifted. Since Sri Aurobindo was having major breakthroughs in spite of being so advanced in his practices and sadhana, so he kept on having more and more further experiences. And he retired completely. So Mira Alfasa, who is also known as the mother of Sri Aurobindo Ashram, she developed and she took care of the ashram as well as later on a spiritual community by name Auroville, which still exists in spite of them leaving the body. So here I would talk about his Sri Aurobindo's ideas on compassion and altruism. But before that, I also wanted to show a map, which is very complicated map, but just to inform the gathering, since we won't have time to go much in detail, that he spoke about various levels of consciousness and various levels of consciousness, not only at the cosmic level, but also at a personal level. And he also spoke about how we also need to keep growing at different layers of consciousness, and there are many things which we can do, because his idea was that not only the evolutionary process in the universe and nature makes us grow, but we can become a willing collaborator in this growth and evolution of consciousness. He also spoke about two very important things, that there is an involution of consciousness which has come down in the matter, and evolution of consciousness from there upward, where he spoke about there are two options. One, we can have, as we grow and advance in consciousness, we can have pure liberation. The other, he also spoke about the option of liberation along with transformation of every layer of consciousness, not just personal mukti. And this also relates to how he looked into the compassion and altruism, and that's what will keep coming back again and again in the presentation. So compassion, when we speak about it, it's about, as earlier also speakers have spoken, that it's towards all being. Friendliness and compassion often go together. So in his letters on yoga, he spoke about the feeling of oneness with all being, preoccupation with good for all being, which is Sarvbhute Hite Rata, which does not mean only humanity, but all beings actually, and all earth life. And how the liberated soul has universal friendliness, compassion, which is Maitri Karuna Evacha. So this compassion is rooted in a sense of oneness with God, with all beings. And he who sees all beings in his own self and his own self in all beings does not hate anyone thereafter. So this is important to look into, as some earlier speakers have also spoken about, that transcendence of ego is very important here, not just the traditional external ego-based rules and moralities. So here a person develops the perception and acknowledgement, the value of the self in others, because the same self is there in the other people, to give more value to the claim of this self in others and less to the claim of his own ego. So here, as we see, that ego is seen as a barrier to compassion and altruism, and he speaks about how altruism does the work of compassion very often for its own sake, because many times ego can use altruism to serve itself than the sake of the world it helps. And therefore, there is a strife between egoism and real true altruism, while a true altruistic tendency actually can lead to expansion and enlargement of the consciousness and the being. This compassion and altruism also does not mean subordination of the individual to the society and the humanity. It's not basically like that individual self or the ego is completely annihilated to the altar of the human collectivity, which he says, but to fulfill the individual in God and to sacrifice the ego on the true altar of all embracing divinity. So he is differentiated in that sense that individual is not to be like sacrificed to the collective. Compassion here he has differentiated from pity for self and others, not the shrinking of the heart and the nerves and flesh, which is the ordinary human form of pity, because he treats pity as a kind of form of self-indulgence, as it happened also to Arjuna in Bhagavad Gita. Compassion is going beyond pity, so he speaks about in the synthesis of yoga that passion of pity with its impure elements of physical repulsion and emotional inability to bear the suffering of others has to be rejected and replaced by the higher divine compassion which sees, understands, accepts the burden of others and is strong to help and heal. Interestingly, he has also spoken about different levels, so as this growing oneness happens, there are different levels where we feel oneness with other people and their joys and suffering. So the stage one he speaks about of the at the lower Prakriti level, which he says that in the first stage the soul is still subject to the reactions of the duality, still subject therefore to the lower Prakriti. And we suffer the joys of others and suffer their grief. And this oneness can be carried even to the body. As someone keeps growing in their consciousness, they reach the stage of freedom and subjection together in a way, stage 2, where the soul is free and superior to the cosmic reactions, which are then felt only in the life, mind and body as an inferior movement. So there is almost like a separation, and there is a witnessing which comes in. To the movement in the mind, you can say prana or the vital, as well as the body reactions. And then finally the stage 3 of the complete freedom, where there is the two spheres of existence are no longer divided, and the mind, life and body obeying utterly the higher law grows into the spirit of freedom. This does not mean insensibility to the subjection and struggles and sufferings of others, but it does mean a spiritual supremacy and freedom which enables one to understand perfectly, put the right value on things and heal from above instead of struggling from below. It does not inhibit the divine compassion and helpfulness, but it does inhibit the human and animal sorrow and suffering. So for this kind of compassion, there is a necessity of developing equanimity, a tranquil equality to pleasure, pain, suffering, happiness, and also that equality and equal-mindedness from the person the world is also not afflicted and troubled. And this calm of the liberated man, he says, that it's not indolence or incapacity, insensibility, inertia. It is full of immortal power, capable of all action, attuned to the deepest delight, open to profoundest love and compassion, and to every manner of intensest ananda. And for developing this equal-mindedness, several formulas have been given. One of the first steps is absence of egoism, I-ness, my-ness, or someone who has a universal heart and mind, which has broken down the narrow walls of the ego. This oneness at the deeper level is very fundamental, not the oneness at the mind, heart, vital self and ego, but even that can also be included. However, this oneness is at the deepest level of self. Without an exception, this oneness comes in. Without exception, nothing and no one, however the vile, fallen, criminal, repellent in appearance, can be excluded from this universal, this whole-souled sympathy and spiritual oneness. There is no room for, not merely for hatred or anger or uncharitableness, but even for no room for aloofness, disdain, or any petty pride of superiority. So, in fact, he also spoke about oneness with the rivals, and this poem actually was written as per his experience in the jail. As I mentioned, that he was jailed for 1 year, and there he had the experience of oneness with everyone. He saw divine in all things and all beings. So even in the jailer, this poem ends with my rival's downfall is my disgrace. I look on my enemy and see Krishna's face. Further, he speaks about beyond peace to love, so for the divine in all. And this, in this comment on the this verse from the Gita, where Krishna says that he who loves me in all beings, Sri Aurobindo talks about what is wanting to the philosophic equality is the soul of love. For the divine soul within him, there will be more. There will be adoration and love. That you adore the self, that divine self in every being. And when you see from all, from the thief and the harlot and the outcast, from the saint and the sage, the beloved looks forth and cries to us, "This is I." So he speaks about how compassion is the natural expression of the soul, the psychic, and the love, compassion, kindness, bhakti, ananda are the nature of the psychic being or the soul. And because the psychic being is part of the divine consciousness. And one of the processes important is the call of the psychic, which calls down this transcendent love and beatitude to deliver and transform this world of hatred and strife, division and darkness and jarring ignorance. It opens to a universal divine love, a vast compassion, an intense and immense will for the good of everyone. And this movement of psychic is felt like a pressure towards the divine through a sacred joy, love, joy, and oneness. I'll go a little fast because we have less time, but we can always discuss later. So in this compassion, when it descends from the divine, he talks about, it descends us with an eye, this compassion observes with an eye of love, wisdom, calm strength. And it enters to help and heal everything. Very interestingly, he also speaks about how this compassion, when it is expressed in humans, it expressed through their personalities. So in the saint and philanthropist, it may cast itself in the mold of a plenitude of love and charity. In a thinker and hero, it assumes the largeness of the force of a helpful wisdom or strength. So even for a warrior, they use this compassion to protect people or help in their fight of the righteousness. And this compassion and altruism is expressed in action for universal good, where even the sage who has found nirvana within and all around still and always is occupied with the good of all creatures. And this good is done impersonally. For the Lok Sangra, done is impersonally. Even those who present themselves here as opponent and enemies, there's no conflict here. Resistance and defeat are the best outward service that can be done to them. Even in the war, without shrinking of the heart, it is done. And if war comes in the wave of the dharma, he will accept it with a large equality and a perfect understanding and sympathy for those he has to destroy. So this compassion is large in the way where it sees the right place for everything. And developing compassion and altruism, so it's a gradual process, initially mentally you can say, then gradually widening. So he speaks about in his commentaries on the Isha Upanishad that although in the initial stages one needs to understand, sympathize with others, widen one's love and compassion or fellow feelings for others and work for others, as one experiences self-realization, they directly perceive the essential oneness in multiple forms of the universe. Very important need for self-introspection and analysis, where even a sincere altruism hides within itself the ego, and to be able to discover the amount of it hidden up in our most benevolent or even self-sacrificing actions is the acid test of sincere self-introspection, or sometimes it can be very painful analysis. However, altruism itself is, he says, that more important even by the good it does to ourselves than to others, because it leads to growth of the self in an inner self-heightening and self-expression, a higher law of our being which shall discover a means of reconciliation, free reciprocity and unity, as he says in the human cycle. We can also call for the divine powers, you can say the cosmic powers of love and harmony and wideness. In the Secret of the Veda, he speaks about Mitra is considered to be the Lord of love, a divine friend, a kindly helper, the most beloved of the gods, as he brings in our reach divine enjoyment and perfect happiness. He He creates in us a happy rightness of mind and feeling, sumati, a state of grace, an unhurt abiding place within, free from all undelightfulness. Often invoked in the company of Varuna, since Mitra cannot fulfill his harmony except in the wideness and purity of Varuna. And I'll end with this quote, one of my favorite, from Love of the Oneself. Whoever is the recipient, wherever, whatever the gift, it is the supreme, the eternal in things, who receives and accepts it, even it be rejected or ignored by the immediate recipient. Thank you. So I also want to acknowledge Dr. Matthias Collinson, ex-director of Indian Psychology Institute, Pondicherry, for his helpful comments.
Thank you, Professor Nandita Babuji, and congratulate Professor Jyotnaji. Good afternoon, everyone, respected Venerable Geshe-la, and all the venerables, monks and nuns here, and respected guest of honor, and all the distinguished guests and all the speakers. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Tibet House and to Venerable Geshe-la for giving me this opportunity, and Kungala, Kunkyabla, and all the Tibet House staff for this wonderful event commemorating the 90th birthday of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So today I will be speaking on the theme of Buddhist perspective of compassion and its relevance in today's world. In this presentation, I will discuss the Buddhist understanding of compassion, different types of compassion, and the methods for cultivating highest level of compassion by generating the mind of bodhicitta. Coming from Ladakh and seeing the Tibetan community, people always expressing Nyingje, Nyingje, meaning Tibetan compassion. So whenever they witness suffering or unexpected misfortune, yet it was only through the deeper study of Buddhist philosophy that I could understand the profound meaning and the scope of this compassion. Compassion, known as karuna, is one of the foundational pillars of Buddhist thought, practice, and ethical discipline. For far from being a mere sentimental, emotional sentiment, Buddhism understands compassion as a profound mental factor which wishes others to be free from suffering and its causes. It encompasses both the soft, affectionate concern and a lucid cognitive awareness of the pervasive suffering that pervades whole cyclic existence. These two dimensions, the affective warmth and the cognitive clarity, together gives compassion its power. The Buddha's own renunciation of the royal palace, motivated by this altruistic concern for the welfare of all beings. His quest for the enlightenment was inseparable from his aspiration to find a path that could liberate all beings from fear and to attain infinite happiness. This spirit is beautifully expressed by Aranagarjuna and Acharya Dignaga in their homage verses of Mula Madhyamika Karika and Pramana Samuchaya respectively as, enthused by great compassion, you taught the immaculate dharma to dispel all perverted views. To you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. So again, we can see how Buddha Shakyamuni was first enthused by great compassion, then he went in search of the dharma that he pervaded in all across. And Acharya Dignaga, the one who has transformed into the reliable guide, motivated by altruism to benefit sentient beings, the teacher, Sugatha, and protector, to you I make prostration. Both of these verses shows how, again, Buddha Shakyamuni first left the palace motivated by altruism, compassion. So this clearly illustrates that compassion becomes not just a virtue, but the very motivation for the entire path to be meaningful, culminating in complete awakening for the benefit of all beings. Extending compassion towards close friends and loved beings is relatively easy, as our natural affection often aligns with our wish for them to free from suffering. Yet the real depth of test compassion is tested when we are faced with difficult ones, or the hostile ones, or antagonistic individuals. Buddhist tradition of compassion and the four immeasurables emphasizes that it is precisely these challenging beings who become our greatest teachers, revealing our own self-centered attitude and giving us this rare opportunity to transform them. While companions often reinforce our biases, difficult beings expose our self-centered attitude and ego clinging. This, for mature being, endorses the need for us to cultivate equanimity, patience, and unconditional compassion. For bodhisattvas, such people are indispensably our greatest teacher in assisting to grow within as they make possible the generation of great compassion known as Mahakaruna, a compassion not limited but partially, but extended impartially to all beings. Within Mahayana Buddhism, compassion is fully expressed through the generation of bodhicitta, the altruistic intention to attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all beings. To generate this level of compassion bodhicitta, two classical methods for cultivating bodhicitta have been taught and transmitted by Buddha Shakyamuni through unbroken lineages. The first method, known as the sevenfold cause-effect method to generate bodhicitta, and second method, equalizing and exchanging self with others to generate bodhicitta. The first method, originally taught by Buddha Shakyamuni and was entrusted to Arya Maitreya, then passed to Arya Asanga, and later transmitted through masters such as Dharmakirti, known as Lama Serlingpa, before reaching to Joatisha Dipamkara Shigyana. Joatisha, who demonstrated extraordinary dedication, undertook an arduous 11th month sea journey to Indonesia solely to receive his genre of teaching on compassionate bodhicitta from Lama Serlingpa. He later, through invitation to Tibet by the La Lama Isheo and La Lama Changchubo, he transmitted it in Tibet and then flourished and adopted it as the mainstream teaching practiced across the all major Tibetan Buddhist traditions. The second method, which is the equalizing and exchanging self with others, is the method likewise taught by Buddha Shakyamuni and was transmitted through Arya Manjushri, Arya Nagarjuna, Bodhisattva Shantideva, and others. These two traditions converged again with Lama Serlingpa and Joje Paldanatisha, and from Tibet thereon have continued till today all over the world. While the sevenfold method focuses on recognizing others as one's own mothers, recalling their kindness and cultivating gratitude, the method of exchanging in self with others emphasizes to radically identify the self-centered attitude and recognize the benefit of other cherishing attitude, which is articulated by the brilliant Bodhisattva Shantideva in Bodhicharya Avatara, following the Arya Nagarjuna's teachings such as Precious Garland and Commentary on Bodhicitta. His celebrated verse succinctly captures the ethical paradox of self-centered attitude. In his classic text, Guide to Bodhisattva's Way of Life, all miseries the world contains arise from wishing happiness for oneself. All happiness the world contains arise from wishing happiness for others. On analytical ground, compassion in Mahayana Buddhism is categorized into three types by understanding its scope and the depth. Number first, compassion observing mere sentient beings, that is just to realize, understand, see other beings suffering from illness, sickness, mental disturbance, and so forth. And number second, compassion observing phenomena, that is recognizing that suffering arises from distorted conceptualities. For example, misconceptualities like seeing the impermanent phenomena as permanent phenomena. And number third, the most profound non-referential compassion, which is imbued within the wisdom realizing emptiness, which was Venerable Geshe-la was saying in the sharing in the morning, that it is through the changing the discrimination from the 5 omnipresent mental factor that it leads to the change in our intentions, that is to see the ground of the compassion. So, which again said by Arya Nagarjuna affirms, when the wisdom of emptiness arises, compassion inevitably arises. Compassion uproots anger and self-cherishing, the very roots of suffering. Thus, wisdom and compassion are practices not to be cultivated as separate, but must be done so in mutually reinforcing them. Without wisdom, the practice of compassion remains as mere sentimental lacking direction of course, whereas in the absence of compassion, the wisdom becomes cold or detached, the uniform forms the uniform union of the Buddhist ethics. Acharya Chandakirti in Madhyamika Avatar, very classical text, seminal text, he said that in that compassion alone is upheld as the seed of the harvest of seed perfect conquer, as the water that nourishes it, and as the ripened fruit that is source of enjoyment of beings for long. So I shall at the beginning praise this compassion. These words explain these through three analogies here, drawn from the life cycle of a harvest: the seed, the water, and the fruit. These represent the beginning, the middle, and the end of the Bodhisattva practice, how to generate a bodhicitta mind. The beginning, the seed. Every harvest begins with the seed. Without a seed, no crop is possible. Likewise, the path to enlightenment, Buddhahood, must begin with the seed of compassion. If compassion is absent at the start, the entire harvest of awakening cannot arise. The middle, the water. After the seed is planted, it must be nurtured. Water allows the seed to sprout and grow. In the same way, compassion in the middle way phase sustains the growth of bodhicitta, maturing into the highest level of the path. Without compassion as water, the seed of awakening cannot develop. The end, the fruit. The purpose of the fruit is to be enjoyed. A harvest fulfills its purpose only when beings can benefit from it. Similarly, when the fruit of our spiritual practice ripens, compassion is needed again to offer fruit to others. Without compassion at the end, the benefits of our realizations remain inaccessible and the purpose of the entire path is lost. In all three spheres, beginning, middle, and the end, compassion is indispensable. It is the seed that initiates the path, the water that sustains it, and the fruit's very ability to be shared. The essential message is to cultivate compassion continuously and allow it to guide every stage of practice. To elaborate further on compassion, Buddhist psychology distinguishes two aspects of the mind that shape it: the affective aspect, which moves and energizes the mind, and the cognitive aspect, which recognizes and understands phenomena. Again, this is to change the discrimination of the five omnipresent mental factor. Compassion requires both affective warmth of love and cognitive understanding that beings suffer due to the self-grasping ignorance and karmic conditioning. Having generated profound sense of affection to all beings, if one deeply recognizes both conceptually and experientially, that self-grasping inevitably gives rise to dissatisfaction, frustration, fear, sentiment of closeness, and naturally takes the form of compassion for all beings in this same pattern. Thus, compassion takes form of clear recognition, comprehended of cause and effect, pratitha samutpat, mutuality of dependency between self and others, that wishing happiness for others is wishing happiness for oneself, and the fundamental Buddhist insight that all phenomena arise dependently and lack inherent existence. Closely associated with it, and also as the ground for the cultivation of compassion, are the four immeasurables, four Brahma Viharas. Okay. Immeasurable loving kindness, immeasurable compassion, immeasurable joy, and immeasurable equanimity. While loving kindness is the wish for others to be happy and endowed with happiness and its causes, and compassion is to wish for them to be free from suffering and the cause of suffering, many confuse them among the aspect of these four immeasurables, which in the Buddhist texts are clearly taught and to be distinct from each other. Immeasurable equanimity serves as the foundation for generating impartial compassion, free of attachment to some and aversion to others, whereas immeasurable joy rejoices in others' well-being, accomplishment, and their success. These practices as necessary for altruistic engagement with others as foundation. The great compassion becomes the defining quality of a bodhisattva stated in Samdhinirmochana Sutra states, bodhisattva may train into many areas. If they train in one, all qualities come in the palm of their hand. What is that one? Practice. It is, and which Buddha stated as, it is great compassion. Amongst the most transformative practices emerging from the second method, that is equalizing and exchanging self with others, is the practice of Tonglen, giving and taking, giving the happiness of oneself and taking the suffering of others. Here one visualizes taking upon oneself the suffering of others in all forms, the evident suffering of pain and loss, the suffering of change, and the pervasive condition suffering, while giving them one's happiness, virtue, and favorable conditions. The practice contains two forms, a generalized version where one meditates on the suffering of all beings to be taken upon oneself, and a specific form which focuses on the suffering of a particular individual or group. The practices of giving includes the four types of generosity: generosity of material resources, generosity of love, generosity of protection from fear, and generosity of dharma, and amongst which generosity of dharma is considered as the profound one. Tonglen practice, however, requires a strong foundation in equanimity, for without impartiality, the mind may recoil when encountering the suffering of those who we dislike. It requires the practitioner to have sound ground in the practice of the earlier steps, such as reflecting on the demerits of cherishing oneself and reflecting on the merits of cherishing others. The Buddhist framework of compassion is also interlinked with the other topics, such as the discussion on rebirth, the nature of mind, karmic continuity, and so forth. While the Buddha advised not to follow us blindly, acceptance or nor hasty rejection, reasoning-based advice on empirical facts, on the non-annihilation of consciousness, and the arguments found presented in Acharya Dharmakirti's Pramana Vartika Chapter 2 support a coherent explanation of a model of mental continuity. Although not strictly but necessary, but for cultivating compassion, understanding rebirth expands the time frame of ethical responsibilities and helps to cultivate a deeper appreciation of beings as long-term companions while pursuing the journey of awakening. In today's world, one finds understanding of compassion as having immense relevance. Modern societies, such as Professor Bindukuti said in the morning, that how in neuroscience can be seen the difference between the basic awareness and the meta-awareness, how with meditation, meta-awareness, it's helped with self-regulation, emotion regulation, and network connection. Likewise, today we see unprecedented anxiety, loneliness, interpersonal conflict, and ecological crisis. Many of the psychological disturbances arise from the excessive self-focus, competition, and lack of emotional literacy. Contemporary contemplative research shows that compassion training drawn from Buddhist tradition and adapted into secular frameworks consistently reduces stress, depression, and emotional dysregulations, and how it benefits on the health. I think Dr. Chimila will be speaking in the evening. And in education, there is a growing recognition that cognitive development alone is insufficient. Added to the cognitive development, cultivating a healthy and compassionate mind is essential for raising emotionally intelligent and ethically responsible individuals. One significant initiative that embodies the shift is C-learning, social, emotional, ethical learning, envisioned by His Holiness the Dalai Lama and implemented by Emory University for years. And I myself, being an educator of C-learning, I have seen the difference in kids and children in schools. C-learning integrates compassion in this kids from the early of the age and ethical discernment and emotional resilience into secular system worldwide, offering a practical pathway to a more peaceful, cooperative, global society. Ultimately, Buddhist perspective clearly asserts that compassion is not just an ethical virtue, but a very heart of human flourishing. It is the gateway to bodhicitta that forces the transform ordinary beings into bodhisattvas and the root of all spiritual qualities for awakening. As Bodhisattva Shantideva reminds us, compassion and altruism are what make life meaningful, relationships heal, societies become harmonious, and enlightenment possible. A world guided by such compassion, grounded in wisdom, impartiality, and genuine concern holds the promise reducing conflict and nurturing a more humane future for the individual and the communities at large. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you so much once again, Venerable Geshe-la, and all the speakers and all the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal and Hidwal for doing a wonderful presentation. It's very enlightening to hear both the perspectives, Sri Aurobindo's perspective as well as Buddhist perspective. And we already discussed the neuropsychological perspective in the morning. So with these perspectives, we can go ahead with a lot of thinking about how to make a change in the world and have all of us go ahead with compassionate feeling, being compassionate, and probably propagate this sort of feeling among others. Now, since there is less time, I know all of you must be having a number of questions in mind to ask the speakers, but I would request you all to ask the speakers during the lunch hour while having our lunch. Thank you so much. We'll now go ahead for the lunch break. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and to all our distinguished speakers. Now, I would like to invite Professor Renuka Singh ji, who is a distinguished sociologist and a formal faculty member at the Center for the Study of Social System, School of Social Science, Jawaharlal Nehru, New Delhi. Currently serving as the director of Tushita Mahayana Meditation Center, Delhi, and a renowned sociologist, to kindly come up on the dais, stage and do the honor of presenting the sovereignness to our chairperson and speakers. Professor Nandita Babuji. Dr. Jyotsna Agarwal. Ms. Tenzil Hadunla. Thank you very much, Professor Renuka Singh ji, and to all our distinguished speakers for your meaningful presentations and insightful. We deeply appreciate your time and effort and valuable contribution to this conference. We will now break for 40 minutes lunch session, and may I request all the participants to kindly return your seat at 2:30.
May I inform all the participants that we are going to have a 45 minutes lunch break session, and you can kindly help yourself to the foyer area, and for all the speakers it will be at the foyer area, and for all the participants it will be at the lawn area. The lunch will be served at the lawn area, and it will be 45 minutes break session, and then we'll resume session number 2 at 2:10 p.m. Thank you very much. To be back.
हेलो 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 आ रहा है?
Hello everyone. We are now about to start the second session, so please be seated. Thank you everyone for joining this session, the second session of the conference. Hello everyone, may I have your attention please? We are now about to start. Please be seated as soon as possible. Okay. I hope you all had a good break. So we will now resume the second session. Okay, thank you. So for this session, we have a very interesting theme, which is compassion in ethics and behavior. And for this session, we have Professor Urmi Nanda Biswas ji as our chairperson, who is the professor and head Department of Psychology, University of Delhi. And for the speakers, we have three speakers. First one is Professor Antonino Rapon, Department of Psychology, who is joining online from University of Rome, Italy. Second, we have Dr. M. Sakit, who is a scientist from the Department of Neurophysiology, NIMHANS. And our third speaker is Dr. Chime Dolgarla, from Tibetan medical practitioner equivalent to MD in Soa Rigpa, New Delhi. So may I kindly request the chairperson and the speakers to kindly come up on the dais and take your respective seat. Okay. So now may I kindly request our chairperson, Professor Urmi Nandaji, to kindly proceed the session. Thank you.
Namaste and very good afternoon to you all. Honorable Gesela Dajidamdol, colleagues from different institutes in Delhi and from outside, Professor Bindu Kutti, Dr. Josna, Professor Hani Irani, and all my colleagues sitting there, Professor Renuka Singh, and my panelists here sitting here, Dr. Saket and Dr. Chaim. So I was very excited to look at the topic given to the name of the session, that compassion in ethics. It's very, the title seems catchy, but it has its importance in today's contemporary India because compassion in ethics has a lot of connotations. So the connotation is that nowadays you will be happy to know that in UPSC exams there is a topic called compassion in ethics. Why it is so important to talk about compassion in ethics then? It's important because when we talk about compassion, as the Holiness Dalai Lama says that there is only religion in world is compassion. And when you are talking about compassion in ethics, it talks about a lot of things like well-being, beneficence, welfare, and its relevance for the society. So when you are talking about beneficence particularly and equality, beneficence means that when we do our duty with the obligation of others' benefits, that it will benefit others. And thus it is so important not only for the public servants, for all of us who are working in the different walks of life. The second thing is that when you're talking about equality and inclusivity, which are parts of ethics, are extremely important to be sensitive to the need of the underprivileged and also vulnerable groups when we are taking decisions. So, when we are talking about the speakers included in today's session, it's a very curious mix of speakers who are working in different domains, particularly talking about Professor Antonino Raffon, who himself, I was going through his article, which has been published in 2024, the pattern theory. And pattern theory of compassion is based on the pattern theory of emotion. And it's really what Professor Raffon and his colleagues have done is that how it can be applied when we're talking about actions and agentic action and how it can be used in day-to-day life. That is the crux of the theory. So when he's differentiating compassion from sympathy and empathy, the major component is how it can be carried over to action. Saying that, before going to introduce all my panelists, I also looked at Dr. Saket's work, PhD work, and he has done a huge survey, something around 3,000 some practitioners of Isha Foundation, Sadhguru's meditational practices, and there he has found out that how the practitioners and others differ in their kind of different types of behavioral actions, and a lot of things he's talking about, particularly cognitive aspects and how meditation affects our day-to-day activities. And from there, of course, he has taken it to the EEG, through the EEG and MRI, and a lot of scientific research, documentation of scientific research. So that is another field which will, I think will be very exciting. And the third speaker of today is Dr. Chaim Dolkar, and she practices Soarika, that is the Tibetan medicine, which is based on kind of the traditional practices of the Tibetan medicine, and she is based, and it is kind of, she has been working with National Commission for Indian Systems of Medicine. I am not very used to your words, but I'll learn more about that. So now let me have the privilege, today I really find myself to be privileged to introduce my learned colleagues and scientists. So talking about Professor Antonino Raffon, he completed his master's in psychology and doctorate in cognitive psychology and science in Sapienza University of Rome. He is currently a full professor at the Department of Psychology of Sapienza University of Rome, Italy. Professor Raffon is also visiting professor to School of Buddhist Studies, Philosophy and Comparative Religions at Nalanda University, India. He is the director of the Icona at Sapienza University of Rome, and chief editor of the specialty section on consciousness research and frontiers in psychology. Professor Raffon, I am very happy to kind of welcome to this session, because now we'll hear from the proponent of the theory itself about the pattern theory of compassion in compassion. Dr. M. Saket is a postdoctoral fellow at the Center of Consciousness Studies, Department of Neurophysiology, National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, NIMHANS. He completed his PhD from NIMHANS, where he investigated the neurophysiological and psychological correlates of Isha yoga practices using EEG and MRI. He will speak about his research in details in this session. And Dr. Chaim Dolkar is the Tibetan medical practitioner, equivalent to MD in Soarikpa, currently serving at Nizamuddin Branch Clinic of Tibetan Medical and Astroscience Institute. During the course of 14 years of her experience, she has served at various branch clinics of Menstekhang throughout India and Nepal. And we'll hear more about your practice and how it is relevant to the neuroscience, Dr. Dolkar. Saying that, I think he will be here back again in a minute. But till then, I must tell you that compassion has been very important, starting from positivistic psychology. Oh, he is here. So welcome you, Dr. Raffon, Professor Raffon, and I'll invite you to start your lecture now. Thank you for being here. On behalf of the Tibet House and the conference, I welcome you for the conference session now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dalai, very much honored so much for this invitation to such an outstanding event.
Hello.
May I just ask the possibility to share some slides, maybe? Is it possible?
Yes, wait a minute, please wait a minute.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So, can you see the crowd?
Yes, again, very nice. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, so please continue the talk.
Oh, thank you so much. I think I still cannot.
Just wait a minute.
This is some share some slides. Could you? Thank you so much.
Hello, can we try your voice? Can you say
Yes.
something?
Can you hear me?
Once again, please.
Yes. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it's fine now. You wanted slides?
Yes. Yes. If possible, I have prepared some slides to share. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's fine. You please continue your talk. Thank you.
Sì, just wait.
Yeah, you can continue with your presentation.
The point is that if I go to share, it says that I'm not allowed, enabled to share it, the slides. So probably you have to allow me to make the sharing of the presentation slides.
Of course. Yes. Can you please try again?
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. Good.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, here it is. Thank you so much. And really, please allow me to again express my gratitude. I'm delighted, honored to present at this conference on the pattern theory of compassion and essentially this. I like always to start when I speak about compassion to really remind this great contemplation by Professor Albert Einstein, the great scientist in physics that was also a wise man. And here is his great contemplation. A human being is part of a whole called by us the universe, a part limited in time and space. She experiences himself, herself, thoughts and feelings as something separated from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of her consciousness. This delusion is a kind of prison for us, restricting us to our personal desires and to affection for a few persons nearest us. Our task, our mission must be to free ourselves from this prison, our ego prison, by widening our circles, spheres of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature in its beauty. So it's really about essentially wisdom and compassion. So greatly thought and realized through Buddhist practices, Tibetan Buddhist practices in particular, we really we cannot really express sufficiently our gratitude to His Holiness the Dalai Lama for his great teachings and inspiration to us for really growing and developing as human beings, and really also this importance of dialogue between contemplatives, science, and clinicians, and education. So let's go into this pattern theory of compassion that has been developed with my dear colleagues and bright colleagues, Professor Sean Gallagher, University of Memphis, and Professor Salvatore Agliotti of my department in Sapienza, University of Rome, and which has been honored to be published in the prestigious journal Trends in Cognitive Sciences last year. Essentially, this article proposes a pattern theory of compassion on a model similar to a pattern theory of emotion. Then the pattern theory of compassion is consistent with cognitive and affective neuroscience studies of compassion, and the pattern theory of compassion facilitates sharp conceptual distinctions among compassion, empathy, and sympathy. So our idea was, since the focus of this session is also on the relationships between compassion and ethics, we thought that compassion is not just a feeling, it's just a motivation, but it's really important to link it to action, to be enacted in the world. And there is actually in Zen, I'm mainly a Soto Zen practitioner, and it's said, a Zen master once said, compassion is giving an appropriate response. Is really responding with actually wisdom and compassion to a situation in life. So we went through this, and all concepts of empathy, sympathy, and compassion we noted that are often confused in a variety of literatures. Then we proposed a pattern theoretic approach to distinguishing compassion from empathy and sympathy. Of course, the three are related, but they are also differentiated, different things. In particular, compassion integrates different factors in totality, is like we say a dynamical gestalt of these different elements. So we were inspired by psychology, Western psychology, but also Buddhist psychology, Western philosophy, affective neuroscience, and contemplative science in order to clarify the nature of compassion as a specific pattern of dynamically related factors that include physiological, cognitive, and affective processes, relational, of course, intersubjective processes, and motivational action tendencies in this kind of really integration. We also show that the dynamic nature of the compassion pattern is reflected in neuroscientific findings as well as in compassion practice and training in different contexts of society, now bringing it to mental health, clinical applications, psychological well-being, education, workplaces, organizations, and so on. So to enact compassion and related with all aspects in the world. So the pattern theory of compassion allows us to make several clear distinctions between compassion, empathy, and sympathy, and to characterize compassion as a whole. So, empathy, sympathy, and compassion in philosophical and scientific literatures, one continues to find long-standing equivocations between three closely related but distinct phenomena: empathy, sympathy, and compassion. And then one problem is that these terms have taken different meanings. If you like, sympathy has been related, for example, to it can be related more, if you like, to pity, for example, or feeling sad for someone without really putting yourself in the shoes of another. That links more to empathy notion, or there is really not necessarily this element of giving, to putting it into action. So empathy is a more recent term. At first meant something resembling an automatic responsive feeling or resonance towards another person, a meaning which is still maintained in simulation theories of empathy, such as Gallese theory. So essentially, we have done a review of, in the literature, in psychological literature, philosophical literature, of course, linking to the Buddhist, the great Buddhist literature, and Tibetan Buddhist in particular, and neuroscientific reviews and meta-analysis. So, and essentially, we noted that compassion involves recognition of, or the awareness of the suffering, feeling moved for those who are suffering. It's really an appraisal, an understanding of the situation of the other person, and also of the own ability to respond and tolerate distress in giving in a compassionate response. So there is this being motivated to act or acting to alleviate the suffering. And of course, there is the activation of neural systems and body physiological systems that drive such motivations and actions. So let me then summarize what what is according to the theory in the compassion pattern. What do we find in it? We find physiological processes. For example, we know about the involvement in compassion of the hormones, neuromodulators, oxytocin and vasopressin, the parasympathetic nervous system, the vagus nerve, and other neurophysiological circuits, and of course, autonomic processes like heart rate deceleration that can be associated with compassion. This is the body part of the compassion pattern. Of course, compassion has to do with action, enacting compassion in the world, and there must be an underlying motivation. Compassion involves the altruistic motivation to act to alleviate suffering. This motivation may be just as reactive or to the experience that we see someone suffering, and then we respond with compassion to that situation, or we may just be, it's very important that dispositionally, maybe proactively, we have this motivation, this proactive disposition, which is attuned to improve the lives of others. And of course, compassion is also expressed, we express compassion through our body. And it's enough to see how beautifully the images, the photos, and of His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, and this image of this compassionate stance. You express it through, of course, the face, the facial expression, your posture, the vocalizations, even tactile behavior. And of course, this is an aspect that is another element of the compassion pattern. And of course, the feeling is important. So compassion is not only a feeling, but the feeling is very important, the compassionate feeling, And we notice that there are at least two phases, two aspects of the feeling of compassion. Of course, if you put yourself in the shoes of another person, you feel the pain and the suffering, of course, and this is a necessary unpleasant, it's a negative feeling, so to speak, in a sense, because you really feel the pain. But then when there is this caring part, this caring drive, the caring itself, taking this caring attitude is associated with a pleasant, positive feeling. And of course, there are cognitive processes in a situation involved that is really the capacity to understand, to apprise a situation, to understand the other, to really understand also the own resources, the understanding of the situation. But also, this is deeply linked with wisdom, the really a deep realization of the interdependence, of course, emptiness. And contemplative traditions identify a variety of cognitive processes involved in compassion practice, including attentional, constructive, and deconstructive strategies that involve meta-awareness, perspective taking, cognitive reappraisal, and self-inquiry. And of course, compassion can have an object. It's a said referential. For example, the suffering of a particular person, or may also be non-referential. It can be just universal. It can just be compassion for all beings, all creatures. and equanimity is very important, because empathy may, we know in studies show that empathy can be felt for someone closer to us and less for someone who is far from us. Instead, compassion has this equanimous stance. And then, of course, it's important that the self-intersubjective orientation, this relational attitude that also apply to out-group members. In Buddhist practice, compassion applies equanimously to everyone, to all beings. May all beings be free from suffering. And of course, the practice, compassion is a practice, and the practice is situated practice. We really need an understanding or in what situation we are when we practice compassion, with mindfulness, with wisdom. And these situational aspects may include the presence of others, including infants, children, animals in need, and the capacity to attune to distress vocalizations, pain, sadness, illness, physical or mental disability, homelessness, poverty, and natural disasters, among others. And the key highlight of the theory is that if we are not able to deal with emotions and really to manage these emotions with emotional balance, or technically this is called emotion regulation processes, it's really hard to practice compassion. We get in contact with the pain of another person, but then, there is a mechanism inside the mind, the brain, the body of avoidance of the pain. So you just tend to fly away. So you have to stay with the pain. And this requires to be capable to stay with the pain. You need to be mindful. You need to have this stillness, this capacity. And this is trained, of course. And the other element, the other polarity, potential hindrance to the compassion, is that you feel the pain of the other, but you also are kind of in a kind of emotional contagion. This is called empathic distress. So how can you help another person if you also are stuck, for example, in the anxiety of the situation? You need to be in balance too, in emotional balance. So we said, this is why it's important to have a mindfulness training, that you cultivate this kind of balance, mental balance, emotional mental, which is a balance that is important to respond with compassion to a given situation. Then we came up with this idea of the compassion cycle, where there are different elements that play together. They not necessarily have to be thought as in a sequence, you see, but if we think of a sequence, this can be, first of all, you need to be grounded in wisdom. Then you need the altruistic motivation. You need the capacity to recognize the suffering if someone is suffering. And of course, you need to feel the pain, the suffering, through the empathic feeling, to connect, to put yourself in the shoes of the other person. But then you feel the emotion and the pain, but you have to be capable to keep this emotional balance through the emotional regulation. You need to really to do this evaluation, this appraisal, understanding of the situation. And then there's the caring feeling. And there is intention to respond. It's not just a feeling or a motivation or a wisdom. This to be compassion is to be giving the right response, to be enacted in the world. And then there is the enaction of the compassionate response. But then you respond, you have really to understand whether your response has been appropriate or not. You need to really to apprise, to understand, evaluate what has been the consequence of your action on the other, whether it has been alleviating or not. And then there is ongoing monitoring and learning. And the cycle starts again. And of course, we went also into the neuroscience, digged into the neuroscience, and we said, look, if we understand there are different processes in the compassion pattern, and this can be associated to different brain regions. And for example, so detecting the expressions of suffering of another person seems to involve in particular the TPJ, temporal junction of the brain. Mirroring the emotional experience of another person involve in particular inferior frontal cortex, insula, and temporal pole. Assessing the relevance of the sufferer, I don't know what is this understanding the situation of the suffering of the other is midventral medial prefrontal cortex. The capacity to balance yourself when you connect to the pain of the other, meaning coping with the empathic distress, is connected plausibly to the dorsal medial prefrontal cortex, the inferior frontal cortex. Feeling warmth, tenderness towards others seems to involve PAJ, periaqueductal gray, substantia nigra, and ventral tegmental area. These are subcortical areas in the brain. And then this fundamental overarching motivation to approach, to give help, is connected to heightened left hemisphere activation. And in particular, we highlighted two regions of the brain, which can be regarded as two key areas for compassion: anterior insula, and which we related in particular to compassionate feeling, and another key area of the salience network called anterior cingulate cortex, which is in particular related to the motivation, the compassionate motivation. So compassionate feeling, compassionate motivation. There is more, of course, in the pattern. We have to understand better in the brain the functional connectivity, the dynamical connectivity between these brain regions associated to the compassion pattern. So there is a lot of work to do, but it's good to do it. And essentially, I don't go in for time limitation through all this list of things, but just to give an idea that compassion, empathy, and sympathy can be differentiated in terms of these different factors that we have identified, like the situational aspects, intentional objects, self-object orientation, cognitive process, emotional regulation process, action, tendency, motivation, physiological process, affective phenomenal feelings, overt expression. So really gives us a map, a conceptual map that helps us to find overlaps, similarities, and differences between compassion, sympathy, and empathy in a more clear, specific way. And then future perspective we are working on are developing and testing a new psychometric scale to measure compassion based on the pattern T of compassion, which is called the compassion pattern scale, which can also be brought in clinical assessment and so on. Investigating the neural correlates of compassion in light of the pattern T of compassion, and addressing in a pattern view also loving kindness, suffering, dukkha, understanding maybe dukkha in terms of this pattern dynamical view, integrated phenomenological and active view, suffering and pain, as well as happiness, of course, eudaimonic happiness on the other side. Thanks for your attention so much, and again, the great invitation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Ghoton. That was a wonderful explanation of pattern theory of compassion. Now, to give you some example to relate to what Professor Ghoton just talked about, when you're talking about compassion in ethics, so suppose when a slum is going to be evacuated, so the municipal commissioner, if he believes or she believes in compassion in ethics, she should think about where the people will be replaced after they are evacuated from the slum. That is the action, that is action, compassion in everyday action. Another thing, another example is that Mahatma Gandhi National Employment Guarantee Plan, that is also an example of compassion in action. in everyday action. So just saying that we include the vulnerable groups, just saying that we feel empathetic about the vulnerable and underprivileged group is not enough. So what we are doing in action is important, and that's what is compassion in ethics. Thank you very much, Professor Dafon, and now I'll invite... Thank you. We'll take the questions later on, sir, after we finish the whole thing, all three presentations. I'll invite Dr. Saket to speak more about his own work with the Isha yoga practitioners, the survey and the neuroscientific experiments that he has conducted. Dr. Saket, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, it's a privilege to be here. This is my second time here, and it's really an honor to be here talking to you about some of the work which we have done. And I would like to profoundly thank Tibet House Keshela for the invitation. So the work that I'm going to present today is done over the last 5 to 7 years, which I'll try to summarize one aspect of which in the next 15 minutes. So this work was done at the Center for Consciousness Studies at the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences under the guidance of Professor Bindu Kuti. So this work focused on different practices within the Isha tradition, like breath watching, breath work, and Shunya meditation, which is a non-dual practice. So I'll be focusing on one aspect of the study today. So the presentation will focus on non-duality and how do we measure that empirically, because non-duality is something which is really profound in nature, which we can think of as a non-physical aspect within us. How do we measure something which is non-physical through empirical means? So that's what I'm going to present today, and also a unique paradigm which we designed to test non-duality and some of the results. So before we go further, there are 3 important ways to generate insight into reality. The convergence of phenomenology, which is the science of subjective experiences, and science, and the spiritual wisdom. When these 3 converge, there's a profound insight which comes into what we are trying to understand. And my presentation will focus on all these 3 aspects. And I will show how I have converged these 3 aspects within my study. So we'll start off with non-duality, and then I'll explain about the intrinsic neural time scales and how we use that to measure non-duality. And then I'll show some results. So this is what we know about consciousness in general, the conventional 2D axis, which contains level of consciousness and the content of consciousness. This is the predominant paradigm in the neuroscience. So you can see different stages here, or deep sleep, for example, the level of consciousness is low, the content is low. Whereas in REM sleep, where you have a lot of dreams, you have much higher content, but the level of consciousness is the same. And conscious wakefulness, as in current states of experience, what we are having right now, the level of consciousness is higher. At the same time, we have a lot of contents. So this is the predominant paradigm, which does not really capture what we mean by non-duality. So to address that, Josipovic, who is one of the pioneers in the field of understanding the science of non-duality, introduces the 3rd axis. As you can see, the Z-axis here is the axis of non-duality, which is considered as a fundamental layer upon which global state or level and contents happen. So this is something which is always present, either in an implicit state where we are not experiencing it per se. Even when we are sleeping, it's still present, but we are not experiencing it. Even in the wakeful state, it's present, but we are not experiencing it. Or it could be explicit, that is, we are well aware of that fundamental awareness which is present. So this is a really important addition to the conventional 2D axis, which will clarify a lot of things about what I'm trying to explain here. And so this is from our upcoming paper on non-duality, which is currently under revision. So we conceptualize this non-dual awareness as the most fundamental layer. So from morning we have been talking about compassion and non-referential compassion, indiscriminative compassion. So indiscriminative compassion and non-dual awareness are very closely linked. That is, only when somebody is in that state of deeper experience can compassion come very naturally. So that state of deeper experience happens with non-dual awareness, and this is presented at the bottommost layer in this figure, and upon which you can see the regular contents that we have. It could be internal contents in the form of thoughts and emotions and what is going on in my mind, or the external contents, the sound and smells and perceptions. So this is the basic duality that we talk about, internal and external duality. And we are also differentiating non-dual awareness with meta-awareness. So meta-awareness still is a conceptual representation. Non-dual awareness is a non-conceptual representation. So Josipovic calls this as non-conceptual reflexivity. That is, an awareness which knows itself to be aware without a conceptual representation in the mind, which is a really important thing about non-dual awareness. And so this non-dual awareness, mostly it's in an implicit state because of the identification of one's self with the body and mind. And only when there is a de-identification, which happens through meditative practices, there's an explicit non-dual awareness which comes into picture. So I will just show you a small trailer about an upcoming movie to help you understand what is intrinsic neural timescales and how do we use that to measure non-duality. A very short presentation, trailer.
We've done it, Mabel. After years of work, this revolutionary technology gives us unprecedented access to the animal world. We put this into this. Yes, this into this. This into this. We've done it, Mabel. After years of work, this revolutionary technology gives us unprecedented access to the animal world. We put this into this. Yes, this into this. This into this.
So let me get this straight. You created a fake animal. Yes. Which makes the other animals think you're an animal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Guys,
More you can watch
this
in the
is like
theaters.
Avatar.
This is
So
nothing
this
like Avatar.
is her upcoming movie called Hopper. So as you can see here, watching a movie like this, or for example, or for the matter, any experience that we have, it's a very complex thing. There are so many elements involved. For example, in this particular trailer, there's language, there's background music, there is a lot of visuals, 3D graphics, etc. So your brain is faced with this complexity to integrate all this information into something which is very coherent, right? So how does it happen? So if you look at the first sentence of the character here, she says, "We have done it, Mabel. After years of work, this revolutionary technology gives us unprecedented access to the animal world." So if you can see the simple sentence, this has different time scales which are present in the single statement. What do I mean by time scales? So if you take this statement, you can consider time scales like letters, words, sentences, paragraph, and the meaning. So these are the shorter time scales, the letters, and the paragraph and the meaning that you make out of it are of longer time scales. So like this is just for language. Imagine you have to superimpose music on top of this and the graphic visuals. Your brain has to integrate all of this information, which is varying from short time scales to long time scales, and to integrate all of this information in a way that you can understand and relate to it. So that's the complexity of the brain. So this, I will introduce two concepts here. One is temporal segregation and temporal integration. So your brain has to segregate the letters. If the brain can't segregate the individual letters, it can't really process it. At the same time, it has to integrate all of this information. Even if that doesn't happen, you cannot really perceive or make sense of this whole statement. So your brain is doing this segregation and integration at every point of time. So how does it relate to the brain and what is seen in the brain? So as you can see, the human brain has a hierarchy of time scales ranging from the very short to the very long. So the letters are the short time scales, which are usually processed in the unimodal regions. For example, the primary visual cortex, it is really segregating the information. As the information goes higher up in the brain towards the cortex, the brain is integrating the information. So in that sense, we have this hierarchy of time scales, which is always present, which is helping us make sense of the information that is arriving at us every moment. So how does, is another example of the whole process. For example, this is the visual area V1, which is actually doing that segregation of information. And as you go higher up, this is the area 24C, which is the anterior cingulate cortex, which is really integrating the information. As you can see, this is the integration red line at the higher cortices. The purple is the segregation. Then how do we apply this to meditation study, and how is it related to non-duality as such? I'll skip this video. So basically what we do is we use EEG as a measure to understand these aspects, and we collected this using high density 128 channel EEG. So based on this background information, let me talk about duality and non-duality and how do we measure it empirically. So duality, we conceptualized it as you look at as I showed in the previous figure. There is this internal external division, right? So we can talk about this in terms of internal and external attention. So we conceptualized duality as internal and external attention, and non-duality as a lack of difference between internal and external attention. So we characterize external attention using a cognitive task called as visual oddball, and internal attention through a simple practice called as breath watching. So usually it's very easy for all of us to pay attention externally. It's very easy, it doesn't need much training, because our brain is fundamentally oriented in the outward direction. But without training, without meditative training, it is extremely difficult to pay attention internally. It needs a lot of training, because of which what happens is people can easily pay attention externally, but they find it difficult to pay attention internally. So let us connect this with the concept of segregation and integration, which I introduced earlier. So if you have to pay attention to your breath, so you can consider breath as one single object. So you have to segregate this one single object among all the stimuli that exists. Say you're paying attention to your breath. You hear sounds around you. There are thoughts in your head. You have to segregate breath out of all that stimulus. So it's a segregation which is happening. A person who is not trained in meditation, when they're trying to pay attention on the breath, attention doesn't go on the breath. There's thought, there is sensations, there is somebody's talking something, attention goes there. So brain is actually becoming wider in terms of time scales. So only somebody who is proficient can segregate the information. So how is this connected with non-duality? Somebody who is experiencing non-duality or who is in the state of non-dual awareness, they will have a indiscriminative sense of attention. So in the morning we heard about compassion and how it is an indiscriminative sense of compassion. It's not discriminative. Similarly, attention to be indiscriminative, irrespective of whether you're paying attention externally or internally, you are equally well in what you're doing. Your attention is not towards a particular object, but you're training the quality of attention itself. Attention not towards an object, but the quality of attention itself. How is it? So what we see is that in people who are not trained in meditation, when they do these two things, external attention and internal attention, because external attention is easy, the time scales become shorter. And because internal attention is difficult, time scales become longer. That is, they're integrating breath along with other stimulus. But whereas proficient meditation practitioners, when they are paying attention internally, they're able to segregate the breath. At the same time, when they're paying attention to an external object, they're able to segregate that as well, equally well. So you don't see a distinction in the time scales between internal attention and external attention. That is internal-external non-duality. So now we also collected the non-duality questionnaires to understand their experience of non-duality during the meditation practice, and then we correlated that difference in the time scales between internal and external with subjective reports of non-duality. So that is the phenomenology and the empirical science coming together. So that's what I've talked about, phenomenology and science coming together. What did we observe? During meditation, meditators, the most proficient practitioners, they report high non-duality, which is usually expected given their practice. So this is something which is really, really interesting. We call this as neurotemporal non-duality. So if you can focus on this figure, so this purple is the time scales during breath watching, and green is the time scales during external task. So this is the advanced practitioners, and these are meditation naive people, those who are not trained in any form of meditation. So if you see for the controls, during breath watching, the time scales are longer, and during task, it is narrower. But whereas if you see, and it is highly significant, and if you see for the advanced practitioners, the time scales during internal attention breath watching and external attention task is similar. That is, time scales are not changing irrespective of what you're doing. This is really, really important finding, because we are finding markers of non-duality in the brain. This is that marker. And then we correlate that difference between internal and external with their self-reported non-duality. And we see a very significant correlation. That means the lower the difference between your internal and external attention, the higher the non-duality we experience. In other words, the less discriminative that you are between your internal attention and external attention, the higher the non-duality that you experience. So that is what we call as the common currency, which is basically the duration. So this is duality at the psychological level. There is a difference between internal and external. External very easy, internal very hard duality. For the advanced meditators, internal easy, external easy. It's a non-duality, which also reflects in the neural level. For the non-meditators, internal attention, longer time scales, you're not able to segregate the breath. Focusing on the breath, all other things come into your mind. Whereas external attention, it's a shorter time scales. Whereas for the advanced meditators, internal attention and external attention, the time scales remain similar. So this is what we're calling it as the neural markers of non-duality. So as I said, non-duality is a non-physical dimension of who we are, but the question naturally arises, how do we study something which is non-physical? So what we are proposing is that when somebody is experiencing something non-physical, it leaves a footprint on the brain. It's that footprint what we are capturing. It's the footprint what we are studying through the empirical EEG technique. And So that's how we, this is again illustration of the same thing what I discussed. So this paper is currently available as a preprint, but hopefully it will be out as a publication in the next 1-2 months. You can look at this for more detailed explanation of how we do it, how we create this paradigm, and how we test all this. And so this again, this is very interesting because Franz Welses, who got Nobel Prize in Physics 2004, he talks about the nature of reality purely coming from the physical perspectives. He says a detailed study of matter reveals that our body and our brain, the physical platform of our self, is, against all intuition, built from the same stuff as not self and appears to be continuous with it. So we see a remarkable convergence between what the physical sciences are telling and what the spiritual traditions have been talking about for millennia. I think this is really an exciting time to be here, wherein we have the right technologies. Technologies are evolving rapidly to study these very subtle and profound states of human experience. I think this is really amazing, and I really thank Tibet House and Geshe-la for the wonderful opportunity to present some of the work that has been happening in our lab for the last few years. And I'm happy to take any questions probably after the sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saket. I think the work, the intense and detailed work on non-duality will lead us to understand what indiscriminative compassion means. Indiscriminate compassion means. So when we feel the warm glow of compassion and what is differentiated from the empathy when we feel the distress. So now we'll continue with Dr. Chaim Dolkar. I think the introduction was a little old, so I have been given the right introduction to introduce her. Dr. Dolkar is a Tibetan medical practitioner, was born and raised in the hills of Dharamsala. She completed her schooling at the Tibetan Children's Village, and she later studied Tibetan medicine in Men's Si Khang, Dharamsala, one of the foremost institutions for Savarikpa. Dr. Dolkar has practiced in major cities across India and traveled extensively to offer medical consultations, deliver academic lectures, and present at international conferences. She has also contributed significantly to the English translation of Guisi, 4 medical tantras, supporting the preservation and global accessibility of classical Tibetan medical knowledge. Dr. Dolkar currently serves as a member of the Ethics Committee of Experts under the Board of Ethics and Registration, National Commission for Indian System of Medicine, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, and as an advisory committee member for Savarikpa. Saying that, it reminds me when we are talking about beneficence and ethics, compassion in ethics, the ethics boards are very important considering compassion in ethics, because they are established, we take undertaking from the researcher that it is different from non-maleficence. I mean, we are not, even though we are not going to do any harm to others, but the research findings should be in the benefits of the participants, and that's why also we talk about even the control group should not be deprived of the benefits of the research interventions that we are doing. Welcome, Dr. Dolkar. Thank you.
Teatam Begaze, Maha Begaze, Razaya Sumangataya Soha, Tashi Delek, and good afternoon, everyone. It is indeed an honor to be a part of this conference. I would like to thank Geshe-la for giving me this opportunity and congratulate the organizing team for such a successful and a meaningful and a very relevant topic for this special year, celebrating His Holiness' 90th birthday, and a relevant subject in today's world. The topic for today is the role of compassion as the ultimate antidote to all sufferings. This perspective integrates the philosophy, the psychology, the ethics, and the healing into one unified system. Before dwelling into the subject topic, I would like to introduce what Tibetan medicine is. Many of us know Tibetan medicine as Sowa Rigpa. Sowa in Tibetan means to heal, and Rigpa is the knowledge or the science, so it is the science of healing. It is one of the oldest living traditional medical system in this world, dating back more than 2,500 years. So Tibetan medicine is described as a science, an art, and a philosophy. Science because its principles are presented in such a systematic and logical framework describing mind, body, its functions, and with the relationship to the environment. It is an art because it requires the intuition, the subtlety, the creativity, and a compassionate knowledge from the physician. Of course, it is a philosophy as it embraces the fundamental concepts of Tibetan Buddhism, of Buddhist principles of altruism, ethical conducts. So, in this entire system, compassion or the champa lies at the heart of it and acts as the foundation of ethics and behavior. Many of the schools today has adopted the C lessons that Harinla has mentioned earlier this morning, the social, emotional, and ethical lessons, to focus on the emotional development and the ethical knowledge of the children. So during our 6 years formal medical training at Mensikang, the Tibetan Buddhist philosophy was a mandatory subject apart from the Tibetan astrology. So that was to ensure that our young aspiring doctors are instilled with in a vision to instill them with more spiritual knowledge and more compassionate heart. So in the Gushi, which is the fundamental textbook of Tibetan medicine, there is a certain chapter on physician called the physician chapter, which explicitly describes about the prerequisite qualities and the standards of Tibetan doctor. And among all these qualities, the compassion is regarded as the supreme because it governs the ethics and it shapes the behavior. So, compassion, it is based on the Buddha's teaching of Nyingchi Chemo. Like Tibetan medicine is is inherently holistic in nature, describing health as a dynamic interplay of the mind, body, and the environment. And healing is not just a part of removal of these symptoms, but a restoring of these harmonies of energy, internally within the patient and externally with the environment and the society. So compassion act is the root of ethics and behavior. When the physician cultivates or the compassion inside oneself, physician's one's own lung remains balanced and its perceptions become very clear and the intention, of course, pure. So when we do the diagnosis, the diagnostic insights and the therapeutic treatments, has more value and become more efficient that way. So compassion itself is very based on the Buddhist idol of bodhicitta. Bodhicitta, the awakened mind, which aspires to relieve all the beings from sufferings. And it acts as it is not just merely it's not merely emotion, but act as a healing force, which act as both motivation and method in healing. Then it is the ethics. So according to So Rigpa, ethics arises from a compassion motivation, guided by the two intentions. Mitsewa is non-harming others, and to benefit others is the Pemba. So based on this motivation, compassion ensures that the diagnostic and treatment methods are based on sincerity, patience, and equality, irrespective of the social economical background. And this intention aligns, with the bodhicitta mind that is based on the motivation of four immeasurables, that is love, compassion, joy, and equanimity. And we can extend this attitude into medical practice to eradicate the sufferings of all patients without greed, pride, or anger. So ethical conduct is not just moral, but also very medicinal. Behavior, or the Chöpa in Tibetan medicine, is regarded as the visible manifestation of compassion expressed through mindful action, speech, and attitude. A healer's calm voice, a calm presence, and a mindful listening to the patients also has the same efficacy of as a therapeutic efficacy of as a medicine. So the behavior grounded in compassion also restrains ethical conduct and prevents the misuse of medical knowledge for his own gain, and also cultivates humility in ones. It creates a healing of our environment for both the mind and body. So how compassion acts as an antidote to all the sufferings? Very similar concept in Ayurveda of the three doshas, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. Tibetan medicine share this same concept, that the body is made of these three energies, like Lung, Tipa, and Pekin. Lung is the Vata, Tipa is the Pitta, and Pekin is the Kapha. So our body is made of these three energies, and the development of our body, or the stability of our mind, and all these functions, like the biological functions like respiration, the circulation of the blood and the energies, the functions of nervous system, or the different processes for digestion and the transformation processes, and also the functions of lymphatic system, they are all regulated by these three energies. With the cooperation of the five elements. The five elements in Tibetan medicine are the air, fire, water, earth, and space. So another basic principle of Tibetan medicine is all the different forms, living or non-living things, or micro or macroorganisms, everything is made of these five physical elements. So I'm thinking how to conclude everything in 15 minutes. So this Lung is made of the air element, Tipa is made of the fire element, and Pekin is the cold energy, which is made of water and earth element. So each one of us has these five elements in our body, and each one of us has the three energies in our body. These three energies constitutes our body, and it is responsible for all the functions in the body. it is also responsible for all the disorders of our bodies. When these get imbalanced, all the disease of mind and body. So, yes, like I said, so health in Tibetan medicine is a state of balance between all these three humors. When the three humors, like I said, we have all these humors inside, it makes our body, but when it is when the balance is disturbed, then it becomes a disease. The health of the state in balance of three humors with a balance of 5 elements. When there is an imbalance of these energies, then the disease of the both physical and mental are caused. Every medical system has their own understanding of the etiology of the disease. So Tibetan medicine and Buddhism, they believe that the mind is the creator of all suffering and happiness. It is the creator of health and disease. So Gyushu attributes this cause to the marikpa, or the ignorant mind. So mind is basically of two, as discussed earlier, like the primary mind, which is the bodhicitta mind, which is unstained and pure. And because we develop these negative emotions, then it becomes the secondary mind. Unfortunately, we all possess this secondary mind, which is the marikpa, or the ignorant mind, and that is cause of all the disease. So Gyushu associates these three nyepa, or the three afflictive emotions, Döchak, Shedang, and Timuk, as the specific cause of the disease, which is caused by marikpa, or the ignorant mind. Ignorance as the cause of sufferings. So ignorance is not knowing the true reality of nature, the true reality of impermanence, the true reality of non-self, and the true reality of suffering. So when one is ignorant of the true reality of impermanence, it leads to attachment to people, to things, to relationships, to emotions, which imbalances lung inside our body and leads to nervousness, anxiety, restlessness, insomnia, and depression, and so on. And ignorance of the non-self brings pride, hatred, and jealousy in oneself, imbalancing the tipa inside our body and leading to or increasing the heat in our body, bringing more inflammation in the body, and causing more metabolic disorders in our body. And thirdly, the ignorance of the reality of suffering causes an obscured mind, which does not realize the truth nature. And this again imbalances Peken, the cold energy, and that leads to the stagnation of energies inside, lethargy, more obscured mind, and accumulative disorders inside our body. Compassion has direct, a large impact on these three nyepas, the lung, tipa, and Peken, by cultivating or by getting a calm or altruistic mind. The physician and the patient, they both create this harmony inside these subtle energies, and that help as the antidote. So how compassion acts as the antidote to stabilize the energies inside. So compassion stabilizes the lung energy, reducing the anxiety and restlessness. Compassion reduces tipa, the softening aggression, infection, and irritation in our body. Compassion balances the Peken, the cold nature, reducing the heaviness, lethargy, and obscured mind. So compassion in total acts as the ultimate antidote for all sufferings. And modern scientific research on emotion and neurobiology echo the same principles. Compassion-based practices have been shown to reduce stress, lower blood pressure, and improve immune function, which all correlates to the balance of these three humors. In conclusion, Tibetan medicine believes that compassion is not merely an emotion, but it is the essence of healing. So it shapes the ethics, it governs the behavior, and it harmonizes the three nyepas inside, leading to health. So through compassion, medicine becomes a sacred art of restoring harmony with guided wisdom and loving kindness. Okay, so I would like to conclude here with a simple prayer. May compassion be the guide, be the compass to guide us all for today and always. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sulkar. We are running very late today from the organizers have told me that. So we'll only take 2 questions for the session today. Yes, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. My question is specifically to Dr. Sake. You mentioned that non-dual wisdom is non-substantial. And what I read is that when the mind is in the state of the non-dual, it's just like the flight of the bird going in the sky. It leaves no trace at all. Okay. So when you say that the non-dual awareness leaves the footprint on the brain, because you said it's the brain, could you really elaborate it more? What kind of the footprints is that? And connected to that, what is the longest footprint that you have really saw? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So what I meant was basically today to study something non-physical, it's extremely difficult. So we need to have technologies which are so sophisticated that they can capture those things. There's another way to study those things, that is, if somebody is experiencing that state, it leaves a footprint. And what do I mean by the footprint? Footprint is a particular neural correlate. So it's really important to distinguish here between causation and correlation. So it leaves a footprint means it's correlated with certain activity in the brain. That correlated activity is what we are trying to study using, for example, time scales is one of the measures which we have kind of incorporated to study this aspect, which worked really well for us. And also there's some other literature in the study, especially done by Josipovic at New York University, wherein he found that precuneus is really important for the experience of non-duality. They have done this MRI studies, wherein they showed that precuneus, central precuneus is implicated in this experience of non-duality. So like this, these are the footprints basically. And I think this internal, external discrimination is something which is something which is really an important feature of this non-dual awareness and experience. I hope I have answered some of your question at least.
Footprint when you expect the people take the breath in, what was it?
So it's not in terms of the how long is the footprint. Yeah. It's not in that sense. It's like what is the neural marker? For example, here we're talking about time scales. So these time scales have a certain duration to it. So these practitioners who are experiencing these states, the time scales become shorter than somebody who are not experiencing these states. For example, these time scales are of usually around 10 milliseconds. So for these advanced practitioners, it becomes a little shorter. And these time scales become shorter and they become equivalent to time scales during external attention. Whereas for the non-meditators, time scales are shorter, really short, around 6 milliseconds like that, during external attention, and they become really long, say 15 milliseconds during the internal attention, which shows that duality at the neural level. Sure.
Hello. Hello. I wanted to ask a small question. And in today's discussion, we are talking about compassion, love, forgiveness, etc. So my question is, if someone is not practicing meditation on a daily purpose to experience compassion, how can compassion embody in today's generation, and how can everyone practice this continuously? Like nowadays we see being compassionate and being forgiveness is seen as a weakness in today's generation. So how can we practice compassion in everyday life and not being taken advantage of?
Yeah, I think it's a very difficult question to answer. But I think based on my experience in today's world, especially because I connect with you, it's really important to be smart so that nobody takes us for a ride. At the same time, internally, we are in that state of inclusiveness. When it comes to action, depending on the context, depending on the situation, we take the right decision, which might seem like exclusive at times, but internally we have that inclusive state always. I think this is what has helped me personally. And I think probably this works even for today's generation, so that nobody takes advantage of your what is supposed to be a weaker state, but it's not. Yeah.
Can I answer this?
Sure, please.
Yeah. I would like to add something for this. The question was, how can you safeguard yourself, right? So compassion, like discussed earlier, it's not just, it's a mindful, it's also a mindfulness. So as I discussed earlier, the Tibetan medicine believes that what I practice, I want to share that with you. So Tibetan medicine believes that we all are made of these three elements, right? And these also constitute our constitution, or the prakriti, or our psychosomatic nature of an individual. So we all are different in that way by the balances of these energies in our body. So when I meet a person, or when I meet a patient or a person, I first see what is the nature of this person, right? And whatever she say or he say or does not affect me, because I do not take it personally, but rather as a personality or a constitution of the person. So being compassionate or being mindful of that other person's nature or constitution helps a lot in making this compassion. Compassion does not necessarily means that you have to be, it's taken advantage of. So be smart here, try to understand people, because people are more very self-obsessed, we say. We do not want to take advantage, but we are so self-obsessed. We only think about ourselves, and we do not want to also, most of us, of course, do not want to harm others. But because we are so obsessed, self-obsessed, we do not see that we are doing that. So how do I say this? Yeah, so like I said, realizing or the constitution or the nature of the other person and being mindful of the other person's constitution, that is very important. That helps us in rebuilding this connection between you and the other people and developing compassion for others. I hope it answers your question. I don't know.
That's the the last question. The 2 questions I was allowed to. Yeah. Okay. Last question to Professor Rapon.
Could I, hello? Did you say one more question?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
May I ask? Oh.
Hello, I'm audible. My question is to Dr. Antonino. Sir, you have, at the last of your speech, you have specifically mentioned about the future aspect of this, that you are talking about the psychometric scale to measure compassion, right? So although, even though it is, basically going towards the scientific method, so, but isn't it like, it is harming the sanctity of emotion, that is towards normative things? Because you are currently, right now, when we go towards a scientific method, we are basically going towards a, positive, logical positivism method. So isn't it, it's important to back to the normative terms, and we talk about the emotions, and it is better not to measure these kind of emotions on a, scale or a something symmetric thing on a particular, it's better not to give a value to these emotions. So what's your thought on this? Thank you, sir.
For your question, interest, sorry, I didn't listen very well on all the question, but just to say in what direction we are headed is really an integrative direction, although we refer to the idea of pattern theory of emotion as well. The idea is that is really compassion is an integrated kind of construct, and of course to measure it we are using also the self-report, so with some questions that are validated scientifically, but of course it's also important to consider measures, psychophysiological measures, now that it's important to assess how, for example, heart rate variability and hormonal aspects to be assessed as well, to see also the pattern of electrophysiological measures and possibly neuroimaging as well. And foremost, compassion is and the experience, the phenomenal experience is very important. Also, possibly going into more kind of phenomenological approach. This is our idea, and the idea is that this can impact this integrated vision, also the clinical assessment as well. So this is a bit the direction where we would like foresee to go.
Measurement of compassion, assessment of compassion, what Professor Rapon talks about, and the scale is also important when we want to scientifically document that how it is related to physical health or other emotional processes, emotional regulation and other psychological processes. So when we come to derive theories and we say that with evidence-based documentation is important to establish the power of compassion, like Dr. Dolkar just mentioned, that how it helps us to be strong and efficient and effective in our day-to-day life. That's why it is with upper scale. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am very thankful to all the esteemed speakers of the session, and Gisela, Dr. Damdal, and all the organizers of the conference. Thank you very much. We will proceed for the next session.
Thank you, everyone. So we have now come to the conclusion of the second session. And I would like to thank our chairperson, Professor Urmin Nandaji, for chairing this session, and to all the speakers for your wonderful presentations and for sharing your insight, and for also giving a wonderful response to these relevant questions. So before we end, I would like to request Mr. Ajir Ji to present the souvenir as a token of appreciation. Thank you, everyone. Also, before that, I would like to give a brief introduction about Mr. Ajir Ji. You can Google it, you will find there.
No.
Professor Urmi Nandaji. Dr. Chinu Dolgarla. And Dr. M. Sakit. So I would like to, on behalf of Tibet House, I would like to thank Dr. Antonino for your presence and for sharing your presentation. He's not here at the moment. Yeah. So now I would like to request Mr. Tenzin Lobsang La to begin the next session, third session. Thank you, everyone.
When I interact with someone, may I view myself as the lowest among all, and from the very depth of my heart, respectfully hold others as superior. In my every action, I will watch my mind, and the moment destructive emotion arise, I will confront them strongly and avert them, since they will hurt both me and others. By Geshe Lauring Tamba from 8 verses of Training of the Mind. Good afternoon once again, everyone gathered here. I welcome you all back to our 10th session of Neuroscience and Psychology conference. And I'll be continuing with our third session of today, where the topic is models of explore mind and consciousness. And without further ado, I would like to welcome our chairperson and 3 speakers on the dais. We have our chairperson, Professor Sabine H. Razvi, Department of Psychology, Gargi College, Delhi University. And I would like to call upon our 3 speakers. When I call upon the names, kindly take your respective seats. We have our first speaker, Venerable Pooja Debril, Assistant Professor, School of Buddhist Studies, Philosophy and Comparative Religion, School of Language and Literature from Nalanda University, Jangir. We have second speaker, Dr. Vaibhav Tirupati, a PhD Assistant Professor, Cognitive Brain and Science from IIT Gandhinagar. Professor Vaibhav Tirupati ji. Oh, thank you so much. And last we have Dr. Nitin Nagraj, Professor from National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bangalore. Thank you so much for coming to our conference. Without taking much time, I would like to read a short biography.
Like the previous moderator said.
Okay,
We're
sure.
running short of time.
Sure, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
So over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Tashi Dalek. Very grateful to Tibet House, Geshe Damodullah, for doing this beautiful conference. Almost every year, I have been associated with Tibet House for, I think, almost a decade now, and looking at all of these conferences and the kind of dialogues that we are creating, it just fills my heart with a lot of compassion and love. Today, what Dr. Dolkar was sharing, my ignorant mind was telling me to take it easy, rest, sleep. My body was feeling lethargic. Blame it on the Delhi spectacular AQI. But Bodhichat was helping me get the motivation to be here, and I'm so happy that I'm here today. So I welcome you to session 3. Now this is very interesting. We are trying to explore consciousness delightfully paradoxical task of using consciousness to study consciousness, rather like asking an eye to see itself without a mirror, or inviting a dictionary to define definition without circular reasoning. Before, again, we proceed further, I'm hoping that the third speaker has joined online. The third speaker has joined. Okay, we have a video. We have assembled 3 distinguished speakers who will attempt to explain the most confounding mystery in academia. What exactly is happening inside our heads? And the more troubling question, would we ever be able to answer that for ourselves? At least I have not been successful, and I'm hoping every year, thinking about it more, maybe someday I'm able to get an answer to it. Our speakers will approach this question from Buddhist, yogic, and Western scientific perspectives, which means we essentially surround consciousness from 3 different directions in the hope that it might surrender itself, and maybe we get to know some of the secrets today. Consciousness, however, has proven notoriously that these endeavors mostly fail, and yet we assemble again another time and keep deliberating and keep asking more and more questions. At the end of this panel discussion, if we are able to generate more questions than answers, then it seems that we would have made substantial progress. I would like to invite the first speaker for the panel, which would be Venerable, I have the introduction. Yes. Venerable Dr. Pooja Dabral. Is it all right? We start. Dr. Pooja Dabral is an assistant professor at the School of Buddhist Studies, Philosophies and Comparative Religion, as well as at School of Languages and Literatures, Humanities, Nalanda University, Bihar. She gained her PhD from the University of Delhi, and I think she has more important things to say. Her entire synopsis of her career is in the Book of Abstracts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Respected Chair, Professor Rizvi, thank you so much for the wonderful introduction, and very good afternoon to everybody. And this is the final panel. So before we have a very vibrant panel of student discussion, so let me start by thanking Tibet House, the Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and respected Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdullah, my teacher and guide. And whatever I know, barring all the mistakes, come from him, and a little bit of study in universities. Also, a big thanks goes to Professor Bindu Kutiji and Professor Aburai ma'am. A lot to learn from them, and also how these conferences have been conceived. I was just discussing with Professor Gill also that so much, not, even the inaugural sessions are so rich. It's not about just mantrocharan and some kind of just lamp lighting, but even the inaugural sessions, the keynote speech were very, very enlightening, very enriching. So thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. It's always an honor to share platform and dais with eminent speaker from different neuroscience and Buddhist psychology. So the topic that I'm going to speak on is mind and mental transformation, insights from Sanskrit Buddhist treatises. So as you can see, although the title goes to Sanskrit Buddhist treatises, the first citation that I have given is from the Pali Sutta, the word of the Buddha documented in Pali language. So this clarifies that the title that I kept is not because Buddhist psychology is only explained in Sanskrit Buddhist treatises. It's because of the limitation of the time. And my specialization goes into the Nalanda treatises, so I will focus on that area. But what the direct words of the Buddha, which is very, very profound, in Tithya Ayatana Sutta. So basically the mind, as Madam Chair has very rightly mentioned, what is happening inside our head. So these discussions were going at the time of Buddha Shakyamuni also. And then he didn't teach mind just for the sake of creating a Buddhist psychology in conference in 2025. But very important reasons were discussed, that, for example, what is the cause of every experience that we have, and what causes what we see, be it internal world of emotions or outside world. So what is the cause and condition, and what are the causes of these creations that we see around us? So when these discussions were there, he cited his discussion, Buddha Shakyamuni's discussion with his contemporary scholars, and he mentions many statements that come from the non-Buddhist tradition, that how this world, be it internal world or outside world, comes into being. And then finally he explains his own positions. So that his own, I will keep it short, because if I go into the positions of other, then I will never come to the mind's position in Buddhist psychology. So from this discussion, and also then finally what he answered, that what is the position of Buddhist tradition, that how whatever we experience, be it internal world or outside world, how that is created. Buddha Shakyamuni very clearly mentions that students, means his own disciples, beings are owner of karmas, heir of karma. They have karma as their progenitor, karma as their kin, karma as their homing place. It is the karmas that differentiate beings according to inferiority and superiority. So the question was asked by one of the students known as Subha, that why there is such a diversity, right? Why do I see different things? So then Buddha very clearly mentions it's nobody else. It's not random. It's not just purely past deeds, and it is also not external agent. Beings are the heir of their own experiences. And what is that cause and condition? He clearly mentions karma. So karma in Pali, karma in Sanskrit, and lay in Tibetan. And then this is so wonderfully summarized by great ancient Nalanda master, 7th century AD, Acharya Chandrakirti, in his text known as Madhyamika Avatar, where he says, Sattva lokam atbhajan lokam, chittam ev rachyat atichitram, karmajam hi jagat uktam, ashesham, karmam chittam avadhuya cha naasti. So basically, to summarize, he says that whatever we experience of the internal world and external world, right, internal emotions that we were discussing since morning, and the external world are food, this chair, the plants, the pollution, it's nothing but the result of the karmas. And then what is this karma? So again, in a Pali sutta known as Nibedika Sutta, Buddha very clearly mentions that Chetana aham bhikkave kammam vadami. So what is that karma? He says, intention, I tell you, is the karma. Intending, one does karma by way of body, speech and mind. So very clearly, Buddha now taking us step by step that, okay, first of all, your experiences of happiness or suffering, they are nothing but the result of your own karmas. And what is this karma? Nothing but your own intention. Intention is nothing but your mind. So finally, this mind becomes very important to be understood. So there we come to the nature of mind, how it is explained in the Buddhist treatises. So here for 20 minutes, now I think 15 minutes, I will focus on the Sanskrit sutras and Sanskrit treatises, particularly coming from the ancient Nalanda University. So this is the ancient Nalanda, which we all know existed from 5th century AD to 12th century AD on papers and as per inscription. In this university, the subjects that were taught is called the Pancha Mahavidyas. The Shilpa Vidya, Pramana Vidya, Shabda Vidya, Chikitsa Vidya, Adhyatma Vidya. And besides that, there were so many minor sciences also, like synonyms, mathematics, performance, poetry, compositions. All these finally are studied for very important Vidya, which is known as Adhyatma Vidya, the science of philosophy, science of inner science. Finally, touching the root cause of whatever we do with other Vidyas is to attain happiness and avoid suffering. And finally, this can be done only when we remove the root cause of our suffering and cultivate the causes and condition for infinite happiness. So that science that actually explained it is known as Adhyatma Vidya. And in this science, in this discipline, what was discussed is both philosophy as well as psychology, as Venerable Geshe-la mentioned during the inaugural lecture. So now these were the great Panditas. Of course, as we all know, Xuanzang mentioned that at the peak of Nalanda, there was 10,000 students and more than 2,000 acharyas. And what we see here is not all the masters, but this is the legacy whose legacies are still being very vibrantly read when it comes to monastic institution under the guidance of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and also in the universities. So now, nature of the mind, how it is explained in the Nalanda treatises. So I read from Pramanavartik by Acharya Dharmakirti, who flourished at around 7th century AD. Also contributed a lot to the Buddhist logic and epistemology. So in his the chapter 2 of Pramanavartik, it says, Prabhasvaram idam chittam, prakriti agantavo malaha. Meaning, the nature of consciousness is clear light, the defilements are adventitious. Very clearly mentions the nature of our mind is clear light. What does it mean? And of course, at this around 4th century AD, a great Acharya who contributed a lot to the Pali canon is Acharya Buddha Ghosh, who wrote the Vishuddhimagga, also known as Encyclopedia of Buddhist Psychology and Philosophy in Pali canon, very clearly mentions that whatever has the characteristics of cognizing should be understood as the consciousness aggregates what's said above. The word Vigyan in Pali Vijnan, Chitta and Mano are one in meaning. So much of discussion goes around this, that whether consciousness is mind is mental consciousness or not. So very clearly he mentions that these words, Vigyan, Chitta and Mano, they can be used interchangeably as mind. So what is this? So all these treatises mention very clearly that when it comes to nature of the mind, there are two very important aspects to be understood. Number one, mind has the aspect of clarity known as abhaswar, nature of the mind, in Tibetan, Hosel. And then the mind has the aspect of knowing, in Sanskrit, Viggeya or Vigyapniya, in Tibetan, Nampar Riparchepa. So what does these means? So this is the ancient Nalanda. Some of the viharas are already excavated and many more are under the Rajgir, most likely to be excavated very soon. So now this nature of mind, as I mentioned, the definition of mind is we have to understand two aspects of the mind. One is knowing aspect of the mind and the clarity aspect of the mind. And to understand it very easily, the example given by teachers often is the example of the mirror. When we see a mirror, for example, there is a mirror and we keep something in front of the mirror, let's say a flower. So if the surface of the mirror is dirty, is not clear, then the reflection is not seen clearly. So what obstructs us not to have that clear reflection is the surface is not clear. So unlike this, our mind has anything that you think of, if I ask you to think of what was said in the morning, it comes very clearly to our mind, even if we feel sleepy. So that clarity nature of the mind is known as Prabhaswar or Abhaswar nature of the mind. That whatever is there, whatever you think of, it reflected very clearly on the surface of the mind. This is one aspect of the mind. Number two, when something is kept in front of the mirror, although if the surface is clear, the reflection becomes very clear. But the mirror doesn't know what reflection is formed on the surface of the mirror. This is not the case with the mind. So there is one similarity and one dissimilarity. The dissimilarity is that mirror doesn't know that the reflection of the flower is formed on it. Whereas the mind, if the mind thinks of a flower, not only the image of the flower comes very clearly to the mind also knows that the image of the flower is formed on its surface. So that is the knowing aspect of the mind, Viggeya in Sanskrit. So the mind, any mind, if we say something is a mind, should qualify these two aspects. If there is anything which does not have these two aspects, it cannot be mind. So it helps us to avoid many of the exceptions, like sometimes people equate it with the water, equate it with the mirror. So water, though it can have clarity aspect, it does not have the aspect of knowing its object. So the mind should be something which is clear in nature as well as knows its object. If these two qualifications are not fulfilled, that's not mind. Now, mind in Buddhism, as many of us are from Buddhist scholarship, so we know that there are 4 different schools of Buddhism. They are also known as schools of metaphysics. So when it comes to this definition, it is fairly accepted by across all Buddhist schools. And then how mind is further divided and classified, there are different ways, multiple ways, and this 20-minute presentation can never be enough for it. But I really wanted to show that there are different ways of classifying mind, and there is a lot of scope of study and research when it comes to studying mind on different level in Buddhist psychology. For example, sevenfold division of mind, other cognizant and self-cognizant mind, cognitive mind and affective mind, sense consciousness and mental consciousness, non-conceptual mind and conceptual mind, non-mistaken mind and mistaken mind, collective and eliminative engager, mind and mental factor, subtle mind and gross mind. It doesn't mean that there is no difference when it comes to these philosophical schools. Of course, when it comes to classification and certain classification of mind, there are differences amongst Buddhist philosophical schools. For example, one of the very specific mind known as Swasamvedana, self-cognizant mind, Rangrik in Tibetan, that is not accepted by all the 4 Buddhist schools, only Sautantrika and Chittamatra. Likewise, there is also a presentation of 6 classes of consciousness and Shadavigyan and 8 classes of consciousness, Ashtavigyan. So when it comes to Ashtavigyan presentation, the classification into Alevigyan, the addition of Alevigyan, that is also not accepted by all 4 Buddhist philosophical schools, but Chittamatra. So there are, when it comes to the definition of mind, all 4 schools accept it. But when it comes to classification and certain types of mind, it's not necessary that all schools come to the same position. Now, this is another very interesting thing that we can explore is the presentation which I think Geshe-la mentioned in the keynote address, the mind and mental factor, the map of emotions. Although there are infinite emotions, but to help a practitioner's spiritual journey towards enlightenment, towards nirvana, which is also known as liberation from fears of life, Buddha at one time picked up 51 mental factor. That doesn't mean only 51 were picked up. Of course, in different sutras, helping different disciples, Buddha gave different classifications. So in Pali Canon, there is a mention of the 52 mental factors. In other treatises, there is a mention of 42 mental factors. And in 2 treatises, which is Trimsika, Vigyapti Matrita, which is 30 verses on mind only by Acharya Vasubandhu, 4th century AD Nalanda master. And also Abhidharma Samuchaya by Arya Sangha, there is a mention of the 51 mental factors. And how these 51 mental factors are grouped? They are grouped under 6 main groups, where you can see the grouping is done on the basis of the similar nature of these emotions. First is the omnipresence, sarvatraga. So, emotions which are, or the mental functions that are applicable to all the minds. Number 2 is Vishaya Pratiniyama, the object determinative mental factor. Third is the Kushalas, the virtuous or the wholesome mental factors, the presence of which proliferates happiness. Then the Mool Kleshas, the root afflictions, the presence of which destroys your peace of mind and affects others' life also. And then secondary affliction, Upakleshas, which are the result of the root kleshas. And then the 4 variable mental factors, which may vary as per the situations, context, and the object. So I'll just quickly show that there are classification. For example, mistaken mind and non-mistaken mind. So this distinction, this classification is another exhaustive classification, which is very important when it comes to understanding the nature of the ignorance, that how a mind can be mistaken with respect to apprehension of the object as well as appearance of the object. So it is very subtle. You will not find it so easily in the psychology explained. When it comes to mistake, we generally confine it to the mistake pertaining to the apprehension of the object. For example, I apprehend something incorrectly. That is a mistake. But there is also a psychological mistake which can create problems in our engagement with the world. That is the mistake on the level of the appearance. Meaning, apprehension wise you may be correct, but appearance is mistaken. That may lead to limitations. So there where the cognitive obscuration, which Geshe-la mentioned in the keynote speech, that has to be addressed. Then the conceptual mind and non-conceptual mind. So much of discussion around, okay, subsiding the thoughts, silencing the mind. So first of all, what actually creates this, thoughts? So that thoughts very technically is known as Vikalpa Gyan in Sanskrit, and in English, conceptual mental consciousness. And those minds which do not have these thoughts or do not engage their objects through a generic image are known as non-conceptual mind. So it is another very exhaustive classification of mind known as conceptual mind and non-conceptual mind. Then there is a very interesting classification of mind known as sevenfold division of mind, where you can see how cognitively our mind goes from a very basic or erroneous consciousness to a very, some people use the word meta-awareness or meta-consciousness, meaning a mind which is in sync with the reality, a mind which is in sync with the reality, mind which is not affected by the afflictions. I'll not go there, but just to mention that this sevenfold division of mind is the division that can explain the entire journey of Prince Siddhartha transforming into Buddha Shakyamuni. Now the mind training, now the second part of my presentation, which is the mental transformation, that finally why do we study the nature of mind? All this classification, not to have a subject, but for mental transformation, because the purpose is to transform our emotions so that finally we become a happier person. We do not have fears, anxieties and stress. So now, as just before this panel, many of the speakers have already mentioned, thank you, already mentioned the effects of the meditative practices on brain. So I'll not go there, but just to mention it that this is possible. Earlier, earlier neuroscience did not actually even explore this area. But Acharya Dharmakirti, 7th century AD Nalanda master, in chapter 2 of Pramanavartika very clearly mentioned that when it comes to brain and mind, consciousness and mind, it is not a linear relationship. They mutually affect each other. So if we have heard of him before, we would have started this experimentation way early. So that, not only when you affect the brain, mind is affected, but when you affect the mind, the brain is also affected. So now this study of the meditation, the positive effect of meditation on the brain is there, and that was mentioned by Acharya Dharmakirti in his text Pramanavartika. Now I'll come to the mind training in Sanskrit Buddhist treatises. Again, there are so many models are there. It's not only one model which discusses how our mind becomes polluted. How this consciousness, which is clear and knowing in nature, is becoming polluted in the sense it becomes afflicted, and how these afflictions can be gotten rid of. So many masters, of course coming from Buddha Shakyamuni's sutras, they explained it further in their treatises. I will confine to the Nalanda treatises. So as I said, the purpose is twofold. Number one, the purpose is to attain the fearlessness, also known as technically Nirvana in Sanskrit, Nibbana in Pali. And then the other purpose is to attain infinite happiness. Not only the fearlessness, we also desire infinite ease and infinite happiness, technically known as Samyak Sambodhi in Sanskrit, Samma Sambodhi in Pali. So how to attain that and how these afflictions pollute our mind, that is explained by Acharya Vasubandhu in his text known as Abhidharma Kosha. I'll quickly read it. It says, Aprahinad Anushiyad Vishayad Pratyupya Upasthat Ayonisho Manaskarat Kalesha Sampurna Karna. So basically he mentioned three causes for afflictions to arise. He says the afflictions arise because of the three conditions. Number one, that you have not abandoned the afflictions. Still imprints are there of the past afflictive emotions like anger, attachment, ignorance. Number one. Number two, you are nearby an object which triggers affliction in you. Something that triggers attachment in you, anger in you, that object is nearby. And third is the improper mental attention, meaning a mind which exaggerates, which is not in sync with the reality, grounded on ignorance, it exaggerates the quality of the object in a negative or positive way, leading to anger and attachment and ignorance. So how this information helps us to remove our afflictions? So very clearly he mentions that number one, seek methods to reduce the influence of afflictions, for instance, by developing compassion, wisdom, concentration, among others. Number two, stay away from the stimulus, right? Something, if you are not strong enough to tackle the stimuli, then stay away from the stimulus for the time being. And finally, cultivate objectivity through addressing the mental factor of discernment, which again was explained by Ladola and Gishela in the morning. Another very beautiful presentation comes from Acharya Dharmakirti's text, where he mentions आत्मनि सति परसंज्ञा स्वपर विभागात् परिग्रह द्वेषो अन्यो संप्रतिबद्धः सर्वे दोषः प्रजायन्ते. What does it mean? It says, seeing the self will lead to seeing others. Bifurcating self and others lead to attachment and aversion. Associated with these attachment and aversion, all faults such as killing, fears, and so forth ensue. So basically, when you see yourself as autonomous, substantial, real, or independent from others, then by default, you see others as intrinsically real or independently real. This division or this intrinsic duality creates the bifurcation of self and others, leading to attachment to yourself, and anything that creates problem to this self, aversion to those things. So this is the basis for all kinds of faults and fears to arise. And finally, the most profound, which I find personally most profound presentation, it's not that it is different, it is more extensive presentation of how afflictions arise is given by Arya Nagarjuna in his text Mool Madhyamika Karika, where he says, Karma kalesh shayan mokshaha, karma kalesh vikalpataha, te prapanchat prapanchastu shunyatayam nirudhyate. In English, ceasing of karmas and afflictions is liberation. Karmas and afflictions arise from conceptual thoughts. These arise from elaboration of grasping a true existence. Elaboration ceases by or into emptiness. So very clearly mentions that at the root of all our problem is self-grasping ignorance, which sees oneself as objectively real and others as objectively real. And then on that basis, the inappropriate attention, vikalp, exaggerating self as more important than others and others less important than others, and also other exaggerated qualities come into being, which leads to afflictive emotions like attachment to yourself and aversion to anything that brings harm to you. This will lead to contaminated karmas and miseries of samsaras, which we dislike. And why do we do it? As very clearly, this is something which we have to study, the view of emptiness, where he clearly mentions the ignorance which is at the root of all our afflictive emotions. So many discussions happened since morning that, okay, we have to do something that, we help, but the afflictions are not there. We are not suffering. So how to do that? Very clearly, Arya Nagarjuna mentioned this will not happen unless we see the reality of our actions. We see the reality of ourselves and the reality of helping others. So only when you see the reality of yourself as dependently originated or empty of inherent nature, which means unless we see ourselves, others, and all phenomena as empty of inherent nature, meaning illusion-like, how they are mentally imputed, this two things coming together, that we help and not affected, by afflictive emotions, is not going to happen. So therefore, it's a very unique presentation of Arya Nagarjuna's school, Madhyamika, where he mentions all the virtues become extremely pure, what we call supramundane virtue or lokottar kushalas, only possible when you do any virtuous action, any wholesome action, be it compassion, with the understanding or wisdom of emptiness. Then only it becomes a lokottar, supramundane, where the two things are coming together, where you benefit and where others are benefited and you are also benefited. So what is this? He mentions very clearly. I'll just read this and then I finish. It says, a giving that is devoid of the given, the recipient and the giver. This is called supramundane perfection. And when attachment arises for these three elements, it is called mundane perfection. So it is like in the dream. If you are not aware that you are dreaming and then you do some generosity, so then there is a full chance that you see yourself, the one who you are benefiting, and the object of benefiting as truly real, because of which there are 100% chances of arising of attachment to what you are doing, and aversion to if somebody creates problem or obstructions to your action of generosity. Whereas somebody who is aware of that, okay, myself and the object of generosity and then the person who I benefit, they are nothing but my own mental imputation, means empty of inherent nature, then there is no way that these can lead to afflictions. So this is the very unique position of Madhyamika, which is the only way by which all virtues can become what we were discussing as with the wisdom of non-duality of emptiness, also known as direct experience of emptiness. So with this, now I will conclude with this, where His Holiness the Dalai Lama says that finally this happiness exudes in the form of leadership, right? So this question was asked, I think, during the inaugural keynote speech, or maybe during the first panel, that we teach our children share, and then they start to share, they are left with nothing. So there are constant dilemmas. Then what to do? Should I share or not share? So all these dilemmas can be answered when the compassion is complemented by the wisdom, also known as skillful compassion. So with this skillful compassion, then these dilemmas can be overcome, where His Holiness Dalai Lama, coming from Buddha Shakyamuni Sutras and also explained by Arya Sangha in his text, very clearly mentions 3 kinds of leadership. One, he says, Buddhist tradition describes 3 styles of compassionate leadership. Number 1, the trailblazer who leads from the front, takes risk and sets an example. Number 2, the ferryman who accompanies those in his care and shapes the ups and downs of the crossing. Third, the shepherd who sees every one of his flock into safety before himself. Now this is the most important point. He says 3 styles, 3 approaches, but what they have in common is an all-encompassing concern for the welfare of those they lead. So when this compassion is complemented with wisdom, takes the form of skillful compassion, then the leadership will not have dilemmas. If you have to be a leader, if you have to be a trailblazer, you will be a trailblazer. If you have to hold back and benefit, you will hold back and benefit. If you have to go together, you will go together without any hesitation. On this note, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable Dr. Dabral, for such a marathon ride into the pathway of nirvana, wisdom, such rich learning. I was feeling so, being a chairperson is doing the dirty work by reminding people that, little time is left. But I do feel that we have to have these conferences over at least a 3-day period so that we get to hear more. The learnings are going to stay with us forever, but unfortunately we are bound by time. So, yes, we are slaves of our profession. What do we do? Yes. The second speaker for today, Professor Dr. Vaibhav Tripathi, is currently an assistant professor in cognitive and brain sciences at IIT Gandhinagar. He leads the integrative neuroscience and technology lab, where his group investigates the localization and dynamics of cognitive functions like attention, working memory, breath work, meditation, and disruptions due to disorders and predictive models of early diagnosis. Professor Tripathi will present the yogic theory of consciousness through an interdisciplinary lens, demonstrating that ancient contemplative practices and modern neuroscience can collaborate productively without either sides suffering an identity crisis. I welcome Professor Tripathi.
Thank you ma'am, for the lovely introduction. So we are talking of compassion since the morning, so I'd like to have some bit of compassion for your body as well. You've been sitting for a long time. I would like you just stand up and just stretch a bit. Just stretch out the hands. You've been sitting too long. A lot of you are sleeping already. So just stretch out your hands, take a breath in. You can stretch to the right, stretch to the left. You can twist your body, move your body as you feel. You've been sitting for long. You can move your legs if you like. You can twist your neck and just take a deep breath in and breathe out. Take another breath in and breathe out. When you feel okay, when you feel centered, you can sit down. And maybe, hopefully, you're in for more knowledge. Your way. Thanks a lot, Tibet House, again for inviting me, all the venerable teachers and speakers here and professors, and again esteemed speakers. I'd like to start with an invocation, and you can maybe close your eyes if you like, if you can join if you like. Om Namo Pranavarthaya Shuddha Jnane Kamurtaye Nirmalaya Prashantaya Dakshinamurtaye Namaha. Yogena Chittasya Padena Vacha Malam Sharirasya Cha Vaidyakena Yopakarotam Pravaram Muninam Patanjali Pranjali Ranatosmi. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So, you can open your eyes if you like. So my work is on yogic theory of consciousness and interdisciplinary approach to mind and mental experience. I'm an empirical scientist. I'm an experimentalist. But in my experiments, I've seen that we need theory. As complicated a thing a mind and consciousness is, we need a paradigm. We need a theoretical model for us to work with. This is what led to the development of the yogic theory of consciousness a few years ago. We'll talk a bit about it. It's an amalgamation of ideas across yogic thought processes. Again, as Professor Rizvi talked about it, we are the Integrative Neuroscience and Technology Lab. We try to bridge across theory, data, neuroscience, and behavioral science. So this was the paper that came a few years ago. During pandemic, me and my colleague, Professor Bharadwaj, we did not have much to do. We discussed Yoga Sutras and we said, okay, let's write something theoretical about it. So this system is laid out in Sankhya philosophy. Sankhya is a dualistic school of thought process, and it is described in Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, which form we try to bridge cognitive neuroscience and try to bring this theory of consciousness together. So brief about Sankhya system. So Sankhya system divides reality into two. One is the Purusha, the seer, the observer, and another is the Prakriti. You're listening to me, the observer, and everything else is the Prakriti. And now the Prakriti is divided into multiple constituents, which are called the Tattvas. So first is the Mahat. Mahat is intelligence, and Ahankar. Ahankar is ego. And then Prakriti itself is divided into these 5 elements. We all know about it. The Manas, the mind, and the mind observes these 5 elements through these various sense organs: eyes, ears, skin, tongue, nose, and in addition to that, various tanmatras. Tanmatras are the sensitivity of your basic nerve system, sensory organs. Again, these tanmatras could differ for different individuals and could differ for different organisms. And then you have the karmendriya, the action organs of speech, movement, grasping, excretion, procreation. So the yogic theory of consciousness basically tries to bridge this theoretical model of Sankhya philosophy into an abstraction of these internal and external faculties. Different living beings can implement this model in separate ways. So we try to bridge this theory of consciousness that can pan across different organisms and different animals as well. So the idea is to divide it into these abstract models. People who kind of have come from this systems approach would understand these kind of blocks. So I'll just give a big purview. So these blocks are constituents of our consciousness, which then interact with different aspects. So let's say mind, and this arrow is interacting with the sense organs. But this is a bilateral interaction. The sense organs interact with the mind and the mind interact with the sense organs. This does not happen with the action organs. Action organs just has a one-way path where the mind gives an instruction to the action organs and it moves. So these arrows signifies an interaction, a connectivity, something that can impact a causal change. So I'll talk more about this model in this. So we use this kind of an abstraction to talk about one, how we can talk about different entities of the brain, of the mind, and then how we can probably measure it using different data and different modalities. So one thing that we have done here is to map these different abstractions onto the brain. This could be done. So sense organs, we have areas of the brain which are associated with, let's say, vision, associated with audition, associated with motor function. We have regions of the brain associated with, again, different aspects of grasping, holding, movement, excretion, but also different internal and external internal faculties. Like we talked about the default mode network, the attention network, the cognitive control network. These are what becomes these aspects of mind, intellect, memory, and also ego. And so Patanjali talks about that state of yoga. Yoga is not asanas that we only do. Yoga is the state of being in harmony with the sense the inside world and the outside world. So so Patanjali talks about states of yoga and the vrittis, the modulations of the mind that takes you away from the state of yoga. So he calls these are these 5 vrittis he's talk about. Praman is 3, perception, inference, words. So you're listening to me, you're perceiving me. So you're going away from this, you're actually trying to engage with the world. So that is one vritti of the mind. Second is nidra. I hope some of you are not in nidra now. So viparya, wrong knowledge. Someone goes by you and they're laughing, you think they're laughing at you. So that is viparya, they might not be. Vikalpa is imagination. You think about the past or the future. Some of you might be thinking what is there in high tea. So that could be vikalpa. Or memory, you're thinking about the lunch. Lunch was so nice. Lasagna was really, really good. So why did not I have more? I should have taken that one more piece of cake. It would have been really lovely. So your memory is engaged. So these are the 5 vrittis that your mind engages in, which takes you away from the state of being in yoga. So the Ashtanga Yoga that Patanjali talks about takes you away from these modulations of the mind and establishes more and more in the yoga, more and more in the now. And what happens when you establish in the now? You become more in sync with your nature. What is your nature? Your nature is of Sat Chid Anand. Sat, that is truth, Chit, it's conscious, Anand is bliss. So when you are state in yoga, Ananda becomes your nature. And when you are in state of Ananda, compassion becomes an automatic behavior. You don't have to force any of these qualities in you. That becomes a second nature to you. So we now use these kind of a framework. This is a theoretical framework, and now we can test. Let's say you are in a state of smriti. Your sense organs, data from your sense organs is not coming in as much. That's why we highlighted as less. But the activity between the mind and the memory has increased. So some of you who are thinking of the past or the future, or thinking about the past, you're in smriti, you're not listening to me as much. So you may not even know. So your mind and memory are engaged. So we can use the similar kind of an abstraction to talk when you're thinking about the past or the future. Or you're in this imagination, what will happen next and whatever. So we can similarly talk about the wrong knowledge or viparya, again using different intensities of arrows here. I'll just give an idea why we are doing this, because we now have data collection ability through EEG and fMRI, which Dr. Saket also told about. We can actually start kind of quantifying these variables, and that will help us kind of help us to validate this theory, and we do have some validation experiments that we'll talk about soon. So so there are a few internal states in there are 4 internal states that Yoga Sutras talk about. One is pratyahara. So any process of taking awareness from the outside world to inside world is what is called pratyahara, is a very integral part of any meditation practice. We start with pratyahara, then dharana. A lot of dharana is taking an attention to an internal or external object. Breath focused attention, the object is breath. Taking an awareness to a point in front of you, the object is that point. So dharana is all classes of meditation where you're taking an object attention in front of you. So we can model dharana using this YTC abstraction, something like this. And then dhyana is this uninterrupted broken stream of meditation. It's like Patanjali very nicely talks about it, like a chashni, like that. When you take chashni, just like unbroken, or honey, if you take a spoonful of honey, it is uninterrupted, a stream of consciousness. It's not distracted by, it's not affected by different distractions around you. We can also model this kind of state using this YTC framework. And then samadhi. Samadhi is a state of equanimity. There you're so still in meditation, it doesn't matter. Again, there's no effect of outside world on you. Samadhi, Patanjali talks about 11 different forms of samadhi, where you're so in touch with yourself that the different obstacles of the path, the different vrittis, the modulations of the mind don't affect you anymore. So this model can allow us to actually analyzed different forms of samadhi. So out of these, the nirbij and the sabij form of samadhi, here we talk about nirvichara, sampragya, pragya purvak, but again there are 11 different flavors of samadhi. Samadhi is not one type. So there are different days in meditation that you have a lot of thoughts. How many of you experience that? So it is called savichara samadhi. And then there are days that you have no thoughts. How many of you experience that? Nirvichara samadhi. Then there are days that there are no thoughts, but you have very strong logic going in your mind. So it is called savitarka samadhi. And then there are days which are no thoughts, no logic, just it feels like there is a center and there is no axis. You're just so expanded you feel. So nirvitarka samadhi. So Patanjali beautifully talks about these different flavors, and which we hopefully through this model can now start tracking. Again, this model could also be used to look at different mental distortions like locked-in syndrome, coma, general anesthesia, or local anesthesia. So just summarizing this theoretical model, the YTC model can explain conscious and the experiencer and the one who experiences as well. And it's an abstraction of the mind-body complex. And the mind, we explain here, is an emergent property. So it comes out of the interaction of the sense organs and the action organs and your prior thought processes, and this kind of framework allows us to classify these different internal, meditative and external states. Theory can then allow for further experimentation. So now we'll talk about a few very quick experimental results. I know I'm kind of running out of my time, which is very interesting application of this particular form of theory. So we looked at the impact of these yoga practices on brain networks and dynamics. So Professor Kotier and Dr. Saket has already talked a bit about these networks and these processes, so kind of help to reduce my work. We looked at state and trait level changes during a meditation paradigm called Yog Nidra, and we looked at trait level changes in brain networks with people with silence experience. So I'll talk about the first study that we did was spatiotemporal dynamics of people doing Sudarshan Kriya Yoga, which is a breathwork practice. People do different forms of breathing, then they do a rhythmic cyclic breathing, which is called the Sudarshan Kriya, then they rest in Yog Nidra for 20 minutes, and we collected EEG during this entire process. We wanted to see what is the effect of breathing on a meditative state, and what does breathing entail. We calculated the time frequency spectrogram, and at the frequency we specifically looked at these 4 signals: the alpha with rhythm, which is between 7 and 13 hertz, the theta, which is between 4 to 7 hertz, delta, which is 1 to 4 hertz, and something called as aperiodic signal, which is not a regular periodic signal. What we saw here is, this is signal for alpha. During pranayam, they were breathing. We see a very stable alpha, not much variation. During the rhythmic kriya practice, their alpha tends to slightly go down, but more or less stays there. But during the relaxation, the Yog Nidra, there's a sharp decline in alpha. Similarly, what we see with theta, during pranayam it's low, but during kriya it increases, and during Yog Nidra it stays on, and delta during pranayam and kriya it's slightly low, but during the Yog Nidra period it stays highly active, and then during the aperiodic signal it's high during pranayam and kriya, but during Yog Nidra period it's high. So the Yog Nidra period is a very relaxing period for these people, and we now have a very clear signature of low alpha, increased theta and delta that signifies a relaxed meditative state. And here we know that what the breathing is doing, it's allowing you to access this state. It's a conduit for you to easily access a deep meditative state, which is harder for beginners to kind of experience. And again, in this particular protocol, we had a mix of people with and without long meditation experience, making it, thus allowing them to easily access this deep meditative state. So this rhythmic breathing allows access to deep meditative states. So another thing we wanted to look at were pratyahar and dharana that I just talked about. So this is from Yoga Sutras, that taking an attention to a specific point is dharana. And so here we collect data from 2 runs of meditation, just 5 minutes. One is called Yoga Nidra and another is body scan meditation. Both can be done in an MRI scanner in a supine position. You lie down and you can do these. So a very right place to do kind of these experiments. How many of you have done meditation lying down and you've slept? Yes, yeah, happened with me too. So these meditations are exactly for that. So you can just lie down in the scanner and then take awareness to different parts of the body. So I'll just talk about the protocol. So the instructions come something like this. Take awareness to the right foot, right knee, right leg, progressively through the different parts of the body. So we had each participant had something called as resting state, pre and post, before 2 different kinds of meditation. And we had a breathing period to allow them to come out of the meditating state. We had about 60 participants, 27 expert meditators with 7 years average experience and 29 novices. And that paper came last year. What we saw was that the default mode network, which Dr. Kuti talked about, when you're thinking of the past and the future, that network starts to deactivate. So activation means you're thinking more of the past and the future. Deactivation, that has reduced. So during the Yoga Nidra period, that starts to deactivate. And it deactivates more strongly in people with more meditation experience. So expert meditators have the ability to deactivate their default mode network more during meditation as compared to novices. So we kind of now know why, what happens during meditation is that the default mode network starts shutting down. You're thinking less of the past and the future. You're more in the present and more in the now and relaxed. And then coming back to the theoretical model, your vikalpa or the imagination vritti has reduced. Another thing we wanted to look at how the thalamic, so there are thalamus is a small organ in the brain which is actually the relay center of your brain. All signals coming through your brain are actually through the thalamus. So we wanted to see what happens in the thalamus during this particular process. Different parts of the thalamus connect with different brain regions. It's like it's a connection to so there's one part of the thalamus which will connect to different networks. So thalamus becomes like not only a relay but a coordinator for whole brain activity. So so here people who are experts during the Yoga Nidra phase, we looked at the anterior thalamus connectivity. Anterior is the front part of the thalamus. What we see is that in the experts they are able to shut off their connectivity more as compared. So you see this big difference as compared to novices, where they still are able to shut it off, but not as much as these expert meditators. But this does not happen with again another form of meditation. Similarly, experts are able to shut off their thalamic connectivity, thus kind of reducing the amount of data coming in their sensory organs as compared to novices. So we now kind of know, so this is just the data that we have. Again, this particular thing is in preparation. And so this thalamus acts, we now know why meditation works, is that the thalamus is a key signal which is getting, the activity is getting reduced, thus allowing you to go into a deeper state of meditation. So now this was what is called a state level change. We wanted to look at state level changes with experience. So we looked at these meditators from Vipassana tradition who used to take these long silence retreats. How many of you have gone on a silent retreat? Raise of hands. So if you go on a silent retreat, you come back, you don't want to talk because something has happened. What happened? We don't know. So we wanted to see that. So your language network here marked on the left and the default mode network, we wanted to look at how their connectivity changes with people who meditate, take these silent retreats. What we found was that this connectivity is very low in people so this is the Vipassana cohort, is very low in people with this Vipassana cohort as compared to control individuals. And what we see was very interesting is that the more days they spent in silent retreat, the more change in their connectivity. So kind of giving us a validation of why silence happens. So, so this language network, so you use the LLMs a lot now. So language network actually works as LLMs. You're predicting the next word. So what silence does to you is reduces the amount of prediction you do of the next word, next word, next word. So default mode network is actually a prediction of a larger time scale, as Dr. Saket talked about. So it predicts next context. So you're predicting not in words. DMN, you're predicting in 3 to 4 hour sequence of what I'll do tomorrow, what I'll do 3 days later. So your prediction starts to reduce. So you're more in the present. The more time you spend in silence, the more you're able to be in the present. So now we have the evidence for all that. Concluding, so we can generate a lot of insights from these yogic texts. fMRI studies on expert meditators show long-term connectivity changes. EEG dynamics provide discernible changes of dhyan and samadhi. We can track immediate state changes using fMRI for processes like dharana and dhyan. What to do next? Phenomenology of deep meditative and samadhi states. There are so many different kinds of samadhi states. We want to talk more about that. How people feel when they are in these states, understanding the depth of meditation, brain signatures of deep samadhi states, and the impact on brain activity physiology with different genomic and proteomic signatures, basically the biological basis of meditation. Thank you for listening. And
thank you, Professor Tripathi. Professor Tripathi is a neuroscientist in the true essence. He made sure that nobody slept through his lecture. So he started with an activity. Unfortunately, we are running really short of time. The third speaker, Dr. Nitin Nagraj, who has sent a video recording. I am told that it will be emailed to all the participants. And we also do not have time for question and answers for this panel. What we can do, over a cup of hot tea and some interesting cookies, you can grab hold of all of these interesting scholars out here and ask your questions, and even email it to them if your queries are still not resolved, if they are busy with their teas. So I extend my heartfelt gratitude for both my esteemed scholars and my very attentive audience. I think by asking, I said that we are going to be generating more questions. I hope we have generated enough questions. For the answers, you'll have to make and put in more efforts, use your consciousness in the right direction, and maybe you will find some of the answers. Thank you so much, people.
Please have a seat. Thank you so much, Professor Sabine Razvi, for chairing this session. And of course, thank you to our scholars coming all the way from your respective place. And without taking much time, I would like to request Miss Nisha Puri, a postgraduate student of art study from School of Oriental and African Studies from London, and Asian Arts curator at the British Museum London, to do the honor of giving the souvenirs to our chairperson and the speakers. We have our chairperson, Professor Sabine H. Razvi from Department of Psychology, Gargi College, Delhi University. Thank you so much, ma'am. And we have Venerable Pooja Deprel from Nalanda University. Thank you so much, ma'am. And we have Professor Vaibhav Tripathi from IIT Gandhinagar. Thank you so much. Once again, thank you so much for coming for this conference. Now we are left with our last session of today, which is very interesting and which will be moderated by my colleague Tenzin Gendula. Thank you so much.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I warmly welcome you all to the session number 4, the student panel discussion. It's the last session for today's conference and the most interesting one. My name is Tenzin Yendu. I serve as an IT coordinator in Tibet House. It's my pleasure and honor to moderate this session. This student panel is a particularly meaningful part of today's conference because throughout the day we have all heard from our distinguished scholars, professors on the specific topic, but now we turn to the voices of young leaders, the voices full of curiosity, sincerity, and a genuine wish to apply these ideas in their daily lives. The topic for today's panel remains the same: neuroscience of mental experience and psychological perspective of compassion and altruism. I'm pleased to announce that Venerable Professor Kaveri Gill will be chairing this session. And now I would like to warmly welcome all our student panelists to kindly take their seats as they read their names respectfully. First, Ms. Adrishri Pandey, Ms. Priyanshi Pokaria, Ms. Urvashi, Mr. Amit Kumar, and Ms. Ashida Jadon. And with utmost respect, I would like to welcome our chairperson, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gill. She's a non-resident senior fellow at a Center of Excellence in Himalayan Studies, Shiv Nadar University and Institute of Eminence. She completed her doctoral and postdoctoral studies at University of Cambridge, where she also taught development economic and political economy. Her current interests include the study of refugees, particularly Tibetan statelessness, and Nalanda Buddhist philosophy. She's closely associated with Tibet House, where she completed 6 years of Nalanda Master's course in Buddhist philosophy, and she served as a principal of Dalai Lama Institute for Higher Education in Bengaluru from 2021 to 2022. Now with this, I request our Venerable Professor Kaveri Gill to kindly chair this session.
Thank you so much. So I'll begin by reciting a verse. Bodhicitta is the best means for getting non-dual wisdom, the best bringer of pleasure to all living beings, the supreme amongst virtuous minds. It is the ornament of the universe. This is Kunu Lama Tenzin Gyalten Rinpoche's The Jewel Lamp in Praise of Bodhicitta. I would like to begin by thanking Tibet House and Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdullah, also my teacher, to invite me here today for this wonderful conference celebrating the year of compassion of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. I think he is really the icon for compassion in this last century, I would say. I want to start by saying, the role of compassion. When I've been an academic, including at Cambridge for 13 years, one thing I saw was that great intelligence without compassion can actually lead to great suffering for oneself and for others. And why do I say that? Because for oneself, because even after the achievement of a Nobel laureate in your subject, there was not the peace of mind or happiness. There was quite a lot of depression and even anxiety and all of that. And on the other hand, suffering for others because you have the capacity to destroy the world. And when I came to this philosophy, the one thing that really attracted me, we all know that His Holiness magnetizes the whole world, whether they know that he's from Tibet or they understand Tibetan, but just his presence, right? And this philosophy, what really made me very curious and attracted me was this heart of compassion. Today, the whole day, we've had a lot of discussion about measuring compassion. And that too comes from the disciplines of science and, trying to prove results, uniformity, the ability to replicate and all of that. But compassion is something that you know it when you see it. And with the permission of Geshe-la, I'm going to share a story here. I'm sorry, Geshe-la, one story. I went to visit Moongod, where the big scholastic monasteries are. And one story that they told me about Geshe-la, which really struck me, was that when he was there in his early 20s, and there were these many small monastics who would go for debate, and they didn't understand the debate, and then they would come back and feel worried, and they would knock on his door at 12 midnight, and he would open the door and give them tea and discuss with them, although he had to get up very early. Now this, if I think back to myself in my early 20s, and many of us are academics and professors, and especially when you are intelligent or you think you are intelligent, you sometimes are not very kind and you are not compassionate. So this quality is something that honestly is just, you do have everything in the palm of your hand, as Venerable Pooja said in the morning. I want to just quickly go through that, just quickly run through first, the fact of compassion being a mental factor of love and affection, wishing others to be free of suffering and the causes of suffering. This requires two things, two elements: love for the other, or at least some identification for the other, and seeing their suffering. Now on this I want to say, in the modern world we are more and more creating a world of us versus them. And this process of othering others on the basis of religion, color, caste, gender, all of this is increasing. The second thing of seeing their suffering, manifest suffering, suffering of change, which is all mundane happiness, of which we are aware but we do not really identify as suffering. And the third, suffering of pervasive conditioned suffering, this misconception of perceiving things as objectively real, we are not even aware of, far from identifying, right? And the modern world's main focus is really only on the first. So it is no wonder that then we are seeing increasing mental health problems, right? And now, of course, when you see the nature of suffering, you generate renunciation for oneself, but you feel compassion for everyone else going through it. So then the Buddha Shakyamuni taught the dependent origination mantra, Om ye dharma hetu prabhava, hetam tesham tathagato hyavate, tesham chayo nirodha, evam vadi mahashamana. All phenomena arise from causes. The causes are taught by the Tathagata. The cessation of the causes as well is taught by the Buddha. And here, if we think about science and the law of cause and effect, both the natural law of cause and effect and the karmic cause and effect that the previous presentation spoke about as intention, then we see that, of course, the Buddha was not teaching this to subjugate all of us. If there was no way out, then there's no point to talk about suffering. But here the Buddha was teaching us about happiness and suffering, not just as a resultant state, but also as what are their causes. So what this does is this puts the lever in our own hands, whether we create the causes for happiness or the causes for suffering. The causes for suffering being self-grasping ignorance, or trying to see things as objectively, seeing things as objectively real, accompanied by this self-cherishing attitude, always seeing oneself as more important than others, or at least as important as others, while being completely ignoring others. Vis-a-vis the causes for happiness, which is of course the wisdom of emptiness, or seeing reality as it is, and its concomitant of universal compassion as its normative implication in the conventional world of dependent origination. I want to just make 3 points here about the practice of compassion. Number one, linking it to your own happiness and well-being, as we heard from Dr. Chimila so beautifully. This gives a stable and secular ground and reasoning for the cultivation of compassion. Number two, this is quite radical compassion that we are talking about, because you have the possibility to train and expand your compassion to all beings, not just your near and dear, but also those you see as neutral or those you even see as difficult. And here I have to say that the exemplary example of His Holiness and Tibetans towards the CCP and its unrelenting decimation of Tibet. So when you can feel this compassion in that context, then is when people want to celebrate your birthday the whole year and eat cake. I myself have eaten so much cake celebrating His Holiness's birthday, right? So for us, people are not doing that. Why is that? Because he has generated such a mind. And he's truly the icon of lived compassion in this age. And the last thing I want to say, that a lot of the speakers have spoken so beautifully, and on this Professor Hani Oberoy's example also, she spoke about Israel and Tibet, was fantastic to think about. The role of wisdom in generating and practicing compassion. So I don't have time to go into it here, but there are 5 omnipresent factors of contact, attention, discrimination, feeling, and intention. To change the intention or your karmic actions, you have to change the feeling, and to change the feeling, you change your cognitive discrimination. So if I'm seeing other people always, or other beings, animals, including them as something for my exploitation, or something always othering them, then I am going to end up in problem, and there's going to be more violence in the world. And conversely, if I change my cognitive discrimination, then our possibilities to generate infinite wisdom and compassion are endless. And so with that, I want to say that the youngsters are going to show us the way. I feel very hopeful, and so we have a fantastic panel with us, and over to them. Thank you so much. First, I would like to invite Ms. Adishri Pandey, who is going to speak about Buddhist meditation and the neuroscience of compassion, how the brain changes through anatta and metta.
Good evening, everyone. It's a privilege to be here, and thank you so much for providing me a stage. So my topic is Buddhist meditation and neuroscience of compassion, how the brain changes through anatta and metta. So I will be discussing how Buddhist psychology and modern neuroscience come together to explain the transformation of the mind. I will focus on 2 key Buddhist concepts: metta, the meditation of loving kindness, and anatta, the idea of non-self. Using scientific research on the brain, especially areas linked to stress, compassion, and emotional regulation, I'll show how meditation changes neural pathways, strengthens empathy, reduces stress, and weakens ego-centered thinking. This presentation highlights how ancient Buddhist practices are supported by modern scientific evidence, revealing that meditation can reshape both our brain, our inner experience. So metta meditation, which means loving kindness. Metta means unconditional friendliness or goodwill towards all beings. In Buddhist psychology, metta meditation trains the mind to repeatedly generate thoughts like, may I be happy? And how does this link with neuroscience? So study shows that loving kindness meditation activates brain regions such as prefrontal cortex, insula, and empathy networks, increasing emotional regulation and reducing stress responses. Anatta, which means non-self, anatta is the Buddhist psychology concept that there is no permanent, unchanging self. Everything, thoughts, emotions, personality is changing moment to moment. Modern neuroscience shows that meditation reduces activity in the default mode network, DMN, the part of brain responsible for rumination and self-focused thinking. This supports the Buddhist idea that self is not fixed but a set of processes. I will mention a quote here: Appamado amatya padang, pamado machuno padang, appamatana myanti, yapamata yathamata, which means heedfulness is the path to nirvana, heedlessness leads to death, the mindful do not die, but the careless are like dead already. So meditation activates important brain regions such as prefrontal cortex, PFC for focus, and emotional control, the anterior cingulate cortex, ACC for attention and compassion, the insula for emotional awareness and empathy, and reduces activity in the amygdala, lowering stress and fear. Through neuroplasticity, the brain rewires itself, strengthening circuits for calmness, compassion, and mindfulness, while weakening pathways linked to stress and rumination. Meditation also balances key neurochemicals like dopamine, improves motivation, serotonin increases emotional stability, and oxytocin enhances bonding and compassion. Together, these changes reduce stress, deepen empathy, weaken the rigid sense of supporting anatta, and create overall emotional regulation and well-being. So with this, I would like to conclude. In conclusion, it's so that both Buddhism and neuroscience shows that our mind is not fixed. It can be transformed through practice. In metta meditation develops compassion and emotional warmth, while the understanding of anatta reduces ego-based thinking and helps us see experiences with openness. Modern brain research supports this idea by showing that meditation alters the brain structure and function. These practices are not only spiritual practices but also powerful psychological tools that transform mental experience, increase altruism, and cultivate a more compassionate brain. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Adishri, for that very clear and time-bound presentation. So wonderful. Our next speaker is Miss Priyanshi, who is going to speak about kindness inside out, how self-compassion shapes mental health.
A very warm greeting to everyone present here. My name is Priyanshi Pokhariya, and I'm truly grateful to Tibet House for providing me this opportunity. It's truly a privilege to be standing here in a space full of wisdom and warmth. So before we dive deeper, I invite you all to recall the last moment when you were harsh on yourself. It might have been a mistake, an exam gone wrong, or a conversation that you kept replaying at night. So the thing is that most of us speak to ourselves in a way that we would never speak to someone that we love. There is an inner voice whispering things like, you should have done better. So self-criticism isn't just an occasional bad mood. It's a quiet struggle underlying many mental health concerns like depression, anxiety, eating disorders, and PTSD. And the brain responds as if it's under real threat and activates threat regions like the amygdala and the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for rumination that loops us through past mistakes. It also triggers stress hormone cortisol and raises our heart rate and also weakening immunity in long term. And also the hardest part is that it makes us feel as if though we are alone in this, but in reality, nearly everyone carries this invisible weight. So what is self-compassion? According to Kristen Neff, there are three core components of self-compassion. The first is self-kindness versus self-judgment. It's about choosing warmth over judgment and speaking to yourself as if you would treat someone that you care about. Second is common humanity versus isolation, remembering that struggle is universal and that no one glides through life perfectly. The third is mindfulness versus over-identification. It's about noticing your feelings without drowning in them or pushing them away. When we practice self-compassion, it activates the brain's soothing systems like the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, the insula, the temporal pole, the medial orbitofrontal cortex, and periaqueductal gray. All these support warmth, safety, and emotional understanding. So, now imagine two paths that were carved thousands of years apart, but they lead to a same destination, a softer, safer mind. The first one is an ancient path of loving kindness meditation or metta, a Buddhist tradition that has been practiced for over centuries. So in this, we usually start with ourselves. We say gentle words like, may I be safe, may I be happy, may I be healthy, and may I live with ease. And then gradually we extend this to our loved ones, to someone neutral, to difficult people, and finally to all beings. And neuroscience shows what these ancient practitioners already knew. It increases the soothing theta waves and strengthens the brain-heart relationship, bringing tranquility. And the second path is the modern one. It is the compassion-focused therapy by Paul Gilbert. It addresses the overactive threat system and underactive soothing systems. So according to him, early life experiences such as abuse and neglect often sensitize the threat system and impair the development of the soothing system. So through compassionate mind training
and using methods like imagery, compassionate self-talk, and exercises like writing letter from your compassionate self can strengthen the soothing systems. And soon the brain follows the changes. The oxytocin or the bonding hormone rises and the fear circuit quiets. A research also supports this. A meta-analysis done in clinical population showed that compassion-focused therapy effectively enhanced compassion-related outcomes and significantly reduced clinical symptoms across various populations. And these effects were seen for a very long while. Another surprising study found that even a 4-week smartphone-based compassion meditation program increased the activity in the medial orbitofrontal cortex, which is responsible for pro-social motivation. So these neural changes were associated with stronger compassionate feeling and even more compassionate attitudes towards others, which brings me to my final point of discussion, that why building self-compassion helps us build compassion for others. So imagine, you must have noticed that when you are kinder to yourself, you are even more patient with the world, be it traffic delays or someone cutting in the line. So when we practice compassion from within and treat ourselves with warmth, it builds resilience, protects against burnout, and makes caring sustainable. Second, it enables authentic connections. When we soften our inner voice, we stop projecting harshness outwards. And thirdly, strengthens common humanity. Just a second. When we recognize our imperfections with grace, we naturally foster connections with others and dissolve the us versus them barrier. And I would like to quote His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, who so beautifully reminded us that if you want others to be happy, practice compassion. And if you want to be happy, practice compassion. So I would like to conclude by saying that your inner voice can be your greatest ally or your harshest enemy. So neuroscience shows that with intentional practice, we can transform self-attacking into self-soothing, threat into safety, and criticism into compassion. So the question is not whether we can change. The question is, will we choose compassion? Thank you. And these are the references of all the research papers that I've cited here. Thank you.
Wonderful, Priyanshi, and she raises a very important point of neuroplasticity. Thank you so much. Next speaker is Ms. Urvashi, who's going to speak about the mathematical nature of emptiness, modeling Buddhist philosophy through dependent origination, Pratit Samutpat.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my topic. My topic is the mathematical nature of emptiness, modeling Buddhist philosophy through dependent origination. Buddha, the founder of Buddhism, taught many key principles that guide individuals towards freedom from ignorance, craving, rebirth, and suffering. One of the most important principles is Pratitya Samutpat, commonly translated as dependent origination. It means that nothing exists independently. Everything exists because of causes and conditions. In early Buddhist texts, Pratitya Samutpat is explained through the 12 links, Dvadash Nidans, which originate from the root cause called avidya or ignorance. Avidya refers to not understanding what is happening within one's own body and mind and failing to see the true nature of the world and of oneself. Because of this ignorance, the chain of suffering begins. Therefore, ignorance is considered the root cause of suffering and the cause behind the arising of all the other links of dependent origination. Nagarjuna explains this with the famous Sanskrit verse. Yat kinchid vastu hetu pratyay sambhutam bhavati tat svabhav shunyam. Shunyata ev pratitya samutpadasya svarupam. Its meaning is, whatever thing arises from causes and conditions is empty of inherent nature. Emptiness itself is the true nature of dependent origination. Shunyata is a central idea in Buddhism. Shunyata refers to wisdom and compassionate understanding. It teaches that no things exist independently, everything depends on something else to arise. When we realize that nothing is permanent, absolutely real, or independent, our suffering reduces. Even our identity is not independent. It depends on our parents, society, culture, language,
body, and circumstances. Therefore, even the I is not an independent, unchanging entity. Now I would like to use some example of mathematics to relate it with the topic. In maths, we use the term infinity that has no boundary, no inherent existence. Similarly, emptiness is an absence of inherent nature. Secondly, there is a most powerful symbol in mathematics, that is zero. We also call it as shunya. Zero itself has no meaning. It exists or has meaning when non-zero exists. Similarly, shunyata has a relational empty nature. We all studied about numbers 1, 2, 3 and so on. We all know that numbers don't exist as a physical object. It arises or used as when we are counting something or grouping the objects or ordering the objects. So numbers too are empty of inherent nature. In geometry, planes are made or constructed based on exams. So planes are dependent on exams. There is a set theory in mathematics. Set is only defined when it has elements, and a relation is also defined between those elements. So in set theory, nothing exists independently. From all these examples, we can conclude that things exist independently and without any fixed or inherent identity. When one truly understands shunyata, one becomes more compassionate and gains deeper wisdom. With this understanding, one can overcome the root cause of suffering, that is ignorance or avidya. This is what liberation nirvana means: freedom from suffering, ignorance and inner bondage. One becomes peaceful, awakened and truly free. Shunyata removes the illusion of separateness, allowing compassion to expand universally. Compassion in turn deepens the wisdom of emptiness. To conclude, I would like to end with the famous idea of Nagarjuna. Emptiness properly understood supports compassion. Emptiness misunderstood destroys compassion. Thank you. Bhavatu Sammangalam.
Phenomenal presentation, as all the presentations have been. And you mentioning something that somebody was saying at a conference yesterday, that India is the home to the concept of both shunyata and emptiness. So this is fantastic and a very wonderful presentation. We turn next to Mr. Amit Kumar, who's going to speak on a comparative study between Yogacara Vijnanvada and Western thought of immaterialism.
Namo tas bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhas. Namo buddhaya to all, good evening. As we know that consciousness and mind always been a debatable aspect in the world of philosophy. So also from here, I, Amit Kumar, from University of Delhi, going to deliver my paper in short because we don't have enough time, on topic a comparative study between Yogacara Vijnanavada and Berkeley's subjective idealism. It means immaterialism. The term idealism can be defined in many ways. The theory which critically explains the relation between the mind, the sense and the sensible objects. It is the representation of mental faculties, and reality is considered to be fundamentally mental construction. To understand it better, let us consider two levels of existence. Number one, the mental level, and the second, the physical level. Physical level consists of matter and idea both. With an example, a boy perceiving a table. But mental level consists of idea only, means a boy thinking of a table. Here, the mental level is known as idealism. The concept of idealism is introduced by many philosophers, ancient philosophers. Like Plato says that reality, that is eternal truth, exists only in the mind. Even Socrates outlined the theory and explained with the beautiful example that beauty as an idea of beautiful things. So idealism is further divided into two types, which are subjective and objective idealism. In my paper, I analyzed on Berkeley's subjective idealism and its comparison with Yogachar's theory of Vijnanavada. Subjective idealism is known as reality which exists only in mind. Mind only suggests our experience of the external world which is created by our consciousness. Means all world things, all the things, the entire world, objects are only ideas of mind. According to Berkeley, there are no material substance. All things are mind dependent. That's why he is also known as immaterialist. Now he explained it with the example of dream, where everything looks real, appears real, but everything is just a mental projection. With other example, he explained, like if we see tree, we can feel the tree, its color, stems, leaves, but what happens if we will not present there to see the tree? Then the tree will also not exist. Means there is no self-identity without mind. For it, he said, to be is to be perceived. But the theory of Vijnanvada by Yogacara schools of Hinayana sect of Buddhism reject the idea of a permanent mind. Means mind is full of constantly changing mental states, not a fixed identity. For this, Buddhism describes no self theory. As earlier my fellow explained it very well. For this, in Pali, Sabbe Dharma Anatta. In Sanskrit, Sarve Dharma Anatma. Means there is no fixed self behind perceptions. Another example of for it, Buddhism explained dependent origination. Pratit Samutpad, which clearly explained that all phenomena arise from cause and conditions, means interdependence. Even this view reduces attachment and ignorance by understanding that external experience are just mental projections. Means what we see, what we think. Now, if we go through the similarities between Yogacar's Vijnanvada and Berkeley's subjective idealism, then we find that both argue that reality is not external but a product of mind. Another, both believes that what we perceive as objects are actually ideas or perceptions within our consciousness. Now my paper will talk about the differences between both philosophies. In terms of context, the role of self. Vijnanvada denies a permanent individual self, viewing the self as a part of a stream of consciousness defined by karma theory. But Berkeley explained it as an eternal and spiritual self that is a foundation of all experiences. In the term of role of God, Vijnanvada theory doesn't rely on a divine being to sustain reality, but Berkeley argues that objects are preserved in existence by perceiving by God or divine human being. In the relation with ultimate goal, Buddhism said that to achieve liberation, or which is known as nirvana, from the cycle of suffering through a spiritual insight and practice, which includes that reality is mind only. But subjective idealism provides a rational explanation for existence of physical world, not to provide a spiritual way. For perceptions, what Yogacara thinks, Yogacara Vijnanvadas provides a detailed model of consciousness influenced by past actions, which is known as karma, and alaya vijnana. But according to Berkeley's theory, the reality of object is dependent on being perceived by a mind. Means if there is tree, if the tree is not perceived, then it doesn't exist. Thank you. Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you so much. I'm starting to wonder if the chairperson is not underqualified. Your presentations are excellent and very thought-provoking. Thank you for that amazing comparison, very original. And our final presenter is Miss Eshita, who going to speak about mapping compassion, neuroplasticity through meditation across fMRI and EEG.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. Today we are exploring a very fascinating thing, whether compassion is simply an emotion we feel or something that can literally reshape the brain. Using tools like fMRI and EEG, researchers are now mapping how compassion meditation alters brain function, structure, and behavior. Okay, what is compassion meditation? Compassion meditations refers to the intentional practice like loving kindness meditation and compassion focused training. These practices are designed to deliberately cultivate warmth, empathy, care, and concern, not just towards others, but towards ourselves as well. Why to study compassion scientifically? It is because compassion influences our relationship, mental health, stress response, and even our physical well-being. It affects our daily life. And if compassion can be trained, measured, and strengthened, then it can be integrated into therapy, education, leadership, and healthcare. Do you believe compassion can be trained just like a physical exercise? How many of you believe in that? You'll get the answer by the end of my presentation. Okay, tools to study the brain. We have two main scientific tools that helps us to study compassion as a brain process. The first one is fMRI, which measures blood flow and shows which brain regions became more active during compassion practices. And the second one we have EEG, which measures electrical brainwave activities and help us to track down moment-to-moment shifts during meditation. Now, we have some fMRI findings. Researchers using fMRI shows profound neuroplastic changes. The prefrontal cortex becomes more active and emotional regulation improves. The insula and anterior cingulate cortex, which helps us to understand others' emotion and highlighted the empathy towards others. The ventral, linked with reward and pro-social behavior, lights up, meaning compassion becomes naturally rewarding. The amygdala shows reduction activation. People become less reactive and less stress-driven. Studies even show the gray matter density, meaning long-term medicators aren't just thinking differently. Their brains are actually physically different. Now we have some EEG findings. Increased gamma waves linked to integration, presence, and deep compassion. Increase in alpha activity associated with a calm, regulated mind, and increase in the theta waves, which indicates deep meditative awareness and emotional processing. So compassion doesn't feel different. It produces a distinct electrophysiological signature in the brain, linking brain changes to the behavior. The neurological changes translate into behavior. People reports more empathy, greater patience, better emotional balance, less reactive, and higher level of altruistic and pro-social behavior. From a psychological point of view, compassion meditation improves emotional resilience, sense of safety, and connection, reduce negative self-talk, improves emotional regulation. This is especially meaningful in contexts like healthcare, caregiving, and therapy, where emotional burnout is very common. Now it's time to do an activity. Now I request you all to please close your eyes for 1 minute. Take a deep breath in and a deep breath out. Now bring someone to your mind, someone you care about. Now please repeat after me. May you be safe. May you be happy. May you be healthy. May you live with ease. Now take a deep breath in and out. Now gently return. Please open up your eyes now. Notice, even a brief practice creates a shift in us. Now the conclusion. So to conclude, compassion can be trained, brain to respond it. The neuroscience supports the idea that we can practice compassion. We are not just changing how we feel. We are changing how we function, connect, and show up in the world. The closing quote, love and compassion are necessities, not luxuries. Without them, humanity cannot survive. Given by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So it's always the biggest privilege to chair the student session. As much as we worry about the world when we just look at an abstract perspective, then when we interact with all of you, there's your generation that's going to really change things and shake up the world. And I pray that many of you reach positions where you can influence the maximum. That's so important. So I think we will not have time for Q&A because we've had a long day, and so let's have a huge round of applause for this.
With this, we have come to the end of this session. I would like to sincerely thank our chairperson, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gill, and our wonderful student panelists for their valuable contributions. I would now like to request Professor Hani Oberoi from Ambedkar University, Delhi, to kindly present our white scarf kata and souvenirs to our chairperson and student panelists. For first, we have our very own chairperson, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gill. Ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause to our chairperson. Next, we have Ms. Adarshi Pandey. Ms. Priyanshi Pokaya. Ms. Urvashi. Ms. Aisha Jadon. And finally, we have give a huge round of applause for Mr. Amit Kumar. Thank you everyone. At last, I would like to request our office secretary, Mr. Tenzin Kunkyap, to kindly give the word of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. I'll just take 2 minutes. On behalf of Tibetos New Delhi, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the speakers, chairpersons, and our guests of honor for accepting our invitation and for sharing your profound knowledge with us. Congratulations to the student panelists for your wonderful presentations. I hope you all will emerge as promising scholars in the years to come. Congratulations to our audience as well. I mean, the speakers are expert in their fields, but you had to jump from one perspective to another throughout 5 sessions squeezed into one day. I would like to thank my colleagues for all the efforts and enthusiasm towards putting all this together. And I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Venerable Geshe Toshit Abdullah for constantly guiding us and for your compassion towards the Tibetos staff. Although the form of compassion may vary sometimes, but we are very grateful for your compassion, Gisela. We hope that you all have found this conference informative and enjoyable, and hope to see you all again in our future conferences. As my colleague Uwala mentioned in the beginning, we have a panel discussion on 10 December, a panel discussion on universal ethics to celebrate the 36th anniversary of His Holiness being awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, which will be followed by a cultural performance. So it will be at Siri Deshmukh Hall, India International Center at 2 p.m. on 10 December. So please do join us. You can also follow us on our social media platforms, Instagram, Twitter, X, and we have a YouTube channel as well. That is all for today. Thank you all for joining us, and have a great evening. Thank you. And we have a high tea arranged for all of you. It will be in the same menu as the lunch. I would request everyone to please join us. Thank you.
Gracias.